Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Greetings, squirrels of the world. Let's get some music going. Saturday night. Woohoo! Party Central. Squirrel party. Night driving? Are you playing? Should be playing. Oh, it's extra quiet. Okay, hold on. Night driving is just getting started slowly. A little warm-up routine, if you as it were. Shout out to Dr. Bob and Black Witter. Love you guys. Happy to see y'all. Dr. Bob, did you hear my thoughts on the physics show? Physics night with Dr. Bob. Black Witter is cleaning her hovel again. Classic Black Witter. Squirrel dance party. Jealous of Dr. Bob's. Oh, you mean his Black Witter? I will make your command whatever you want. Now is a great time if you want me to change it, because I'm not also commenting on trial yet and whatnot. So yeah, let me know if you want me to change it. I can switch it to whatever you want. Okay, so Dr. Bob, did you hear it though after the fact? So let me, while we have a sec, let me pause this night driving every time I do this, right? So here's the thing. So like basically we're both teachers. I know you're a retired teacher. I don't know what, like, in my mind, I don't know what all you would be wanting to have in order to illustrate your teaching points, right? So like, I don't know if you would need diagrams or exhibits, right? Or be able to have pictures, or, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking that you would probably want something. So my thought was like, if there is something like that you would want, if you want to make like, I'm not trying to give you homework, but if you wanted to put like, whether it's a PowerPoint or a PDF or anything like that, like a document, whatever it is, and send it to me, then I can present it on screen. And then, okay, hold on. I think that's as far as I got. And then I was trying to think about, I don't know. That's so low tech. Basically, I thought about that much, and I'm like, I know I can do that. As far as getting you on to talk about it, that I don't know that part yet. But what I was thinking is, if you wanted to be able to present anything visually, then I don't know if we could do that in Discord. I don't think there's a way, because I mean, you can do video calls and voice calls, but like the video would just be like the person, like your face, where we would love to see that anyway. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's great, but like, obviously that's not going to explain physics the way that, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe a diagram would. I don't really know. I don't know enough about physics to even know what all would be helpful. So totally your call. It's just, if you need visual aids, you know, when I think of physics, I think of like a whiteboard with a bunch of stuff written on it. You know, formulas, equations. So shout out to DSN in the house. So think about, Dr. Bob, think about how you would best want to explain. And honestly, the thing is that tonight we're going to get to the rest of Trooper Guarino's testimony, and he's going to be talking about the cell phone data of John O'Keefe, which, you know, that probably also would, this will probably also be relevant in terms of placing. Yeah, go ahead and think about it. I have another thought too. I had another thought since the last time that you were here, Dr. Bob, which is, Daddy, That's funny. I had another thought too, which is that, you know how we were trying to talk about where the body was located, like how close to the fire hydrant and how close to the flagpole. We know he wasn't where Trooper Paul says he was. I mean, that we know. But I was thinking about it and I was like, well, here's the thing, because I've not given up hope on the fire hydrant yet. And the thing is that we don't, it's not like while there's just maybe some discrepancy about where his body was found, right? Well, there's a lot of discrepancy depending on who's testifying, but we don't actually have an exact location. I mean, that's the problem, right? Like there is not actually an exact location. So in my mind, I'm like, well, is it plausible that maybe he was a little bit closer to the fire hydrant? Maybe, maybe we can't rule the fire hydrant out yet, fire hydrant, make sure you get yourself some counsel because law enforcement might be coming for you. Just kidding. Super Planner Girl is here. Oh, hi, Super Planner Girl. Yay, happy to see you. She's feeling fancy, hopefully. Okay, let me see if we can have some night driving back. Night driving. Are you playing? Okay. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that, especially you, Dr. Bob, because I know you have some insider knowledge since you've been to the property and you were helping us understand. And actually, we're going to be seeing pictures here in just a sec anyway of the yard and the fire hydrant and the flagpole and all the major players, right? That's what she said. I had to. Everyone, let's appreciate Dr. Bob's cute dog. I don't think we know the dog's name yet, but we do know he's a senior citizen and he's small. And so is my dog. I think our dogs would be friends in real life, Dr. Bob. World inspiring. Oh, Bandit. Oh, how cute. He looks like a bandit, doesn't he? Let me pull this up so we can look at Bandit's cute face. Oh my God, he's such a bandit. He stole my heart, so that's small. I know. I hope everybody saw the video that DSN put in the Discord of Precious the other day, being class in her classic self with the dog, the food, what was the freeze-dried chicken? She was missing her chicken. Oh my God, it was so fucking funny. Right, and I know what's funny. Of course, Luna and Watson are also small dogs. Cute. Why did I call her Precious? So I feel like, okay, so Super Planner Girl said Princess. I feel like DSN's used both names. Am I crazy, DSN? Have you used both names? Because I feel like I've called her Princess, and then I was like, wait, is it Princess or Precious? Anyway, I literally I don't know because I feel like I've heard both. Precious, just Precious. Okay. I think that he might have called her a princess, and it seemed like her name was Princess. I'm serious because I'm really good about remembering names. I promise. Like, although they both start with a P and an R, and M with an S. So there's that. Black Witter, is this what you'd like your new command to be? Because I will change it. I don't know. Okay, I hope I can find those emojis. Okay. Yes, I will. I'm sure that's what that means. I will change it for you. Right. That's a good way to remember it. You got it, my friend. Buffalo Bill's dog's name in Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, classic. Always good to name your dog after a character in a horror movie, right? Isn't that what they say? Isn't there a saying about that? Okay, I'm going to update Black Witter's command. So DSN, where are you at, my friend, in the Depp v. Heard trial? Because I haven't checked Discord in a little bit. I mean, maybe since this morning or something. So let's do the thing for a Black Widow. Shamrock Rave, you got it. All right, we're doing it. I think that was one of the first commands I made, apart from like the squirrels and shit. Okay. Make sure I get it verbatim. I searched for, oh, perfect. I searched for Shamrock and it came up in the emoji thing. I searched for Wave and it came up. Excellent. Okay. Typing it in. Dr. Bob's going to inspire us all to like make our commands more like, what's the right word? Something. We do the only drowned. Step them up, kick them all up a notch, as it were. Okay, hopefully I got this right. I'm going to submit this command. Okay, let's try it out. Let's see if this is good, Blackwater. Let me know if I made any mistakes here. Can I back up 2 pictures? What does that mean? Do you mean 2 pictures up at the same time? Like split screen? I don't think so. The way I could do that is if you edit, like if you make a picture, like if it's one picture, like as in when I say one picture, I mean one file, like one JPEG, for example, or PNG, but it has 2 pictures in it, if that makes sense. Like if you, okay, if what you're saying is 2 things up on the screen at once, I can't put 2 files up on the screen at once, but if you send me 2 pictures or 3 or 4 or however many, I can edit that into one picture that's the right size to put up on the screen, if that makes sense. That probably just, yeah, hopefully that made sense. Oh, yes, indeed, I sure can. Okay, yes, the pictures that are scrolling now. Excellent. Before the courtroom? Okay, I'm guessing probably around here. Okay, I'm going to pause it here. Let me know if you want me to go back or forward from this picture, Dr. Bob. Oh, go back to the car in front of the house. Here? Very cool. We love it. Thank you for great. Back one more. Back one more. Isn't that the one right before it? Hold on. Those are back to back. The thing is that I might be seeing your message. Sometimes it seems like they can be a little bit delayed from when I see it on StreamYard. So I'm going to leave it here for a sec and let me know if you want me to go back because I might be seeing it like a little bit delayed. Okay, freezing here. I'm freezing. We are frozen in time, people. We might get ready, y'all. We might be learning something. We might be learning. Did DSN let us know where he's at on That Be Heard? Let me see here. I think your photo looks nice, Blackwater. Oh, here it is. Okay, he did answer. So, front desk clerk from his car. Oh, dude, I love that part's awesome. Oh my God, that was so good. So good. Wonderful. That was a new one. Blackwater says she feels very confident and assertive with her own command. I'm so happy about that. That's awesome. Okay, see where the front of the white car is? Yes. That is a good reference point for us with this picture. Okay, so my question is this, though. How do we know, like, that's based off of the testimony from the first responders, correct? But I mean, because, like, you know, it was still dark too, right? Like when they showed up. I don't know. Like I kind of, in my mind, the fire hydrant was closer to that mulchy area. Like in my mind, I pictured him like, okay, I'm just gonna say, like in my mind, I pictured him exactly where Dr. Bob describes it, which is in front of the white car, draw a straight line. that the edge of the mulch, that's what I pictured. But in my mind, the fire hydrant was closer to the edge of the mulch. So, you know, linear field, right? Great point. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So let me see. Hold on. How far? See, like in this picture, the edge of the mulch looks a lot closer to the fire hydrant, doesn't it? Right, guys? Is there hope still that the fire hydrant? I just think, I mean, you know, I don't know. It just looks so guilty, doesn't it? Sitting there with its little pointy thing. It's like living his best life out in the free world, roaming around like a fire hydrant. Blackwater says, legend has it the tail light piece is split by mitosis. Yeah, I heard that as well, actually. Right. I mean, that's what got me thinking about it too. Super Planner Girl. The whole point was that no one knows the exact location. Yeah. Okay. You can see where they are. Isn't it still dark though? And isn't there snow? I honestly, it's been so long since I've watched it. Maybe we should watch it. Maybe we should pull it up and watch it. Should we do that? Miss Roberts. I don't even remember on Miss Roberts. Oh my God. Poor. Let's ask Jen. Miss Roberts. Hold on. Let me see something. You guys, you know what? This is a place where dreams come true, hopefully. Hold on. Let me just see something. Some of you guys can probably predict what I'm doing right now. Oh, Miss Roberts, as in Carrie Roberts? Is that who you meant? Carrie Roberts? Oh, okay. But you're saying we can see it on the second officer's body cam? Right. And it's the thing is that I don't like, she's credible, right? She's credible, right? But the problem is that that's still not very precise. And also it was dark and there was snow on the ground, right? So it's not even that I'm doubting. It's just, this is why, y'all, this is why people are supposed to measure. You know what I mean? So DSN, Jen, you have to do it like a demon goblin, the way she does it, or it doesn't count. So, okay. Second officers, let me just see something. Where did what happened to night driving? Did I pause it or did it just end? It might have just ended. I think that's what happened, and then it reset the volume. All right, let's do this again. I'm just checking something out. So, okay, let me just see something. You guys, again, like hold on. Let me get this situated. Just trying to do work a little magic, you know. So let's see something here. Why is my thing? No, there we go. Are we? Okay. Okay. I think it's, there we go. Cool. So let me try this and see if it works. Yeah. That was so stupid. I'm stupid, you guys. Okay, hold on. Choo, a boom, boom, choo. Squirrels. Yeah. Yay for squirrels. It's really hot here. Is it hot where you guys are? I've noticed the animals doing really funny things, and it's really cute. There was this one squirrel, and I thought maybe the squirrel was like hurt or sick. And I noticed this a couple of days ago. It was lying my neighbor's driveway, right, like out in the sun, basically, not in the shade, on the hot concrete, and it was splayed out with its arms and its legs and its tail, and it had its head flat down, and it was like not moving. Like it was just like, I was like, what's happening? And I was like, right when I was about to go over and try to like save its life, it was fine. I think it was just trying to cool down or something. And it was really funny. And then here's what's so crazy though. The next day, I noticed it at the exact same time of the day, in the exact same place, facing the same direction, lying in this exact same manner. It was so funny. And then tonight, I noticed a bunny in my yard also lying there, like lying as if it's like a heat nap or something. Like, just, the bunnies don't ever do that. You know, it was like lying down on its side all weirdly. Again, you know, I probably would have really worried about it were it not for the fact that now I've seen this is the thing that the animals are doing, and it was fine. It was just taking like a little, like a heat nap, if that's, you know, a thing. So let me just see. Okay, you guys, let's do this. Hold on. Pause night driving. Feels like an armpit, right? Shout out to Coroner Armpits as well. Blackwater says, I'd rather start competition with Medusa than ask Jen, to be honest, right? Yeah, it is hot in here and stormy. We had thunderstorms. We've been having them. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I think it's day 2. You guys, again, probably could see this coming because y'all know how my brain works. I can't just leave well enough alone. So I guess it's not. I guess in this case, it's really not leaving well enough alone, right? Because they didn't do their job. So now we have to try to make up for all their shitty investigative work or lack thereof. Let's just do their job for them, I guess. Okay. Hang on. There it is. Did you guys miss it? Oh my God, you guys. Did you? It's been a few days. There it is. It's that. Oh my God. Wow. This is funny. This is day 2. Okay. My goal is this. Look at this. There's timestamps. This is new. Oh my God. They put timestamps. It only took them weeks. Holy crap. This is going to make things very much better. So, okay. I don't remember. You said it was the second body cam. I don't even know. I just don't. Dr. Bob, do you remember which witness it was? Was it Stephen Seraph? Was it Stephen Mullaney? Was it Tim Nuttall? I don't think it was him. It was probably one of those other people. Because I think on day 1, it was just the opening statements in the family. Was it Anthony Flamati? Do you remember? I know it did because like NBC Boston is what I've been using for all the live footage and for like the recaps, and like this is the first time I've seen timestamps, which is really funny. Did it really have? I mean, it should have its own Facebook page. No, you said there's body cam though. Oh, you're saying the body cam was in her testimony? No way. I think we'd already seen that body cam though, hadn't we? They would have to get that in from the officer whose camera. Well, I say that. Sorry. My brain has already been reverting back to the way normal things are done, but that's in any other universe that would have to come in from the person whose body worn camera it was, or who was operating the vehicle with the dash cam. Or you're saying it was from her? Was it from her car? Now I'm trying to remember. Let me scroll back up because I remember you said something about a second witness. Hold on. Car cam. Okay. Second, yeah. So this is what I was saying. So this is what I was looking for, because Dr. Rob said if you watch the second officer's body cam footage, second officer's cam footage. So second officer. So wouldn't that be this? I think is the second officer here. I think. Let's just see. This is what we're looking for.
29. Were you?
Why don't you hold on a minute for that?
Okay, Hirons. Okay, let me just
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
because we can see usually. Hold on.
Stretcher.
Yes.
And
Aha!
stretcher.
Yes.
Looks like there's video
And
coming.
beyond sort of the visual observations,
Here,
tactile,
I can do this now. Look, guys, fancy.
other observations.
I saw it. I was scrolling and I saw it. Hold on.
Put up exhibit 25. And
Here we
just sort of
go.
pause it
Let's
as
see.
soon as it comes up. So, Officer Millennium, directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as exhibit 25. Generally speaking,
I think this is the one. This is. I think this is the same one.
Consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road. That
So I think what it is they, because I remember when we saw that video with Carrie, we had seen it before. The only difference is that they were having her describe what she was doing because she's seen on camera. This is the same footage. It should be anyway.
Yes.
And if I remember correctly, they play it for a while where he's driving up to the scene.
Ask for exhibit number 3.
Oh no, these are still pictures. Hold on.
You recognize what
The house.
you observed. And
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
residents. First, that be
It
to
looked like it was a video, but that was
landmarks or
fake
things.
video.
And may I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
So, sir, reason this, and I'm going to try not to blind anybody. This
Probably
is
sounds
a,
worse than
laser
what in the end.
Officer, if I could ask you, using attention to located when you first.
Right in this area.
Okay, here we go, guys.
Thank you, sir. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Right in this
And
area.
also
There's
you
just
can-
snow everywhere, though. Great.
Position.
Thanks, Ron.
Helpful. Oh, now it's cross. Okay.
Good morning, officer.
Morning.
How the heck? Only in this trial, right? Would they not actually get that? Okay. Hold on. There's just no way. They have to get that. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Let's see. Let's try this, dude. Does he? I remember thinking we'd seen it. Okay. Here we go. Let's try this. Ah,
Just
bingo.
to orient everybody,
Bingo.
does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were
Here we
looking
go.
at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Grace. Awesome.
That's what I thought, random girl. Thank you. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Officer Seraph, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Seraph, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds and what she says. Go ahead.
This is the wrong guy. So we need to see. Hold on.
Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
Yeah, that's listening to the audio.
Does it appear to you that she said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I couldn't understand anything.
Maybe
Okay.
what I need to do. Let's do this. Let me go back to day 1. Hold on. Shout out to NBC Boston. Where are you? Day 1 a trial. I'll just sing some songs here. Okay.
Keith, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24(2)(a)(2). To these indictments, the
Right.
defendant has pled that she is not
Okay.
guilty and for trial has put
So
herself
let's
upon the country, which country you
there's
are, and you are
any-
sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is
Direct your attention to this. This is just a laser point. I'm trying not to point it at anybody's eyes. But, basically, this button here, if you just click on that, that will shine wherever you want. Okay. Where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when you
Aha.
first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay,
This
so
is like
further off to the left, is
Stupidest
that correct?
picture
That's
ever to
correct.
ask that question for so many reasons. God damn it. Why are you using this picture that doesn't, I swear to God, it doesn't show the whole.
Before we get to
Lolly, Okay.
these enlarged, thank
make it bigger. That's what you.
you. Now, Officer Sheriff, do you recognize what
It's a street.
Terrible.
that's, fair enough.
Oh my God, y'all.
And that's what's up on the screen. Okay. Action arrived correct? And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 14?
What
Yes.
is this?
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around. A little bit.
Ah, okay. Let me get
Thank you
here.
so much. Now, from this photograph, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in Exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes,
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
The thing is,
And in
here's the
regard,
thing, guys, all of this is pointless because here's the thing. They need to be showing pictures that look like this, where there's no snow. Like this to me, oh my God, y'all, it's just, but beyond the fact they didn't measure it, they didn't take pictures, they're not even showing pictures to the only people who were witnesses to the, they're not even showing pictures where you can actually see anything in the yard. Like, first of all, the pictures are like, look at this. The picture is you can't even see the windows on the bottom portion of the house. How do you even have a picture this bad? I don't even know how you have a picture this bad. Did they go in and make it bad on purpose? Because why can't you even see the windows? Then add to that, there's the snow. Like at least show pictures with the yard like this, right? I mean, I don't understand. I just help me understand. Someone help me understand. Yeah, what kind of footprint? So, okay, looks like this might be the video. Okay, hold on. This might be what we were looking for. Yay! Hold on. Guys, there it is. Found it. Found it. Woo! Yay! You know what this makes me think of? A road trip. Shout out to the road trip group. While he's driving along on the road again.
This right here is Fairview.
Okay. Yeah, right. I'm ready. I'm ready.
gentlemen, if you could just pause it there for 1 second.
I paused it when Lolly said deposit because this is a great view.
So, officer,
My God.
similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
On the road again. It looks like he's not having any trouble in the snow, by the way.
Right about now, I
I don't think that's a good view.
believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark. And then I'd ask you to.
Please see, mother. Yeah, that's right, Blackwater.
Right there.
He said right there. I don't know. I don't know why he said right there. I have my mouse on the pause. Okay, there's the car, right?
Right there.
He's pausing it.
Officer Sheriff, this is, you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the 3 females.
I have to say something. I can't see any people in this, but TSN says, oh, young and naive we were back then. I know, right? Doesn't this feel like going back 10 years in your, like 10 years ago in our lives? It's like, wow, I was just a child. Okay. He says, I'll see him. I don't know. This just looks like so shitty and hard to see. I mean, I remember that happening, but like, again, it felt like 10 years ago.
Waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer directly.
We were but we children.
Number 1, where the vehicle is that you.
No matter what age you are now, we were all children.
2, where you observed, the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and
I know.
the females are right there.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Kilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
I hear people. Here's the problem, though. See, now his dash cam is going to be situated right there and not move, right? I didn't see anybody waving. Am I crazy? Hold on. Let me go back a couple frames. Am I blind? Am I crazy? Probably both.
Wouldn't mind just running this straight through.
I mean, there's the
until about 7.5
flagpole.
minutes.
I'm not seeing anybody wave. You guys, what is wrong with me? There he was. Y'all, I don't know. Maybe I just, my eyes. I don't know. Let me look on the other, because I have another monitor up to do this for y'all. Let me look on the other screen and see if it's any better.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Kilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
It's quick. I mean, I'm looking for it. I just don't know.
Just running this.
Or should I be looking for people waving or someone lying in the snow? Because my thought was the waving is where how you know where the body is. I don't think I can do one frame because it's on YouTube.
Straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
Okay, pause it there. I mean, it only lets you go back and forward by 5 seconds. Like that seems to be the. You know what I can do, you guys? I know what I can do. Hold on. Brilliant. You guys, I have a brain after all. I have a brain after all, I promise. Look, check it out. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're going to watch it. Hold on. This is brilliant. How did it take me this long? Hold on. We're going to watch it. How do I make that go away now? Okay. We're going to watch it on slow mode and see if this helps, because now I should be able to pause it more accurately. Hold on. Thank you, Blackwater. I do feel.
Wouldn't mind.
Sorry, Wally. I do feel smart.
Straight through
This
until
is-
about 7.5.
Wow, that's special. Hold on. Like, in other words, am I in the right place, or should we be looking as he's pulling up right here, like after Lolly says to keep going? Let me just pull it back again. A flash of white on the left, says PSN. You guys, do I need to go? I don't know why I can't. I promise I'm not. I see it. Is there anyone else who also cannot see it, or is it just me? Hold on. Oh my God. Let me mute it. I'm going to mute this because this is going to sound really weird. Hold on. Okay. Let me go back. It's just going to sound super crazy. Well, I tried to mute it and it didn't work. So there you go. Y'all, I have it muted. Why is it? I muted it. Okay, let's try that again. Fucking hell, man. Okay. It should be playing, but we can't hear anything because there's... Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, let's see. I'm not... Oh, there it is. I just saw it for the first time. I just saw it for the first time. Okay, now that I know where it is, hold on. I just saw it for the first time. Oh my God, I feel like a newborn baby or something. Like taking my first breath. Hold on. That was the first time I saw the wave. Okay. There it is. Okay. Wow. Yeah, if you don't know where you're looking for it, it's hard to see. That's what I know. So there's the flagpole. The thing is, though, is that right. Okay. So, hold on. Okay, let me pause it right here. This actually, you guys, this is all going to be worth it, I promise, because check it out. Look at what we're looking at right now. Wow, how nice. We can see things, and it's so nice. We can see clearly now. The snow is gone. Let me go back to this nonsense, and let's just see. So this is actually good. We can do a comparison. Smartness, brains, and the like. Hold on. Okay. There they are. Do you guys feel like you're getting a better sense of where we are in reference to the flagpole? Because that's the only thing you can really tell in this pic, right? Now let's go back to this. Okay. 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 Yeah. 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 That was helpful. I think that was helpful. The only thing, though, is that with this, hold on. I wish we could see the fire hydrant, but you can't get, let me back it up just a little bit. Hold on. It looks like they are directly in front of the flagpole, right? Am I wrong? Like literally, I mean, obviously the flagpole's skinny. Right? Like, are they directly, hi, Abby, happy to see you. But they're like directly, they're not to the side, right? Like essentially where they're waving is like right in line with the flagpole, right? Or is it, okay, it's the angle of the camera. Well, this is the best thing we got though, right? I mean, because let me back it up again. Oh God, hold on. Happy to see you, Abby. Hold on. We did it. We're doing it, guys. We're going to solve this. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so there they are. See, once he pulls up closer, I feel like you can get a better idea of where they are. Let me keep playing it. See, like right there. Wait, what's that thing? Hold on. Is that just the frame moving crazily? Yeah, that's the frame moving crazily, and that's okay. Let me do this. Let me put it on. Let's do this half speed or 0.5, whatever. Let me back it up. Okay. Yeah, see, it still looks weird. Interesting. Huh. Do we want to watch it again at all? And do we want to watch it faster or slower? Y'all let me know what would be helpful for you guys. Slowing it down at least was helpful for me because I couldn't see a goddamn thing. So I'm glad I thought of that. Brains, I has them kind of. See, then it gets weird because of like the way I don't know what that's due to. It glitches there on the side. But like as he gets closer, it does look like they're directly in front of it when he's actually more in line and not in an angle, right? Oh, good. DSN. This means the world to me. I'm so happy that I'm not just wasting y'all's time. And this is the best one we've got, right? In terms of being able to see it. So let's like, just for fun, because we're here, why don't we slow it? Let's just slow it down. Let's see how slow we can do it. How slow can you go? Can you go down slow? That's like that song, whatever that song is, but, you know, I've changed words. What is that? The cha-cha slide, maybe? Okay. I'm going to pull this back up again. The culprit, potentially. Well, Super Planner Girl, it took me a million years. I will help you. Look, I'm sure you're not the only one. Let's make sure everyone that is here can see. Okay, we don't leave any squirrels behind. No squirrel left behind, I say. So hold on, let me pull this back up. Okay. So where it's paused right here, can you see? If you can see, hold on. I'm going to make this. I have a great idea. You guys, I have a great idea. I'm going to make it so you can see my cursor. Oh my God, that's brilliant. How I feel you guys, I just did a second smart thing. The only thing is I have to pull this down so I can change how I'm sharing my screen. So give me 1 sec and I'm going to share it so that you can see my mouse. There we go. No squirrel left behind. Like I said, for real. All right. So let's do this. Aha, look, you guys, y'all, we're doing it. We are going to solve this. All right. So Super Planner Girl, let's do this. Let me back it up a second here. Hold on. No squirrel left behind. Okay. So I'm going to pause it, even though it's paused, but it's going to play in a sec. So let me show you. Here's where they are. They are right here. And it's really hard to see until you see the wave, and the wave is hard to see. But once you see it, then you can't unsee it, and then you know where they are, okay? But that's where I can show you with my mouse. This is good. I wish I could make like a red circle or something, but anyway, okay. So I'm going to get my mouse ready. There's the wave right there. Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Random Girl says, I think the other camera, you can see them off to the side. Which other camera? If you let me know, I'll find it. Did you see it, Super Planner Girl? Did everyone see it? Can everyone see the waving? Right, DSN, correct. You can't tell if they're parallel with it or towards the house side. That's exactly right, right? It is like apparition quality. It really is. It's like those videos where they're like hunting for ghosts or whatever. Have you guys seen those shows where they're like, oh, look, it's ghosts. And then they're like, it's a light. It's like that type of thing. Literally. You're so welcome. Yeah, I was annoyed when I couldn't see it for the however long that was when I couldn't see it. You know, like the song, I was blind, but now I see, whatever, Amazing Grace, whatever, you know, I was blind, but now I see. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. Anyway, so just one more time, just for fun. Hold on. There it is. See, now once you see it, then you can see it, right? So now let's see, let's put it, let's try 0.75 because we haven't done that yet. Oh my gosh, you guys, look, heavy rain, it says. Boy, am I glad I rolled up my car windows because it looked sunny, but I was like, I don't trust it. Anyway, I was like, I don't trust the weather these days. Okay, hold on. It should go any second here. It's just, there we go. Wow, it is so fast, isn't it? That's insane. Let's do it one more time. This is still not even on normal speed, by the way. Wow. Okay, crazy. Okay, so y'all, let me. I think that's correct. That's what I'm thinking. To the left of the flagpole and to the right of the fire hydrant. And so the question is, but see, you can't see the fire hydrant from this, right? Well, let me actually, having said that, well, I don't think you can see the fire hydrant, right? Super planner girl, who knows? Murder, right? This is right. It's terrible. It is the best evidence we have, though. Isn't that insane? Random girl, let me know which witness that came in through. If there's another camera where you can see it, please let me know and I will find it. So let me share my screen back the other way because then it's better. Hold on. Okay. And let me put everything back to normal so that if we go to watch something else, we aren't all confused. Why is it slow and muted? Well, okay, now it's back to normal. Okay, so might be the rest of the same officer's dash. Okay. So I know he's, okay, let's just see. I know he's parked here, right? Are you thinking it's before the part we just watched or after? Kitsmits is here. Kitsmits. We're chasing down wild geese. That is really funny. I just saw this comment. Why does my phone autocorrect think to thunk? That's great. I like it. It's creative, right? Your phone is like, yeah, I don't play by the rules. I beat my own drum or whatever it is. Sometimes I feel like, Laura, whenever I try to do like one of the most common sayings of all time and I just butcher it, it's wonderful. So see him off to the side. So see, this dash cam is only going to be pointed here until he goes to leave, right? Unless he moves his car or something, right? Looking for vodka. That's creative. Oh, right. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Just one goose. That is just one goose. Yeah. Yeah, the angle doesn't change. Yeah. So it's a different random girl. Come back and let us know which witness you're referencing. So we are, dude, Kitsmits, we've been trying to do what no one in law enforcement could do, which is determine where the body was. So what we've been doing is comparing, and thanks to Dr. Bob and his physics, we've been comparing this picture here where you can actually see the yard and the flagpole and the fire hydrant to the body cam where you can see not really the body, but you can see where the ladies are at. They're waving. And we've been watching it. It took me forever to find it, but we found it frame by frame. And we've been comparing the two, basically. And so this is just, again, this is the best from what we know. Here, I'll back it up again real quick. This is the best evidence we have where the body
Ms.
was.
Tillman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
There, that's it. I mean, that's the evidence. Like, it's insane, right? It's insane. So yeah, so like the flagpole, and then we've been doing all that. So if anyone else, though, I don't know if anyone else remembers if there's where that other witness is, let me know. Oh, I can hear thunder. Thunder and lightning. Isn't there a song about that? Oh, what is it? Kung Fu fighting. Isn't it in there? Oh my God. Oh, wow. I have not seen any mosquitoes out yet. And I probably shouldn't have said that because now I feel like I probably jinxed myself. But we had them really bad two summers ago. And they I feel like every mosquito in Greensboro came and flocked and attacked me. I may have told that story before, but literally they would get inside my house and sting my eyeballs while I was sleeping, or my eyelids rather. So it was just torture, basically. They left me alone for my whole life, and then they made up for it 2 summers ago, and then some. I had to pay interest on the fact that I was pretty much always left alone by mosquitoes, and they're like, "Ha ha, you're gonna wish you were dead." It was really bad, actually. Well, okay, so right, I know, I hate that for you, Super Planner Girl. So if anyone, do y'all want me to go looking for the other body cam? I mean, this is the last witness of day 1. I think we checked the day 2 witnesses. Does anyone remember which witness? It's probably Googleable. Let me see. I think that footage that we just saw is the same one that they used with Gary Roberts on the stand. I'm pretty sure. So let me see. That was day 1. Day 2, we already went through, and they didn't have, back when they were doing only these teeny tiny half days. It was silly. Day 3, we didn't check. Let's just see. Because now that they have timestamps, wait, you guys. So they have timestamps. Remember, I spoke to you. So they have timestamps for days 1 and 2. That's what they're caught up on. That's fucking funny. Oh, man. So see, when I do this, y'all can let me know too, because you can see it. We can see if there's video footage, right? Body cam, because you can tell. What was that? Another shitty picture of, hold on. Let's hear about these supposed footprints, because that's a good one.
Exhibit number 9 up on the screen. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
The house.
This is a picture of the house where you can't see ours. Amazing. Wow.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14.
Yeah, that's crazy, Super Planner Girl. Wow. Super Planner Girl was saying she got
Again,
busted
so
by
what's up on
a
screen?
yard.
Do you recognize what that is?
I see blood, snow,
What? It looks like a leaf.
general area. Not sure.
What? It looks like a leaf or something. What?
And lastly, Ms.
This
Gilman,
is
if I could have
insane.
exhibit number 18.
Wait, what was
And,
Johnny Solo? Hold on. What's Johnny Solo? Do you guys see my mouse? Johnny Solo? What is that? Interesting. Interesting.
And again, firefighter Formati. Do you recognize what's depicted up on screen as exhibit number 18?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness room?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, Randall, I don't know. Split screen. So, yeah, when was that, man? I'm trying to think because I feel like most of the dash cam, it came in early and then they played it again with other witnesses, some of them, right? Abby says, tell her to say no to taking an overnight shift. Say no. Dude, Abby, just say no. Just say no. You have to learn how to just say no. You do. You have to learn how to just say no. I had to learn that lesson the hard way. Oh my God. If you guys hear thunder, it's because there's thunder. So I remember as a music major in college, that's the thing. If you're the top violinist, literally, everyone will ask you to do all of the things to where you need to clone yourself about 50 times to do them all. And then no matter who you say no to, you feel like you're letting somebody down. I totally understand. My best friend in college for all of my undergraduates said, Chelsea, you have to learn how to say no. I couldn't learn it until my senior year in college. It took me that long. And finally, I learned how to say no, and it was so amazing. I'm telling you, it's life-changing. You have to learn how to say no. It's a really important thing, really. Oh my God, I know. Because it wasn't in the forecast. It's so funny because, like I said, it wasn't in the forecast. And then I was like, I don't trust it. I was like, I feel a storm coming. And I was like, I'm going to make sure my car windows are rolled up. Because it's like when it's so fucking hot, you guys, I have black. My car is black and the interior is black, okay? And like, if the windows are all the way rolled up and you go to get in the car, it's been sitting out there and it's sunny. And right now it's been super humid. It's like sitting inside of a hot, burning, steamy oven that's burning you on your legs from the seat. And the air is too hot and too thick to breathe. It's great, really. So like, that's why I'm like, well, I have to just leave my windows cracked because otherwise it's like the steam is just too much. You open the car and it's like so much hotter, you know? Anyway, so, but I was like, I'm going to make sure the snow, right. All of the pictures that he's been showing so far that we've seen reviewing these first couple days, they're all covering it. That's what I pointed. I pointed that out. I was like, you can't see the flower bed. You can't see the mulch. You can't see anything. And you can't even see again, look at the quality of this picture. You can't even see the windows on the bottom of the house. It's like they tried, like you couldn't, how did they even have a picture this bad? It's cutting off half the yard, more than half the yard. But the fact that you can't see those bottom windows is insane. That just goes to show you. Like, I don't know how that even is. They must have like made it bad on purpose because I don't know. I know. I understand, Abby, but you know what? You have to do it at some point, and it's never going to be easy. But the first time, but once you do it, then it becomes easier to do. Yeah, you got to say no. So it is very weird about that. So, okay. So I don't know about the split camera dash cam. I'll keep looking around. Oh, what's this? Oh, hey, you guys, I said it and there it is. That is crazy. Did you guys just see that happen? That was insane. I said it and there it was. Whoa. It's a miracle, guys. It's a miracle. You guys, Abby, take this as a sign that you should say no.
The video,
Even though it's unrelated.
video, it's probably 3 minutes.
Y'all.
It's a firefighter
Yeah.
Nuttall,
Chop it
firefighter
down.
Nuttall. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong notes.
found it.
Firefighter Famaki, where on
found
the video, my client.
Here we go. I found
Yes, you can use the laser pointer as you wish. This is just to orient you, if I may, Your Honor.
split.
The top,
screen.
this,
Go.
let's see if I can do this.
This is
There
good
we go.
stuff, I think.
The top is a
Oh my
dash
God,
cam
yes.
from one cruiser.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna see counsel at sidebar for a
No.
second.
Just when we finally were getting somewhere, you guys. So we've got Seraph and Good. Okay, she's gonna see them at sidebar. Damn it. Let me go past the fan. All right, you guys, it looks like he got it in. That's good news
I'd like to see it.
for justice. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, hang on. Let me do the speed thing. I have the need for less speed. Try this for starters. Whoa, whoa. Like they're flying through space at a slow speed. Trippy. Flying through space. Okay. So this is good. This is good. There's Kieran. Wow. You know, it's funny you should ask that because as I don't know if you guys heard me. I don't know if I said it out loud. Sometimes I think stuff and I don't know if I say it out loud. I actually, at some point when we were trying to figure out whose camera it was and where the best angle was, I did have a thought and I was like, don't I have a faint memory that he moved his car? And then I was like, nah, that didn't happen. And then we were like, I said, and I know that other people said, you don't see the camera until he leaves, right? But I did think that. So I don't know. Are we just having the same crazy made up thoughts, or either that or it actually happened? So I do feel like there was testimony about somebody moving their car, and now, yeah. All right, so let's see. Oh, that's a house. No. A house, but not the house. Here we go. Now he's taking a right. Okay. Okay, okay. All right, all right, all right. All right. Yeah. On the road again. Whatever it is. I don't know. Isn't that a song or on the road again? You should be there soon, I think. Oh, wait, what? Oh, another right turn. Okay. So now this should be the road. You can. It looks like there's more snow than the other one, right? Like, just or am I crazy? Yeah, it looks like there's more snow. Even on the cars that are parked and stuff. Like compared to when Sheriff got there. Okay, I see some blue light. That's fine. We're getting close. We're getting close. Okie dokie. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Blinded by the light. I'm up like a deuce. Oh, the fire trucks and shit are there. Okay. Wow, all right. Oh, what have we got here, you guys? Okay. So, how the heck are they facing? Hold on. So did everyone move their cars? Oh my God. Oh, already moving his body on the stretcher. Okay. Yes, did you have a question? Sorry, I wasn't reading the chat because I was looking at the thing. Did you have a question, Dr. Bob? Flagpole. I don't know when that was from. Oh dear. You couldn't see that far over earlier. Okay. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Thank you. That's what I was thinking, DSN. That's what I was thinking. Right. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Just glad you confirmed that for me. Thank you. Yes. Oh, there's lightning. So you can see, do you guys, okay, I said, sorry I missed your comment earlier, Dr. Bob. Did you want me to like, I'm reading the chat now, so let me know if you want me to do something. I was busy staring at this, so I didn't miss anything where I needed to pause it and then singing made up songs. So, but like, I didn't want to like look at the chat and then miss a place where I needed to stop it. So, okay, let me back it up just a second because this is interesting. I feel like, okay, now that we know what's going on, kind of. Aha, okay. It's interesting, right? Because so I feel like to orient yourself, because it is interesting seeing it from opposite angles, isn't it? So I'm trying to think. Okay, do. Huh, but, I'm still confused, you guys. I'm still confused, and here's why. I'm still confused because look, this is the house. That's the garage. That's the house there, isn't it? Unless the house across the street has an identical garage, right? That looks like the garage of the house, right? Maybe the house across the street has the exact same garage. That would be the only explanation, because I don't understand how else this could be the way that it is. Because, like, look, house, right? It must be the house across the street, though. Because back of car, front of car. Oh my goodness me. Oh boy. You know what, Black Widow, you're going to be able to see this shit so well. Let us know if you see anything interesting. Awesome. Rewind to the stretcher part in the top tile. Okay. How far back is that? Because it's entirely possible that my eyeballs fall on stretcher part. You know what? When we were watching, I was watching the bottom camera when we were doing this. I don't know. Let me just see. The stretcher part in the top tile. Let me know. Am I in the right area of the vicinity of the stretcher? Oh. Okay.
That's the.
I didn't see any. Okay, back up more. Okay, yeah, I was going to say I didn't see the stretcher part. Oh, I bet that's it. Hold on. Let me play it and then hit the back arrow because that'll be the easiest way to do it. Hold on. Hold on. This will be the best way to do it. Okay, this has got to be the right place. This has got to be. Yep. I can tell. All right, cool. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Dr. Bob is like literally, I'm watching this. Had Dr. Bob hadn't pointed it out, I completely, totally would have missed this. I'm glad you guys can see my mouse. That is where they are putting him on the stretcher. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. 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 Okay. Yeah, I totally missed that. Incredible. Wow. So where's the ambulance in relation to them putting him on the stretcher? I guess we'll find out. So they're still right here with the stretcher, I guess. So now you can hear sirens, I think, a little bit. Oh, there they go. There they go. There they go. Okay, they're rolling them, I guess, on the stretcher. Yep, yep, yep. There they go. There they go. Wow. I mean, I don't know that that helps us know where his body was all that much, but that's the flagpole. So, you know, there's that. I think your comments might be a little bit delayed because that totally looked like them putting him on the stretcher. So, Dr. Bob, and not that it's from you, it could be StreamYard because I know this happened before. What's that going on over there? Oh, what's that? What's happening there? You guys see what I'm talking about? What was that? That totally looked like a ghost. Hold on. Huh. Speaking of weird things, like, look, you guys, like, what is this? What the hell is this business? That is wild. What is that? What is that? What the hell is that? White thing. Does any, oh, a blanket. Okay, thank you. Wow, just that's wild to me. Pretty ghost. Well, I don't know if there's that much more we can gain from this, but I do think it was helpful to do the side by side because that way we could all see, like, you know, again, like we said, we can't, it's hard to tell exactly, but we could see he was in front of that flagpole, right? And maybe a little bit to the left of it. That's what it kind of looked like. And yeah. Why am I so funny? So yeah. Let me know, you guys let me know if anyone wants to watch it again. With yeah, I know that's exactly what's happening. Let me know, you guys, if you want to watch any more of this or back up and watch the other part again. Let me just go ahead and put it on normal speed just so I don't forget like an idiot. Okay, so but yeah, I mean, you know, luckily, we're going to hear from the MEs really soon. Like tonight, we're going to hear from Dr. Scordi-Bello. And like now that we have the visuals and we know where to find them, we can pull them back up again, you know? So that's really good. I mean, I always have this pulled up because this is my little intro video, right, that we're looking at right now. But like, at least I know where I can pull up these videos with the dash cam. So, if we want to reference them again, we can. So, but let's do this, my friends. Let's jump in to the feature presentation, as they say. Without further ado, I present to you the next recap video.
It's a house.
Did you guys like my trumpet fanfare noise?
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
Wow, guys.
From
Fucking hell. That was relevant, wasn't it? Did you guys hear that? Let me play that again. From what we just did. Hold on. That's crazy. Just when you think it's a wild goose chase and then it's like, oh, this is exactly relevant.
It's a house.
I don't think I did Kitsmitz's thing when she got here, so let me do that. Kitsmitz.
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because
Did you just hear that question though? Hold on. Hold on. As far as to itself, what? Ollie. Hold on.
It's a house.
And so
What?
as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
As far as to itself where it was? What the fuck does that mean?
from what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we're within about 3 feet of exactly where.
So, you know, this is super fucking relevant, right, guys? This was not planned. That whole body thing was like, obviously, this is a question that is like important to be answered that has not been answered through this trial. And so that's what we were doing. But I didn't remember that literally where this was going to start was exactly him talking about how precisely he's able to pinpoint where the body was. Now let's just remember. So this is picking up where we left off from last time. He's using the GPS location data from the phone. And this is what he's discussing is how accurate it is. And it's not that accurate, of course, right? Of course it isn't. So he's like, here, let's listen to his answer again. He doesn't actually bullshit it, which is great. He's actually one of the more honest, if not maybe the most honest of the law enforcement that were involved.
Body was found. How accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we're within about 3 feet of exactly.
We believe we were within about 3 feet. And then that time he had the word exactly. We believe we were within about 3 feet of exactly
where he was found.
Yeah.
And from that distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, 72 feet. Not accounting the stairs.
No reference for how far that is.
Now, from your review of that data that you were talking about from that 12:35 and 12:25 and 30 seconds through 12:25 and 36 seconds when it fluctuates, what time period of that what time period of any of the times that you observed
What type of question is that?
it possible that John O'Keefe was actually anywhere near 34 Fairview Road, the house?
I know it's hard.
Ask it differently.
Within those fluctuating circles of GPS data that you were talking about,
The
what
fluctuating
time
circles
period
involved-
did those encompass the actual inside of the residence?
That's right. And the circles fluctuate. That's the other thing. The circles are the circles of the GPS location data from the phone. They fluctuate. I mean, it's just
To 34 Fairview Road.
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the inside of Fairview. That 4th second, it's right on the edge of the corner of the house. And then the 5th and 6th second, they're just showing the front yard.
so. Remember, one thing we learned of many things, we learned a lot from the Murdaugh trial. One of the things was that when it comes to the phones and the location data and all that, right? The most accurate thing you can have is the iPhone cache data. Does anybody else remember that part? That is the most accurate one, the iPhone cache. But that's only if you have like all your location shit turned on and you're like actively using the phone and shit, right? Like what Paul was. Paul's lifestyle, if you're trying to get cell phone data, that's like a gold mine as long as you can get into the phone, right? Because like he did all the things all the time on the phone and had all the shit turned on. And so he had all the iPhone cache data. And so, I mean, that was really fucking close. And it's not, you know, iffy the way that he's saying that, you know, the range they can get from the satellites fluctuates depending on, like, for example, a cloud goes by, you know, and that type of thing. So,
And that time period, as far as those GPS data from those circles, with reference to the following time periods after those, what, if any, based on your training experience, what, if any, opinions were you able to draw from sort of that data?
why?
So he would have to go from the GPS point that's listed.
So this is again how you can tell he's prepared. Not that, I mean, of course, witnesses should be prepped. This is how you can tell he's prepped, because that question was absolute utter nonsense, but he knew what Lolly was asking.
It would take him, you know, a second and a half to get to the house, and then a second and a half back where his body was found, where his phone was underneath him. He'd have to go about 48 feet a second when I did a velocity calculation, which is about 32 miles an hour. A second to the house, a second back. There was no GPS points ever showing inside the home, the backyard of the home. There's no lat and long listed. It's just the degree of accuracy from the GPS signal.
Right. And that's
72 feet from where Mr. O'Keefe's
the iPhone cache gives a lat and long.
body was found to the front door of 34 Fairview Road in order for...
Y'all remember on Murdaugh how we had the lat and long on there? Like it was easy to tune it out because it was like on the maps, like in the full timeline, but it had like a million numbers, and it was like, you know, they had the numbers included on there, right? But then it had like the little picture with the arrow. Anyway, it was all lat and long because it was iPhone cache data.
Him to be inside of 34 Fairview Road during
Nice
any of those measured time frames, he would have to travel 72 feet and 1.5.
Dr. Bob, I was just asking if he got this calculation correct about velocity. And this is getting objected to and sustained because it's asked and answered.
Objection sustained. The objection sustained.
And sir, again, if I could ask you from Mr. O'Keefe's health data, as far as his specific physical location at the time that it indicates ascending and descending, how far away from 34 Fairview Road was it when it registered that?
It's over a half mile away. So Maplecroft to Pinecone Road.
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time...
Did anyone else notice how many times people go to, say, Pinecone Road and they call it like something else? Like I think it was called, almost every witness has gotten it wrong. And I know he did earlier. It's like Pine Trail Road or Pines something else. I don't know. It's really funny. Has anyone else noticed that? It made me wonder if the road was renamed or something.
From the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll sustain the objection.
First of all, let me just ask you, recognize what's up on the screen now as the next exhibit?
Yes.
Wow, what a difference.
Again, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this slide, and then using that laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you have in this
It's just utterly useless.
particular slide.
So I took an overview of the town of Canton. So this here is the GPS route, and then down over, I can barely see. Let me just look on the map here.
Yeah, it's impossible to see. Good point.
It's not much better. The waterfall bar is right up, I can't really tell, honestly, from this, but it's on Washington Street. That's it's down here. I'm sorry.
Wow.
That's why I included an overview of everything so you could see the full range from the time period with that GPS locations. So when you zoomed in, it actually closed it out, but it's down over here is the waterfall bar. There's a couple of points there listed. And then right around here is when the GPS.
Look at the maps that I have. Okay, hold on. From this, like, let's just remember the boat times. Well, great. Like, hold on. Let's see. I've got a couple maps on here, and I think they're better. Oh, there's the yard. That's a good picture. So there's my maps. Like I did that. I put those little pictures on there so you can see but you guys, you see what I mean? You can see the bottom of the reservoir in the bottom right corner. There's that same reservoir. Of course, it's a little bit different. The reservoir in his map is more centered, but like, look at what I have with the house. There's the house and there's the Canton Police Department. Like I did that. And then let's go to the next map. There we go. Wait, hold on. Go back. I'm talking to the thing. Look at this. Hold on. Okay. Look at that. Because that's pretty close in terms of the view versus
Tracks go.
what is like, y'all. Why does it look like this? Why? Tell me why. Tell me why. Like this is sorry. I don't like look, hold on, let's go back. Yeah, like that's by the way, so there's the 34 Fairview up there. There at the bottom, in case anyone's not really paid attention, which is fine. The bottom there, beneath the reservoir pond, there's John O'Keefe's house. And you can see it says One Meadows Avenue, and there's his house. Because y'all may not have noticed these. Like I put the little, and there's the police department up there. I put the police department. And then there's another one that has the waterfall. Hold on. Let me go to the next. Thank you, Blackwater. Cute squirrel. There's one with the waterfall somewhere. Hold on. Tell me why. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So there's another one that I did. And there's the waterfall right where it's located with a picture of it. And then there's the house at 34 Fairview. And from this, the way the map is zoomed out, you don't get the police department or John O'Keefe's house, but you get those two. But, like, the thing is that if I did that, why the hell do we have this?
And their route, once Waze is activated, down to 34 Fairview. There is a zoomed in version of by Fairview.
Yeah, but it's not any easier to see when it's zoomed in because it's so shitty.
So
What are we looking at in this slide?
Yep.
Good.
So this is the track. This one shows the 12:22 and 14 second GPS point where right here where the little arrow is. That's exactly where they were.
Okay, when I was putting this video together, you know what I thought to myself? Did anybody notice something funny? Did you hear him say little arrow? And now look at where the little arrow is and look at the box and then look at the circles. Does that bring back any memories for anybody? Because you know what it reminds me of? It sure reminds me of the Murdaugh timeline. Because how many law enforcement programs can there possibly be that do? Okay, let's just start with this. Whatever software it is that allows them to do what it is they're doing does not provide them with the map images. Let's just start with that, okay? I don't know where he got these images from, but the software is just plotting up the points and then putting it in a little box, right? Yep, it's got to be the same software, right? But how much better do they do it in Murdaugh? Because look at this. This is insane. The brand name takes up the entire thing and you cannot read anything else. You can only read the brand names on the top and the bottom. And then the image quality is it's pointless. And even where they have the circles, it's pointless. What a difference, right? From Murdaugh, because again, it was the same software, but what you can see how they used it so differently to where it was actually a beautiful perfection miracle of a timeline map thing. Right, I know. Yep. The box covers so much stuff here, and the box has information in it, but we can't tell what that information even is because the only thing you can see is the branding, which was not even there at all. I mean, we know you can get rid of it because they didn't have, like with Murdaugh, do y'all see the size of the white box where the top is blank and then it says tracks? If you were to take everything underneath tracks and delete all of that, That would be the exact size of the boxes in Murdaugh for the same software. It was literally the exact same size as that top white portion of the whole thing. And instead of saying tracks, it had the important information in there where you could read it and you could see it. Yeah, it does look like a paint by number, doesn't it? It really does. It really does.
When the phone is registering the ascending, descending stairs, like listed in Cellebrite.
Oh, those famous stairs.
If you could, using that laser pointer to illustrate to the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would continue down through this little piece here, take the right onto Cedar Crest. They continue down Cedar Crest, missing Fairview
This is completely pointless. I mean, he's moving the cursor or the laser around in the boxes in the way.
right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
And Trooper, what are we looking at in this slide? Specifically, if you could explain to the jury as far as the blue circle with the attached to the left.
If you could look this way, please.
Oh my God, he's going to get yelled at from the lady. So here it's marginally better. I mean, I don't know why the hell they couldn't make this picture. Like, look at the houses. The houses' roofs look green. Did they make it bad on purpose? It really begs the question, because it's like, what the hell, man? How do you even get the houses to look the same color as the grass when the entire point of what they're doing is to show the house and the location? Like, this is insane. But anyway, the circle makes more sense, right? But the problem is, again, this box covers up everything, and it's not even. You don't want to cover it up, even if it was just the important data. But that's not the case here anyway. The things that you can see are the branding, which we know you can remove because they did in Murdaugh.
Attached to the LexisNexis tracks, if you could explain to the jury what that is and what that
Well, we
signifies.
know because it's obvious.
Yeah, so as I said, we loaded this in through LexisNexis, and it gave us the GPS points for the route.
Like, I wonder. So first of all, it's confusing because there is also a legal program called LexisNexis, which is the go-to for federal court documents. But anyway, I wonder if they left it because they're trying to show that they didn't just make this up themselves and they're using actual software. I wonder if that was the point, because Lolly just said LexisNexis and he's repeating LexisNexis. Are they really trying to be like, hey, look, guys, it's real. This isn't just like us making stuff up because we're corrupt.
Point is
It's weird.
348. I just want to double check. Yeah, point 348 is at 12:25 and 30 seconds. The blue circle is the estimated range, so how well the signal for the GPS is. And 34 Fairview is right pretty much by that L.
Trooper, is this essentially the same image, a little bit closer without the graphic as far as the LexisNexis?
That's correct. Yeah, this is 34 Fairview right here, 32, and then again, this is where all the points are for the duration.
As far as the blue circle that's up on the screen, what does that represent as far as this particular point in time for this GPS point 348 at 12:25 and 30 seconds?
Yes, this is as I said before, the range of accuracy due to satellite strength. So as I said, it blows out as it loses strength, and then will come back in as it gets better signal.
Dan Trooper, what's up on the screen? What are we looking at this as far as 12:25:31?
Same area where the 348 is. This is part 351. Again, as you can see, strength of signal blows out, encompasses almost the whole neighborhood, all the houses around.
Again, sir, is this the same GPS point of 351, number 351 at 12:25 and 31 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, just explain to what we're looking at in the slide.
Incredible.
Same thing, just the degree of accuracy and the strength of the satellite signal to Officer O'Keefe's phone.
And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking
Oh,
at
thank
in
you,
this slide,
Blackwater.
what
She
time
can
frame
see
we're
it.
talking
She's not
about.
got a big
Yep, this is point 349, 32 seconds. Again, latitude and longitude, they're all right in the same area, and that's that.
Y'all, you know what you can compare this to? This is like Rudofsky on the stand. It seems like they have a similar role. Like, here you go, you're presenting all of the digital evidence, all the data, putting it in a timeline, putting it with maps, explaining it in a way that pulls the story together. So you guys compare this to Rudofsky with his doing the same task. I mean, I don't know. That's probably not really fair to this trooper, but I don't know, man.
Again, Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS plotting point in the same time frame of 12:25, 32 seconds?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that
Again,
pool,
if you could explain to the jury-
y'all, Dr. Bob is right. That pool is green. Did they just make everything green? I don't understand it. I don't. Everything is green except for the blue circle. Like the houses are green, the pool is green, the road is green. The road is green, you guys. What? Why?
Yeah, and this in particular in relation to the earlier slides with reference to the accuracy that you were talking about.
Yeah. So again, the accuracy blew out as it lost signal, and now it's shrinking back in as accuracy gets better.
And sir, what GPS point or what time frame are we looking at in this particular slide?
It's 12:25 and 33 seconds. Again, same area, lat long, right in the yard of 34 Fairview.
Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS point of number 348 and 12:25 and 33 seconds?
That's correct.
And again, if you could explain to the jury as far as the accuracy and what we're looking at in this one.
Yep. So I believe they actually wasn't that much of a drop off. Yeah. So it went from 88 feet to 72 feet. So the circle still doesn't look like it really shrank much.
And again, Trooper, what time frame and what GPS point are we looking at in this one?
This is 12:25 and 34 seconds. Again, same thing right there, the corner of 34 Fairview and 32 Fairview.
Trooper Guarino, this is the same GPS point number 350, 12:25 and 34 seconds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this one.
Yep. So 34 Fairview is here. So as I said, this point here is the last one where it sort of cuts out the little corner of the house, but everything's still showing directly. This is where it's believed to be.
And what GPS point and what time are we looking at in this one, sir?
This one's 35 seconds, 12:25, 35 seconds. Same thing. Again, GPS point's still saying it's right there where his body was, but again, it dropped from 72 feet of accuracy down to 59 feet. So it's going to show the outside only of the house.
So the signal strength is strengthening at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
Sir, same GPS point at number 346 and same time at 12:25, 35, is that correct?
That is correct.
Trooper Guarino, with regard to this slide, what GPS point is being depicted and what time frame are we looking at?
This is GPS point number 345, and it's 12:25 and 36 seconds. Again, showing that the signal strength has,
What is the
again,
point of
grown
this, right?
and gotten better.
You guys think about the difference in how this was done with Murdaugh. I know a guy just said it, but I'm saying it again. He's literally, I did not cut anything from this except for him asking Mrs. I forgot her name, the court lady, to go to the next slide. That's the only thing I cut. So what Lolly's doing, and what are you seeing in this picture? And what are you seeing in this picture? And what are you seeing in this picture? And what are you seeing in the Trooper? Please tell us what you see in this picture. And that's it. Think about the difference with Murdaugh. It's incredible, right?
And as far as grown and gotten better, what accuracy or what degree of accuracy in feet are we looking at in this?
This is within 52 feet.
And again, sir, this is the same as the previous slide, GPS point number 345, 12:25 and 36 seconds.
That's correct.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just to illustrate to the jury what we're looking at.
Yep. As I said, there's any plotted points anywhere other than right in this area for the rest of the night. This is where it stays, and
It's like, is everything just like covered in slime mold or something?
there's varying degrees of accuracy, but there's nothing ever showing it anywhere else in that neighborhood.
Trooper Guarino, starting with the first page that you have before you, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the first page of that next exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Dude, this is
And
like,
again, if you could,
this is like free advertising for Trax and LexisNexis.
using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this first page of this next exhibit.
Yes. So again, this is from the Waze app. They're tracked from 34 to 34 Fairview down Cedar Crest, again, returning back here. So that's just the bottom half. I just wanted to get a closer view of where the GPS plots were from Cellebrite.
And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this particular slide.
So the purple dots are the GPS points and the route taken. As I said, goes up to, I believe that's 51 Fairview, excuse me, Cedar Crest, and then reverses back. And then this is the final point. It's right here. 34 Fairview is right here. There's a little yellow push pin on it.
And again, sir, I'm sorry, just
God, you
from
can barely see that. That
the
is
timing of the plotting of the points of purple dots that you have there, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone takes in reference. If I could ask you first, if you could just illustrate to the jury this particular slide, where is 34 Fairview?
Right here.
And then if I could ask you with the laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to the path of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in sequence, sort of how it travels and arrives at that location.
Yep. As I shown, goes down Cedar Crest, misses Fairview, goes up to here by the house with the pool, turns around, goes back, takes a right onto Fairview, and then stops ultimately right in between 34 and 32 Fairview, where there's like a flagpole and a fire hydrant right there.
And Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to this slide, what are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the ascending, descending stairs point in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about 50-foot elevation change again. So it's pretty significant. As I said before, he doesn't have an iWatch on, so it's not collecting that great health data. It's still acting as a pedometer. So again, whatever movement he's doing is triggering something in the phone as he's ascending and descending these hills. Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
And Trooper Guarino, what are we looking at in this one?
This timestamp is 12:19 and 32 seconds. That's when the phone initially starts creating the GPS points before Waze is activated with 34 Fairview searched.
Sorry.
So this,
I just saw your comment. Okay, hold it. I probably need to back it up a little bit because I think you sent that a minute ago. Hold on. Hold on. Don't worry, Dr. Bob. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Let me know when, oh, is it here? Is this where you want me to, look at that, it's finally a good picture. Okay, let me know where you want me, let me go back a little bit. Let me know where you want me to stop it. Hopefully it won't be delayed.
Timing of the plotting of the points of purple dots that you have there, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone takes in reference. If I could ask you first, if you could just illustrate to the jury this particular slide, where is 34 Fairview?
right here.
And then if I could ask you with the laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to the path of
Pausing
Mr.
it.
O'Keefe's phone.
Dr. Bob is typing, you guys. Everyone, let's get really excited for whatever genius thing he's going to say. No pressure. So, for anyone who hasn't heard, Trooper Proctor has a hearing on Monday, wherein we will learn the next step in his demise, hopefully. It's not going to be televised or anything, but I'm sure we'll hear about it afterwards. And y'all, I will be sure to cover it. So if you guys are on social media things and see things, feel free to put them in the Discord for me. So I can see them. And then, you know, if there's like something noteworthy, like an interview, you know, we'll watch it and cover it and shit. I will say also, as Dr. Bob is typing, for anyone who missed it, in the last live stream, it was the same day that the Paul O'Keefe interview came out. And so I hadn't seen it yet, and it had only just come out right before the live stream. So in the middle of the recap, we did watch that. I know some of you guys did see it, but we watched it. We watched it twice. The first time without any interrupting. And then the second time with commentary. But I did post another video yesterday, was it? Of the interview, because as I was going through and doing timestamps on that live stream, I had a completely new set of ideas and thoughts that I completely different from the ones I had before. So in case anyone's wondering, I didn't just like clip that from the live. It's a completely different video where I paused it and I had completely other thoughts and whatever, in case anyone's interested. So, and there's, as always, there's like ridiculously detailed timestamps because I can't help myself. So Dr. Bob says, look at that last GPS point. It is right near the flagpole. How does she back up 62 feet from there to hit John and have him still end up there? This is their own evidence. Okay, hold on. So there's the last GPS point. She backs up 62 feet. I have no idea. I mean, he wasn't hit by a car, so like I stopped asking myself these questions once we heard from the medical examiners and the ARCA people. But as a thought exercise, right? We can still go through and pick Wally's case apart for fun, because why not? Right. There you go, Blackwater. Excellent answer from Blackwater. Yeah. But I get it. I know it's just fun to pick the case apart. I get it because Wally sucks. So yeah, I mean the whole thing about the driving, it's make believe. It's just all make believe anyway. You know, but yes, I do appreciate that. Is a good point. That is a good point. I mean, had they been able to produce any type of like actual evidence of the car acts like of him being hit by a car, first of all, let's just start there. And then maybe lay a little bit more foundation. Then questions like this would be things that probably we would want, you know, and the jury, right? Like that would be the next step. But it's like, you know, this whole thing is just nonsense. But yes, it is still good to think about all the ways in which Wally sucks.
Sequence or how it travels and arrives at that location.
Yep. As I shown, goes down Cedar Crest, misses Fairview, goes up to here by the house with the pool, turns around, comes back, takes a right onto Fairview, and then stops ultimately right in between 34 and 32 Fairview, where there's like a flagpole and a fire hydrant right there.
And Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to this slide. What are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the.
Did you see? He just almost called the road wrong. He was going to call it Maple something, and then he was like, "Excuse me, Pine Cone Road." See, I told you guys, I wasn't making it.
The ascending, descending stairs point in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about 50-foot elevation.
So when I was putting this video together, as I was editing it, I was like, please, oh, please. I had my fingers crossed. I was like, I hope Dr. Bob is here when we watch this because he's been down this road. Let's play that again with the dip. Dr. Bob, what is your experience with this dip? Because they're trying to account for a lot of the issues in this data with this dip.
Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to
By the
this
way, when I dip, you dip, we dip.
Slides. What are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the ascending, descending stairs point in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about 50-foot elevation change again.
So curious what you think of that, Dr. Bob.
Oh, it's pretty significant. As I said before, he doesn't have an iWatch on, so it's not
An iWatch.
not collecting that great health data. It's still acting as a pedometer. So again, whatever movement he's doing is triggering something in the phone as he's ascending and descending these hills. Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
I think probably could have objected to that because that was outside.
This timestamp is 12:19 and 32 seconds. That's when the phone initially starts creating the GPS points before Waze is activated with 34 Fairview searched. So this looks to be the time Waze is actually opened up.
And so from the purple dots that are depicted on the screen, as far as where is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:19 a.m. in reference to 34 Fairview Road?
12:19 is right here. 34 Fairview is down all the way here. Number, you can't really see, but it's right in the bottom corner. This is the same map, but just minus the tracks. The tracks graphic.
So, Ms. Yanetti, did that give you enough time?
Holy shit. So Dr. Bob says no dip, straight as an arrow, and iPhone does not do stairs in the car. Right? I know. I didn't know about that there was not a dip, but thank you for that. That's what I was thinking for some reason. Because you know why I thought that? Because Lolly, this whole trial, tried to make such a big deal about this hill, and everyone that was on the witness scene was like, pardon you? Like, they were all like confused and like just kind of went along with it. But like, he kept trying to bring it up. This has got to be why, right? Because trying to, and I actually had that thought when I was editing the video. Like, I was like, oh, that's why he made such a fuss about the hill with every single person on the stand. And we were all like, and there was one point where Judge Bev was even like, come on, Lolly, move it along. Like, because she didn't know why he kept asking about the hill, but she was like, this is pointless. And she actually cut him off one time and was like, get to the part where they do something related to the case, you know? Anyway, but he like kept going on about that. And I mean, we've been joking about it, but then now that's why, because he wants it to give it credibility when Trooper Guarino comes on and talks about the hill so they can say the stairs. So, yeah. It's here's the part though. Get ready to be mad, at least for me anyway. This is
I had enough time. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. McLaughlin, why don't I hear you just briefly?
horrifying.
If you could frame this, or Mr. Lally, whoever wants to.
Yeah, sure. The Commonwealth is moving to introduce a Google search the defendant conducted at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google search outweighs any prejudice to the defendant. The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks...
Blackwater says, sorry, Mr. Pretty Hands, no deal. Right. So, y'all, I remember where I was when I heard this. I was in the parking lot at the Harris Teeter grocery store. You guys always hear me say this stuff, right? I have like a photographic memory, which is why whenever there's something memorable, I remember exactly where I was and like I remember everything. And I was supposed to get out of my car and go in the grocery store. And as I was listening to this, I was like, I can't get out of my car after I finished listening to this because this is insane.
that this is appropriate for the jury to hear.
It might have been the same day I was doing that hair experiment, actually. I wonder, it might have been the same day.
That's the Bowden defense that the defendant has laid out. Not that she did not intend to commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. Further, that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defendant has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits. It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time.
That one I don't get. How does I mean, I guess ostensibly, this is a stretch. I guess ostensibly what she's trying to say is the way it would do that, the way it would negate the fact that they didn't do their job, basically, right? Is because if she's looking for there's a lot of what's the right word? There's all like leaps you have to make here in order to go with what she's saying. Like you have to make a lot of assumptions here. It's like in order to say, like, so she's looking up for an attorney. She's looking up an attorney for a DUI, which means she committed murder. And because she committed murder, like this is her train of thought, okay? And because she committed murder, it means she's the right suspect. And because she's the right suspect, it means that they didn't do a shitty investigation. When you say that part of the shitty investigation is because they didn't look into other potential suspects, because there is no other potential suspect, because it's only her, because she committed murder, because she did the search for the DUI attorney. Do you see how that works? Backwards and forwards. That's what she's arguing. It's gross.
This statement is before she voluntarily gave an interview with law enforcement.
Did that make sense, Kitsmits? The way I explained that? I can explain it again. Let me know if you want me to explain it again, because I probably said it fast. But that's how that works. That's how that works. There's a word I'm looking for, you guys. It's a lot of what's logical leaps? What's the word? There's an actual term for this, what you have to do. Suspension of disbelief. Is that it? No. It is circular reasoning. Yes. Yeah. Did that make sense how I did that? It is an exact circle, backwards and forwards. It's insane. That's exactly how they got there. I had to really think about it to be like, how the hell do you get there? And I was like, oh, wow, that's crazy. Wow. Like, It's not obvious because it's that much of a stretch. It is cognitive dissonance. Maybe it's all the things. It's like logical leaps. It's like tomfoolery, cognitive dissonance, fuckery. Suspension of disbelief. I think I said, I don't know. Is that the word? Is that the term? But yeah, anyone else, let me know if anyone else wants me to explain that again, or if that made sense. But yeah.
Enforcement. It goes to her state of mind prior to that interview.
Pretty insane.
And so for all those reasons, the Commonwealth would suggest that Google search is appropriate, and it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel, where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation, or that they should have investigated anyone else.
Isn't that insane though?
All right. And I appreciate Mr.
They're trying to use this to say their investigation wasn't a complete and utter disaster, that it wasn't shitty, that it wasn't pardon? This is like trying to take one little thing and say, let's try to fix all of our issues when I don't even know. It's insane. It is really, let's listen one more time, because you know what? I've got my goat ready.
Investigate any other potential culprits.
Hold on.
It also would go,
let me go back a little.
No intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. Further, that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defense has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits.
Can you guys hear the goat? I need to do one more for good measure.
It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before.
So I think I need to figure out where my speaker is. Let me do this. I'm going to move the goat around. This is called the goat test. I'm going to move the goat around, and you guys tell me if you can hear it better. So because I literally don't know where my microphone is on my computer. This is the test. This is a good experiment. This is a more scientific experiment, or a more scientific investigation than anything done in this case, by the way. So I'm going to move the goat. This is the moving goat investigation. Okay. Try over here. I have it on like the auto show. Okay, you can hear it now. Maybe it's just maybe this is where the microphone is. Wait, what's sadly? Let me try the other side. Hold on. Oh, sadly that it's better than what theirs is. That's probably why. Oh, very weakly. Okay. Let me try from behind. Very weak. Interesting. Oh, wait, you know what? I wonder if that's where the microphone is. Hold on. You know what? I have noise cancellation. Hold on. Let me try this. Let me see if this fixes it. Because this is really important. Like the most important. Oh, why was this ticked off? Hold on. So, okay. Somehow that box got unchecked. See if this is any better. Yeah, there's all kinds of boxes. See if that box fixed it. Or if I need to check another box. Hold on. Let's try this one. Let's try this one, guys. Try this one. Is that better? Can we hear the goat? I mean, it's not very loud. It's really not all that loud. Can you hear it though? Okay, good. I wish it were louder. Can I like maybe put a more powerful battery? No, you probably have to use what is recommended, but can you guys hear it? I was making a comment with Kitsmits that with EDB and her goat, I always thought she was just being funny, because whenever she would do the goat, she would take the goat and like press it all the way forward with her arm outstretched towards like the camera. And I thought she was just being funny. And then once I got this goat, I was like, oh my God, that's why she's doing it, because the microphone is underneath the bottom of the goat. Okay, it's on the bottom of the goat, and you have to hold the goat up and push it towards the microphone to hear it, and that's what she's doing. It's really, oh, great. Yay, you guys. I'm so happy you can hear the goat. Okay, good. Let's do it another time because amazing. Yay. Yay, goat. Wait. We have to hear her bullshit thing because this was the whole point. Let me back it up. Hold on. We're not going to hear the long version, the short version.
Commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. Further, that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that as the defendant has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits. It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before she voluntarily gave an interview with law enforcement. It goes to her state of mind prior to that interview. And so for all those reasons, the Commonwealth would suggest that that Google search is appropriate, and it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel.
Okay. Awesome.
Where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation, or that they should have investigated anyone else.
All right. And I appreciate, Mr. Lally, you bringing this to our attention to give us time to look at it. Ms. McLaughlin, I appreciate that you provided a very strong limiting instruction proposal. I'll hear you, Ms. Yanetti.
Thank you. Your Honor, you had asked that I produce proof of the phone call from Michael Proctor 2 months.
Oh, I didn't say proof. No, I asked if that was coming into evidence.
Okay, well, I'd like this marked for identification for the purpose of this argument, if I could.
Sure.
Show counsel. It's been redacted.
Okay. All right. So this is just that a call occurred.
So my first thought of this, before anything with the Trooper Proctor call, before I knew that, just from listening to Mrs. Crazy Face McLaughlin, for just from hearing her, my first thought on this was, wait a second, what? I was like, is the defense objecting to this? Because can anyone figure out why that was my first initial reaction? Can anyone figure out why I thought that? I mean, of course, it's a complete and utter bullshit. It's a violation of all kinds of things. But having said that, I actually thought, I could actually see how you could actually use this as I actually see this as being like something that actually benefits the defense, in my opinion. But can anyone figure out why? Like, it's unfair, it's horrible, it's awful, and they shouldn't be doing this. But since they're doing it, I could see, like, that was my first thought. I was like, are they objecting, or are they going to let it in? Are they going to pretend? Are they going to, like, my thought was maybe they're going to pretend to be really mad about it, but like not really, and then hope it comes in. Because there could be a strategy event element here to this of like trying to act like you don't want it to come in. So then the Commonwealth tries really hard, but then secretly you want it to come in. You know, like reverse psychology. But does anyone have an inclination as to why I was like, so that I actually had the thought before we learned the thing about the proctor. But yes, that's true. That is true. But I had, like I said, I had the thought before he said that thing. Yeah. So there's another reason. Does anyone have an idea? Okay, you guys can keep thinking because it's fun. Kit Smiths, ding, 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 1,000,000 points for you, because I never remember the first part and the points don't matter. And also that works out because it's your thing. But like, yes, that's right. So I was like, wait a second. Are they trying to argue that she committed murder because she searched for DUI attorney? Even before the Trooper Proctor phone call, I was like, what? I'm sorry, do they not know how to spell murder? Are they confused? She didn't search for a murder attorney. She searched for a DUI attorney. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What? It's how, I'm so, like, to me, I'm like, this is Are someone confused here? Because how is it looking for a DUI? Like, again, the whole attorney thing, they shouldn't be doing it anyway, but in the first place. But if you're going to do it, dude, I was like, this benefits the defense. She searched for a DUI attorney. Like, this is crazy, man. Yeah. Okay. So do you guys see what I'm saying though? I was like, this is nuts. So I was like, if I was the defense, like, I'd be like, because like it's proof that she didn't think she killed him, in my opinion. And this was the next day or whatever, right? This was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something. So yeah.
Right.
That a call was made from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number. You can see the last 4 digits there, to my client at 1:19 p.m. on January 20th.
Also proof of this is proof that she understands her rights. It's proof that she understands the importance of an attorney. It's proof that she knows you can Google for an attorney. And it's proof that she knows that there's specific enough types of defense attorneys. And the reason I say that is because Googling a DUI attorney specifically, not just attorney, is evidence of that. And had she thought she committed murder, she would have Googled a murder attorney. Like, this is just so crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely,
8
yeah,
minutes
right?
before she calls to investigate a potential DUI attorney.
Okay. So focus on the law for me and tell me why I should exclude this.
Of course, yes. With regard to the cases that the Commonwealth has cited, I think the court has seen, one of them is an unpublished opinion, the other is
You guys, y'all. You remember when we talked, I don't remember how long ago it was, but there was a recent live stream where we talked about authority, mandatory authority, primary authority, and how you have to follow that, okay? Unpublished opinions don't even get onto the list in secondary authority. Secondary authority is your legal sources that are not like actual like case law and not rules or statutes or anything. So for example, journal, like legal, like scholarly legal articles and shit, that would be your secondary, or sorry, your secondary authority. And so like an unpublished opinion, it's like, is this garbage off the road? Are we going to use garbage off the road to try to support our argument? I mean, it's just, I can't even believe the Commonwealth would bring that in and not get laughed out of the courtroom. It's beyond me. It's not, doesn't count. It's like if you have an assignment at school and they're like, I can't even think of an example, honestly. It's worse than using Wikipedia. Okay, let me put it this way. Imagine you're doing a research project and it's like, where did you learn this? And what was your source? And you're like, Wikipedia. This is worse than that. What the Commonwealth has based their argument on an unpublished opinion, that is worse than being like, here's my doctoral assignment based on Wikipedia as research. This is worse.
Is a homicide case. It couldn't be more distinguishable from this case.
And that's
with regard to the...
And beyond the fact that it's an unpublished opinion, it's about a homicide case where the facts of the case are completely different anyway. Like, do they not know how to use Westlaw? Like, what is happening here?
Unpublished opinion, that appears to have been a gun charge where the defendant in that case did a search.
It's not... I don't know how this is... Of all of the things, honestly, this was the one that was really easy to miss, but it's like, this might even take the cake, honestly, more than the solo cups. This is shocking. I don't even know.
For a 9mm handgun on his cell phone. He did not ask.
This is like I asked Timmy down the road anything, literally. And here's what, I mean, honestly, that could maybe have more credibility. Like, just say it's an unpublished opinion and it's on, and it's on a case where nothing about the case is relevant. I don't understand. Did they just pull something random out of the garbage and bring it in? That's what it sounds like to me.
Google or search in Google for a handgun attorney, he made a specific inculpatory search that the court ruled was relevant, and it was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. In this case, we have...
So what he's saying is this, and this is important. of things. If I disappear, it's the storm, but I'm still here. Okay. No one panic. Okay. So not only did they bring in an unpublished opinion, so basically this is just garbage. They brought in an unpublished opinion where the case, what they're talking about is the case is about a guy who does a search. He killed somebody with a gun, right? And he did a Google search for like where to buy a gun. You guys, how many times have we seen that in trials or whatever, right? Like that's obviously like, it's like searching up the murder weapon, right? To purchase it. He didn't search for a gun attorney. He searched for where to buy the gun. So when you're looking up, when you're looking up usually case law or rules or statutes and not trash garbage from the dumpster, like in this case, you're searching for things that have the same issue as whatever it is that you're arguing. So in this case, what you would want to be finding is case law, rules, or statutes, or anything that's where it's like mandatory authority, primary authority, not garbage, where what's in that authority has to do with someone Google searching for an attorney. They couldn't even do that. They couldn't even do that. You guys, I'm dying. Like, you guys, I just, hold on. This is insane. I don't even know. I'm going to really try to not abuse the goat. I promise. Abby, I hope you said no to that shift, by the way. So that redirection would have been nice. Which redirection? I don't even know anymore. But yeah. Reminds me of the knife wielding story. So anyway, you guys, it's like, and here's the thing. You want to know how many cases there would be on Westlaw or LexisNexis involving this exact issue at hand, which is Google searching for an attorney? Like, even if you make it specific as to a DUI, you want to know why they brought in garbage trash about something that's irrelevant? It's because everything that would be on point, and that's what the words that they use is on point, anything that would be on point to the facts of what the issue is would not support their argument. So that's why they use dumpster fire, trash, garbage. The name's going to get longer every time I say it. That's why they had to use that, because any actual authority on this would be like, you guys are insane. You can't use that against someone, attorney.
A person being contacted by the police and then doing what a citizen has every right to do, which is to look for an attorney for representation. There's zero probative value to that, other than she's presumed to be innocent and she's seeking an attorney to defend that presumption of innocence.
Yeah, she knows her right. Good for her, man.
There's zero probative value. But there is extreme and unfair prejudice in this case. Your Honor, the limited instruction that the Commonwealth has provided asks this court to instruct the jury whether her action in doing an internet search for an attorney indicates feelings of guilt by a defendant. I can't even believe that argument.
So let's just focus on the law.
I'm trying
He's
to.
like, where's my goat?
All right. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stop you. So on the balancing act,
because she's like, yeah, this is not happening. Yeah.
That I have to do, I find that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudice.
So this is 403, right? You guys remember 403? Probative versus prejudicial.
Impact. All right, so I'm not going to allow it in, Mr. Lally, in your case in chief. Now, if you feel that through this witness or through any other witness, Mr. Lally, that it then is admissible, I just ask that you come to sidebar beforehand.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring Trooper Guarino back in, please. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yanetti?
Excellent. Yay, one across, y'all.
Mr. Lally, you left your material here.
You have to watch this again. He's like, get your shit out of my face, dude, you guys.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yanetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lally, you left your material here.
Thank you, sir.
You left your stupid shit here in my way. I love it.
Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics. You graduated from Westfield State University in 2003?
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice.
He's far and away the most intelligent, I think, of the law enforcement they have brought up in this trial.
And mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
Right. You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars?
That is also not true.
Okay, well, you list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, actually, over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
I know. I love him too.
Well, 2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was when I took most of them.
I got you.
Yanetti's like, I'm not going to let you get away with that, sir, because 2019.
But you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
There's quite a few, yes.
All right. And with regard to some of the courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C.
I
They
didn't
just had
ask
it
you where it
multiple.
was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took was called Introduction to Computer Networks.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigations, correct?
Yes.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics,
You know what, though? I think he took more courses than Trooper Paul.
do you?
I hold certifications.
You hold no degrees in the field
I mean,
of
and Trooper Paul only had an associate's degree. This dude had at least an undergraduate, like a bachelor's.
computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
Like, what do you think?
No, not yet.
And you've never taught a course in computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right.
I thought that was
Well,
kind of interesting, the not yet thing. I wonder if he's getting his feelings hurt. Let's hear that again. What do you guys think? Or is he just like, or is he actually like in the process of publishing something?
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigation,
Oh, good. Well, good to see her laugh again.
correct?
Yes.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics, do you?
I hold certifications.
You hold no degrees in the field of
What's your grade?
computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
What's your race?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
Here.
No, not yet.
Not yet. I know.
And you've never taught a course in
fucking funny.
computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right. Well, as a Norwood police officer for 10 years and a Massachusetts state trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you could say that.
I don't know.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still freshest in your memory.
That's one thing about, I don't care which trial it is. Whenever they ask the people, law enforcement, again, I don't care which trial it is, any law enforcement on the stand, whenever they ask them, so you were taught how to write a report, they always want, they never like answering that question. Even if they've done their job, it's, I don't know, it's so funny. I guess they just feel like it's just setting them up because, you know, everybody makes mistakes on those reports, right? So maybe that's what it is. I think there's also like depot scarring, they call it. Like it's really common with civil trials. And like depot scarring can also apply if you've just like testified a lot as an expert, even if it's not depositions, it's like in, you know, for the trial. Where it's like you've been burned on cross so many times that you're just like, ow, ow, ow. You know, like you're just like, it's, I don't know, it's like Pavlov's dog or whatever they say, like, you know what I mean? Where it's like, they just assume they're going to get fucking torn apart, even if they didn't do anything wrong. So that could play into it. And actually we're going to see a little bit later from him, we're going to see his behavior and his answers kind of change. I'll point it out. It's interesting.
Correct?
That's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report on something that happened months ago, sir?
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using. If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
Okay. But once the information is received that you need to write a police report, would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will.
So
And if,
far, right?
you know, things come
Like
up, then,
elevator
you know,
duty.
I do it when it's able.
So I think you just answered my question. You said as soon as the data is available and you...
I just said dog speed. That's that. That's great, right? Godspeed and dog speed, Dr. Bob.
completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available.
Well,
then
let's say you've completed your investigation, sir. Are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record
They
that
know
data
that.
in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
So, I mean, obviously that's built in argumentative, right? But like if David Yanetti asks you for whatever reason, are you going to argue with me, blah, blah, blah? The rest of it doesn't matter. The answer is no.
Mr. Yanetti.
You were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
Again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in. Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports or cell phones, computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellebrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
The purpose of this is Yanetti's laying the foundation for something, and this guy knows it. That there's something about the report, and when he submitted the things in the report, that Yanetti's trying to lay the foundation for.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question, Denham.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case.
I'm sorry, we have to hear that again. That was so good. That was so good.
With your fellow investigators, is it not?
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question, Denham.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
Dude.
When you wrote those police reports,
The mortally wounded is my favorite, and he says mortally wounded so many times, and it's more dramatic every time, and it is my favorite thing. It just reminds me of like a knight from like the 1300s, and I just love it so much. Blackwitter's asking, why don't they wear their uniforms to testify? So sometimes they do. That's a good question. Sometimes they do. Like in Murdaugh, for example, they had a lot of people wearing their uniforms, but usually with the higher, and I'm trying to remember, I know we just watched their videos earlier tonight. Fuck, I still don't remember. I guess we didn't really watch them. We watched their body cam, but like if they were wearing uniforms or not, like the first responding officers on the scene. But anyway, but like even in like Murdaugh again, when I take that, like that's pretty standard where you have the first responding officers and stuff will wear their uniforms, but then the higher up detectives will dress in suits and shit. Dr. Bob is back. I know. I'm getting better. I feel happy. That's from the beginning of the movie. Your arm's off. Halfway through the movie. So oh, she did. Okay, thank you. See, I didn't follow any pretrial stuff, although you've probably heard that by now. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, typically you'll see some people wearing uniforms, like again, like the initial responding officers, but then like the detectives. Like think of like again, like in Murdaugh, you had all the first guys there on the first couple days, right? And then you had like Dabrudowski, right? And Ryan Kelly, you know, and they wore suits. I think it just depends. Like if you're detective level, they're not gonna like detective level law enforcement officers, like they never come in uniform. They always, because I don't think they wear uniforms actually. Like they wear plain clothes, as they say, right, for their job. So, but yeah, I love that Kit Smith's quoting some Monty Python. Huge fan. But yeah, the mortally wounded. Let's hear that again. So good. Oh my God. I also want to hear Yanetti do that thing again. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, that part.
The fact is, you did write some your fellow investigators, is it not?
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question, Denham.
Okay. The fact is, you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation?
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
Okay. And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted?
I don't remember the exact conversation.
But there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow
that again. Listen to when Lolly objects and how Yanetti ignores him. I love it so much. Yanetti's my hero.
On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
Sorry, it happened so fast I missed it. Hold on.
On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
Yanetti, my hero.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from?
Correct.
All right. But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, Trooper. You know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand. I'm explaining.
No,
I don't know
you
what
don't get
scene
to
it's
explain, sir,
Oh.
most respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
Okay, so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier, Ms.
Can you read the
Yanetti.
first two lines of that?
Let him grab it.
Oh my God. Dude, I love this so much.
Go.
Can you read the first two lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Mike.
What's funny is this dude gets the upper hand at some point. I'll point it out when it happens. It's really interesting. And it's interesting what Yanetti does, but he handles it really well.
Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that you included that clause, while on scene, they secured his phone, did you not?
See, the thing is that this dude's not really a slimy weasel douchebag like some of the other people, right? So this dude actually seems more legit, right? And so what's Yanetti doing? Yanetti's kind of going after, well, a couple things. I would say initially he was trying to insult his intelligence. Like, you didn't get these degrees, blah, blah, right? And that's actually a classic strategy you would use with experts, believe it or not. And so he should be, honestly, this dude should be kind of flattered that they used that with him. But anyway, so he kind of went after his intelligence, and now he's kind of going after the report or the data. But again, what do we know with experts, right? No expert, or witness for that matter, right, wants to have their intelligence insulted on the stand. I would say, especially if you're an expert. And then what happens is you want to push back. It's normal. It's normal. But you have to be careful about how you do it. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing this pushback that, we've seen this in every trial with every type of witness, or especially, expert witness.
I did write that.
Okay. And that was back on February 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on
Yes, mortally
Albert's Lawn,
wounded.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No.
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost, when I first got the phone.
Well, you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay. Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
That's one of my favorite parts of everything. You guys, let's watch that again. His answer to this, it's actually very genuine, but it's really fucking funny, right? Because, I don't even know. Does anyone else find this funny and amazing? Go on.
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost, when I first got the phone.
Well, you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
You did.
Okay.
You were seen.
Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime.
I mean,
I don't think it was.
You don't think it was?
is that almost just like an accidentally too honest answer? Like, I don't know. What do you guys make of that? Like, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, it's a joke. It's funny. It's like he doesn't know, but like that is, but it's like, but also, we know Higgins went there. There's some funny business, right? Still with all that. There's some funny business. And it's easy to forget about that part too. There's so much of this trial. But remember Higgins going there at like 1:30 in the morning, and like he was there for like hours at a time, like with no explanation that made any sense. And then, all the video footage of him being there is gone, and there are a million other weird things about it. Anyway, but it's interesting.
Okay.
I'll say that much.
Now, in that report, you were trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was found,
I wouldn't
where it
do
was
that in this
taken,
trial.
and who had possession of it, correct?
I said it never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where.
I mean, the fact that he knows what he said, you know, that's one thing that I can say too about him. With all the other witnesses, what's been a problem, right? They don't know what they said because they've lied so much, because they know that everything's going to say something different. Like, in other words, if you just tell the truth, you know, you don't have to be refreshed because you remember what you said because it's what happened. He's the only witness so far that I can remember, other than like maybe Carrie Roberts, right? But like, where it's like, you know, so far in terms of where we are at in this trial, right? Where it's like, he doesn't even have to refer to his report. He knows what he said. He said what he said. He stands by what he said. And he's not, you know, he's not weaseling about it. And he's not like,
You just testified that you never said.
did you guys hear that? He just got scolded again. Yanetti's trying to train him. Remember, it's like depot scarring, but this is like Yanetti scarring. That's what's happening. He's trying to do that here.
Right? Because you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I said it never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. We're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified that you never said where it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you described in your report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office, yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton?
Objection. Sustained.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discuss in that same February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you name the tools that you use to extract data from the phone, you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
All right. Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts?
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
Right. That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
In the February 4th report,
Correct.
I didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone. It was extracted.
So this is why Yanetti was setting that up, because remember when he was like, you would say that you put the information in the report as soon as possible. And remember, I even said, I was like, I don't know why yet, but they're setting this up for something, because I'm like, what's going on? And he's pushing back, and he's like, well, I put the information as soon as I have it. If I don't get the data, I can't put it in, right? And Yanetti's like, but you would say you have to, blah, blah. This is why, because apparently he didn't put John O'Keefe's GPS location data in his initial report. But he's going to argue it's because he didn't have it yet.
And placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
The thing is, I mean, that's plausible, right? I mean, I don't know that there's anything weird about that. We know it can take a long time to get into those phones, right? So I don't know.
The first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
Well, there was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
Now
watch, Yanetti's going to train. Yanetti's training him. Wait until he goes about the same question again.
We're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it.
That's his whole point right there. And remember, they set this up really nicely because remember when Ian Whiffen was on the stand? This was smart. You guys remember when Ian Whiffen, and you might be, who's Ian Whiffen? Ian Whiffen was the second defense cell phone expert to testify on the Hosslong, who had the really lovely British accent, okay? And he was very lovely, and he was very knowledgeable and experty and great. But Yanetti's whole point with him was Yanetti or Jackson? I think it was Yanetti. Yanetti's whole thing with him was trying to get him to admit on this and use, again, this isn't a strategy. We've covered this before at other times, where he wanted to use this expert's expertise to prove his theory of the case. So what did he do with that expert? He didn't try to discount his credibility or anything. No. He tried to get that expert to say, and he was kind of successful, that it's possible that someone who had some sort of training with cell phones would have the ability to have manipulated that data without it being detected later on by an expert. That was his whole point. And he did say, did he not have a degree? That's crazy. He said something along those lines where it would take a good amount of training, or I don't remember how he said it exactly, but he said, in other words, it was along the lines of it's possible, but it would take training, right? For someone to be able to do it and go undetected. And Yanetti was smart not to say, well, how much training, right? Because then that could completely shoot down any possibility, right? You don't want to ask a question you don't know the answer to. And if the training was like, well, it's a lot of training, well, then that would ruin the suggestion. So he was setting it up for the suggestion that Trooper Proctor fucked with the phone, right? So now here, this was his whole point. Trooper Proctor had the phone before he saw it.
Correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellebrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with
the data, but again, that's why he's like, he had it before you got it. So.
Me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health
honestly, Blackwater, I don't think we went through all of the experience on the recap, because there were a bunch of those experts back to back with like the cell phone and then the DNA. I think I kind of skipped right to the heart of their opinions. So honestly, I don't remember. But I mean, he's got a big job at Cellebrite, so.
Location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Right, and you submitted
the other thing is like the defense didn't try to like knock down his credibility, which means he must have done whatever it was that he had. He was clearly came across as intelligent and experty, degree or no degree, right? Which is great. That's how it should be. So
Report in April of 2023, after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
For the devices that we had, sir?
For John O'Keefe's device, for Jennifer McCabe's device, etc.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data when I did look at
On it, correct?
Yes, there's no report until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
All right. You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone extractions to get that data, so I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the Axiom report?
Yeah, no. Any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed? Where is that?
What do you, that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we went to scene. That is the second
So I mentioned this earlier. This is the part where he gets the upper hand and Yanetti's wrong. So
report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
That's better.
Let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page...
He's like, oh, fuck. Yanetti fucked up, I think, here.
It'll be page 4 or 5. It should be in the top there.
Hold on.
Paragraph 9. You can read it if you'd like.
Hang on. Would you agree with me in paragraph 9? There is nothing that mentions that the accuracy is within 3 feet?
From the program?
No, I'm asking you about a report that you authored, that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph 12, I'm sorry. It says, Trooper Proctor and I began to measure...
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I wrote, Trooper Proctor and I began measuring the approximate location.
I'm not asking you to read it.
Oh, okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12 and
Yes, sir.
You're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we pointed on our
Now, with
location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, would you agree?
See what Yanetti did there? Yanetti fucked up, I think. I think what happened was he didn't know that it was somewhere in there, and that was not the gotcha moment he expected it to be. So now he's just switching gears to a completely different question, but he did it really well. He made the way he does this. If you're on the jury, you probably wouldn't realize that that was in the report, right? And Yanetti couldn't make his point there.
Agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Was it important in this investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified that the first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Cellebrite?
You could say that, yeah.
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
This is the Axiom.
I used multiple programs, but yes, I used Axiom as well.
And regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a period of time,
Oh, good. Dr. Bell,
John
I'm glad you're
O'Keefe's
still here,
cell phone started registering movement
because I'm
at
really curious about
6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m., and that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right?
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered a speed of 0.0484 meters per second?
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yep. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, as you were examining that data, sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving according to that data at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated,
Mortally
correct?
wounded. Update Renee.
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact time frames that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Miss Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and
Okay,
they're on scene.
I think we're talking over each other here,
Yeah.
because what I'm asking is, you knew that by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe had already been incapacitated and mortally wounded. That was my question.
Oh, yes, that's sorry. I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
That's a carefully
I don't understand.
So in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
Yes.
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk Detectives Unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.?
Because he doesn't want to
Well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD, and then later comes to the office.
I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm asking you, does that help you in your investigation of a potential, of a homicide, to track the phone and have that location data recorded on the phone after John O'Keefe could not have been the one moving with it?
No, not necessarily.
In fact, if the phone is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Well, to preserve the integrity of the data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone, there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, he's like, I want to say it. Let me say it.
When that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
About the delivery of that question.
I don't know when it was placed.
Mastery. Matt, listen to this again. Listen to the timing and the delivery of this. This is so good. I love him. I love him.
Took custody of the phone. There is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
Oh my God. That was.
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you
but
know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m.
that is correct.
All right. And there's also another way to prevent any signal from entering or exiting the phone. You'd agree with that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15 a.m. and thereafter, no investigator in this case put that phone into a Faraday bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, after John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th, correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
I mean, it's a good point that he's making.
So you would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails,
Having said that, not like there needs to be any more effort put into proving that this investigation was, solo cups, right? However, I get it. Like, they can't not point that out.
that you've previously testified to and that the jury has heard and they've been introduced into evidence.
I was in the house.
You had testified on direct examination.
Speaking of cat TV, not that I want cats to be, salivating looking at squirrels on the screen or anything, because squirrels rule. But everyone should check out Iowa's channel.
Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And that voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen had left 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir. She was, but
she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
Yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
Question right here. This question right here should have dismantled, even before hearing from the medical examiners. This question right here, this whole thing about her connecting to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at 12:36, this should have been if anyone was on the fence again before even hearing from the Emmys. Let's assume John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Let's assume you're on this jury. If you were on the fence at this point, when you hear this should have shut it down, because every single one of those witnesses came in here for the Commonwealth and testified to having seen her after the time when we know she was not there. And not only that, but Lawley said the wrong time in his opening statements, and I think also in his closing arguments. He still said 12:45, because, like, what kind of idiot? I don't even know. Wow. Like, this should have been it. Like pointing this out was brilliant. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't remember which thing you were referring to here. Yeah, there were things. I mean, I don't know. I would never be thinking they need to do better, but I mean, except for the fact that they didn't get a not guilty and they should have. So it's crazy, right?
He said she auto connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, so no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now, we've talked about the findings of, or the fact that you reviewed the findings of Rick Green by reading the affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th, correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
you learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation?
Yes, sir.
And regarding your analysis of the phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or downstairs, correct?
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar video. I just have the timestamp from the phone showing it at around 12:12 at the waterfall.
All right, and it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds. And then you.
Oh yes, from the health. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 170 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered. Yes.
All right. And regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health signifies that 170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sorry.
Let's assume there were steps for the purpose of this.
I pointed this out last time because I thought it was so crazy that even the dude who just threw his phone around the office, right? And he got made fun of, and he still made fun of to this day. He was able to explain how this works with an iPhone better than this guy. And that dude is just a regular law enforcement officer. He doesn't even. That's why it was so funny that they brought him in to text, like on the rebuttal, to be an expert with cell phones. And it was also laughable that the defense didn't object to that because it was Officer McGonigal. He was just like a regular law enforcement officer. But he knew, and he was able to at least explain how the phone detects motion with an accelerometer. I think I mentioned that before, but for anyone who missed it, because this dude, all he can say is it's like an advanced pedometer. That's not accurate at all. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes,
Okay,
but
all right. So let's assume.
no way to prove.
Let's assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken, that could have meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right. Yeah. So in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right. But he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not have been.
Testimony.
No.
I'm just asking about with what the data shows.
And I would say no.
If it shows 170 steps between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data, you don't know where those 170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right, well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22, 22. Sorry, 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but approximately.
Yeah. Approximately, yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transversed, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that had specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellebrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced.
Yes, sir.
Specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Cellebrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Cellebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Cellebrite has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So, assuming that those
United's like, this is not a trap. This is just harmless. Look, it's harmless. I'm just asking you about the data. You don't need to worry about it. It's not a trap. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Interesting, Dr. Bobby. So I'm glad. Can you enlighten us? I was wondering. See, I don't know anything about physics and stuff. So I was wondering about it. I'm really curious. Dr. Bob, for anyone who's just listening, is saying, so there are problems with this data which would not help the defense that Lolly failed to mention also. Really curious. Please let us know. Also, look at how cute Bandit is. I hope he's tucked away in Betty Bye. Cute.
3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period. that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, the time,
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds?
yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house, I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, I'm
confused.
I'm strictly asking you just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health returns either steps or stairs, you can't
Going through
pinpoint.
it slowly like this, the whole point is to get him to answer questions that seem benign. Remember when I was just joking about it? I was like, yeah, I'm not trying to trick you. It's just the data. It's just this and that. You already see, you get it and you do this. And then you get him to admit, I mean, not him, just him, but anybody, right? You get them to admit to things that are just out of context that seem harmless. And then later on, then it's like, well, so you already agreed to this and this and this, and then therefore, bam. And then you throw in your powerhouse question that ties it all together with your theory, essentially. Okay, so here's from Dr. Bob, ex-Aslente. So Dr. Bob is saying 12:24, he went downstairs. The phone was still on at 6:15 under him. So the phone never registered him coming back upstairs. Okay, so if he was murdered, hold on. So if he was murdered in the basement, how did the phone get back upstairs without registering? Why do I feel like this came up at some point? I'm trying to think. Why do I feel like this came up at some point and it was discussed? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. All I can say to this, well, until I try to remember if there is a way, and if I recall what else was going on with it. Like, what I will say is, remember, they don't have to prove it. Just saying, right? Like, just saying. But I understand that it's important to think it through. So, while as we all remember that the defense has no burden to prove anything, and unfortunately, they may have made a mistake by maybe biting off more than they should have with how much burden they're willing to maybe confuse the jury that they do have. Anywho, so in that case, then it matters. So how did the phone get back upstairs? I'm going to think about this and think about if there is a way, and I'm going to keep playing the video.
Just from the data, when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, may be helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep saying.
All
I'm hearing is data.
I thought that was clear.
Which data Mr. Yanetti's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 12:21 to 12:24, and then as I stated before,
That was like Lolly. That was interesting. So the dude didn't say he was confused until Lolly came in and was like, he doesn't know which report. Blah, blah, blah.
Cellebrite shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, but we're going to get to that. But
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So that's what it's shown. I can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment Trooper, that John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road
See what
3
happens.
minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay, if you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors
Up or down?
at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
So that's what I'm
Sir,
thinking.
are you aware?
The language they've used with the stairs is like up or down. I don't want to have to rewind it because I know it's just I don't want to annoy you guys, but like I'm trying to remember exactly the languaging matters, right? Because does the stairs show up or down? I guess there's the elevation change. I don't know, man.
That apps on an iPhone may pull data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
You mean like Mac absolute time or Apple
I'm
Cocoa
asking
time?
you. Are you aware?
Multiple timestamps that are in an iPhone, correct?
You know
That's
what?
not
Wait,
my
Dr.
question.
Bob? Dr. Bob, I might have your answer. Okay, okay. I was wondering that, Kitsmits, if it doesn't show. Okay, thank you. But then also, I just thought of something. Remember, they're saying the theory is that he was carried out. So I guess the idea would be that if the phone was like in his pocket or whatever, maybe the phone wouldn't detect steps if he's not taking the steps. I don't know. But I was just remembering that, the idea being that he was carried out, and they made a big deal about the way he was carried out. I don't know if that, but yeah, okay, the steps don't show if you went up or down. That's what I was wondering. So you're saying does it only show steps one time? Is that the point? It just shows steps. Because they keep referring to it as up or down. That's why I was like, I don't know. They say up or down, but there's only one set. Is that the point? So yeah, I was like thinking to myself, well, is it that they're pairing it with the elevation? But then I was like, no, they got the elevation from Google Maps. So that's not it.
My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks
That's
when
why
it
they made,
timestamps location
that's
data?
gotta be why they made such a big deal about those silly doors that had never heard of before. Those doors in the backyard. That's why they made such a big deal about those doors. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Bulkhead. Yeah.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be the Mac absolute time. It could be the Unix epoch time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my head.
With regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available
all the questions
for
here.
apps to pull data from?
Except for why did she not?
No, I didn't.
do a not guilty verdict.
Are you aware that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
Sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other
the
words, the 3 clocks
I
could
thought would be maybe the difference would be being carried versus taking the steps yourself, but I don't
be
know.
seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
All right. And you would agree with me that sometimes the clocks.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Smith. Happy to see you again. I said Mrs. Smith and it's a Miss Smith. Sorry. I may have missed it, but if Brian Albert put John O'Keefe's phone in a fairy day bag, he probably, so she's chipping in to answer Dr. Bob's question. Awesome. Teamwork gets the job done, right? Wait, so does the bulkhead have stairs or not? I remember thinking that, well, I don't know. I don't remember honestly if that specific thing had stairs, but I can't, they made it sound like it didn't, I feel like, but again, that was such a long time ago. All right, so if Brian Albert put John O'Keefe's phone in a Faraday bag, he probably had them in his house considering his position in the fugitive task force. Just theory. You know what? It's plausible. It's plausible. It is plausible. Yep, totally. Yeah, that's a great Smith. A great Smith. Oh my God, y'all. It's a great point. That's a great point. And a great Smith. You're a great Smith, I have to say as well. If that's not your real name, then you're great, whatever your real name is. So, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Huh. And remember, okay, the other thing, Miss Smith gave me this idea, sort of in a way. Like, remember, the other thing too is the whole point that was leading up to this was that Trooper Proctor had the phone before this guy got it and could have fucked with it. That was the other point, right? That was the other point. So see, they can always rely on that. Like, they can always rely on the fact that Trooper Proctor had this phone first to really deal with any other issues, I would say, right? Because he could have fucked with it. So
Could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
You see the 3 different clocks that are listed on that printout.
I do.
What are those 3 different clocks?
the clock.
Sorry, it's a bit blurry. Monotonic date time, baseband date time, and then display date time.
Is it clear to you that those 3 clocks were not in sync regarding that one process number?
Yes.
In fact, the monotonic
I feel
clock
like that's a big deal.
regarding this particular Waze artifact
Personally.
from John O'Keefe's
Right here,
phone says
right here.
2:22 a.m.
This to me feels like a big deal. Now, I don't know anything. I'm not a computer or technology. You guys know. But the one that's off, the clock that's off of the 4 of them is the one from the Waze app, which is what they were using for the directions. And not only that, why does that matter? That's the only reason they have any location data is because he had his settings set to like services off, except for when he's using the specific app. And because he had that Waze app opened while he was looking for directions, that's how they were able to get this GPS location data. And so the fact that that is what they're relying on, and that's the one that had the time that was off from the other 3 sources, this is a good point.
While the baseband and display clocks have timestamps 3 minutes earlier, correct?
Yes.
So if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks, well, strike that. Do you know, with regard to that 2:22 a.m. location data on Waze, do you know which clock Waze was using for that? Or the iPhone was using with Waze?
Right.
I don't. Didn't look through Axiom. I was using Cellebrite for that.
Okay. But certainly that would have been available to you had you looked at it, correct?
Well, the artifact you show me is from the power log. It has nothing to do with the GPS, so it's not correct.
You could have looked at that exhibit, right?
Yes,
The
and I'm-
information in that exhibit to see the 3 different clocks, sir?
I feel like he might have gotten the upper hand on that one. I mean, that seems like he knew the answer to that. And he's like, I think he almost said that expecting that Yanetti would have known that. Or something.
Yes, but I can explain why this is incorrect.
All right, maybe Mr. Lally will ask you.
Sounds
All right?
good.
But you would agree with me if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks and you don't know which clock was used to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 2:22 a.m., that could explain. Let me just have a minute. What did I say? It's not 2:22.
No, I know what you meant.
Mr. Jackson, thank you. I'm sure everybody else did. With regard to
We have to just say that witness could have totally been a dick about that, and he wasn't. He's like, I know what you meant. You didn't have to get it correct, but that was nice.
3-minute discrepancy between the clocks, and you've said you don't know which clock Waze was using to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 12:22 a.m. That could explain the discrepancy between the Apple Health data and the Waze data, could it not?
No.
But as you sit here today, you don't know whether Waze was relying on the baseband, display, or monotonic clock, correct?
Again, that's can't be used for that.
And Trooper, with regard to what is displayed on the screen now, is that consistent with what I had just handed to you?
Yes, it is.
All right. And with regard to the first entry there, you had stated that it doesn't say, you said it doesn't say who was making the call. Was that your testimony?
Yes, it just says right here,
Yep.
2. I'm guessing that's the last 4 of the number, since the rest is blurred, and then, yeah, that's it.
Okay, and you know that 0204 last 4 digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, correct?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
But you previously testified these 2 calls were somebody who
Isn't
was
that refreshing though? Like, thank God, right?
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
Fender is here, you guys. Fender is here. You just missed Dr. Bob, which sucks, but I love both of you guys. Morally wounded morally wounded counter is because that's Mr. Yanetti. Hold on. This is important. This is more important than anything. I'm going to remember where we are. I'll be able to go right back to it. Don't worry, guys. But we're going to back up and just hear immortally wounded because it's just so good. It's just the best. It makes me happy. Hold on. Let me see if I can find one.
34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at One Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, I got to back it up.
So you prevent any signal from entering or
Yes, that's sorry. I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John, when the phone was moving according to that data at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
Sorry, that was really loud.
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact time frames that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Miss Reed's voicemail that the 911.
There's like some of them.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software.
Secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified
By the way, he's lounge
that the
lizarding.
first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data.
Pause it real quick because he's lounge lizarding. Okay, because it's amazing. The mini counter thing. I'm just bringing back the mini counter because we did that in Murdaugh for like, oh, you weren't there, Fender. That's why. That's why you weren't there. So we did the mini counter in Murdaugh for like, it's just physics, and we had some other ones. So this is a mortally wounded. It's like when it's just one witness and one thing. So it's the mortally wounded mini counter. Oh, you weren't. Yeah, right. So this was the whole, like, I still have it saved. Hold on. In Murdaugh, here, let me just show you this real quick. Okay. Let me remove, hold on. Okay. So like in Murdaugh, we had a counter going for all these different things. Okay. I wish you'd been there. It was amazing. It was the best thing. Like in Duffy Heard. Yeah. Did we? Yeah. So we had all these different counters, but then every now and again, there would be something where we would have a mini counter. And so this was good night, Super Planner Girl. So this is, we had the mini counter Creighton purchase. So the Creighton perching is also the lounge lizard Creighton, which is also what I was mentioning right now, is that Yanetti is being a lounge lizard. And DSN needs to, I hope DSN hears this, because that was, he loved that also about Creighton. That was one of my favorite Creighton things too. So, but the slightly different style. So Creighton would lounge lizard on the podium, and then Yanetti lounge lizards on whatever you call that, a fence. I don't even know what you call that. It's a very unique thing. It's a very unique structure. Anywho, so the mortally wounded mini counter. We got four. It's like four of them, like back to back, kind of. But let me jump back to where we were. Hold on, my friends. It's 104. It was right around here. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, and you know that that 0204 last four digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, correct?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
But you previously testified these two calls were to somebody who was named Coco.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
Okay. And the time of the first call was 6:07:42, is that right?
That's correct.
And
Oh,
you
yeah.
testified that that's the one that had the duration of 9 seconds,
Yes.
listed as answered
Correct.
and deleted, correct?
Yes and no. And I can explain if you'd like.
No,
Listed as deleted, is it
no
not?
explaining.
There's a reason why.
Is it listed as deleted?
It is, but there's a reason why.
Oh
With
man,
regard to
this
the
is where you push
second
it back
call,
again. I love it.
that appears to be to the same number, or at least the same
Amazing. The real
last
thing.
4 digits.
Yes.
And in the sheet in front of you, that's also to Coco, correct?
Yes.
And that has a timestamp of 6:08 and 17 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
That also has a duration, and that's of 7 seconds,
Yes.
also listed as answered,
Yes.
and also marked deleted, correct?
Yes. And there's a reason.
And are you aware that Ms. McCabe made other calls that morning which were in fact marked unanswered by Cellebrite?
Again, I'd have to see what you're referring to.
So as you testified to here today, you have no memory as to whether or not she made a number of other calls that were marked deleted, sir?
There are a number of calls that morning. I have not memorized all of them.
What does that appear to be, sir?
An incomplete PDF of the call logs from whoever's call log this is.
Okay. And do you see in that PDF that there were a number of calls that were marked unanswered by Cellebrite?
Again, I can't testify to any of this because I can't confirm that where this data came from. There's no source file.
That is fair. That's fair.
This is completely,
This is fair. This is fair. This is fair of him. He's not going to testify to it. It's missing shit. He doesn't know what it is. It's fair.
incomplete. So I do see what you're talking about in that column, but I don't know what any of this data is from or who made this.
Is your name on it?
At the very top, it would show my name no matter what because I created the UFED and the extraction. I did not create this PDF.
So the answer to my question is your name is on that.
So offender is asking, she says, I don't know what I feel about this whole section. What do you think? Well, we've broken down, we've done a lot of commentary on this. You know, we started this whole episode with a just classic squirrel tangent, right? Unplanned, which was actually really relevant. Like we started out by pulling up all the dash cam where it's the best evidence you have of where the body was. And we were looking at that. So I had to slow it way down so I could see the part where they wave. But anyway, and then we put that side by side with the pictures from my intro video where you can see the fire hydrant and flagpole and everything really well. And we put them side by side where you have like the same view. And then we made sure that everybody could see from the body cam, like where he was, essentially best you can see it, right? And like we went through all that. And then it was funny when we started the recap, the very first words out of Yanetti's mouth, or sorry, I guess it was still direct, out of Lolly's mouth were like talking about the accuracy of the location data from John O'Keefe's cell phone as to where he was found. And then we've discussed a lot of different things. So I'm not quite sure. I would need a more specific question, really, because we've already had a lot of context for all this as to where we're at. Well, I guess where we're at now is we're really talking about Jen McCabe. So maybe I can answer this. Maybe I can answer my own question with you're referring to this specifically, the phone calls to Jen McCabe. But everything else before it was really about John O'Keefe's whereabouts and the steps, right? How accurate was the GPS, and then the whole deal with the steps. And we were talking about that, like how did he go up and down stairs and stuff. So
Document, correct?
It is, but I didn't create it.
Right. And with regard to the calls that were marked unanswered, would you agree with me that Cellebrite had them with durations of 0 seconds?
Objection.
Can you agree with that? Can you answer that question?
if I have to
You can,
guess,
please
like
answer it.
what
With the data,
I think one point of this could be this, which is they brought in those two different witnesses for the phones, right? To look at, I guess they didn't look at deleted calls, but anyway, I'm wondering if part of this is using him, since he is technically dealing with the cell phones, if part of this is using him as setting it up for when they bring in their expert, who I may have already mentioned this. I haven't been able to go back through his testimony. Like I've watched him probably some of the least in terms of their tech witness, because I think I was really busy that day or something. And I might've been streaming earlier with other witnesses. I'm trying to remember. But anyway, it doesn't matter because we'll go through it all in the recap. But like, so in other words, I don't remember fully what all that dude testified to, but I would imagine again, this dude is not shady. They can't attack him like they can a lot of the other members of law enforcement. He's not biased. He doesn't have connections. He's not shady. He didn't do fucked up shit. So like the first step, right? We look at all the different tactics for how you handle expert witnesses, even though he's not technically an expert. The first thing Yanetti did right out of the gate was attack his credibility because he's credible. That's the only reason you would do that. And then after that, he's trying to attack the data or use this witness's credibility to be like, yeah, that makes other people less credible, right? So this would be maybe an example of that, like setting it up for either their tech expert when he comes in / using this guy to get in testimony that works for them. Like that's the best thing if you're a defense attorney, the best thing you can do is make an adverse witness, as in a prosecution witness, work for you, which is what they've done with like literally every single witness, right? So if this dude can testify to shit about the Cellebrite records or the Axiom records or whatever that can prove that these calls were deleted by her and whatever the fuck, then that's one less thing they have to worry about with their own witness, right? Plus, it sounds even better coming from an adverse witness than it does from your own when it's like, well, that witness could be biased.
At a given here, I can't because, like I said, I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in law enforcement created that document, or no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Cellebrite version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Huh.
Was it Michael Proctor?
No.
That's why. Which is it. Well, here's what's interesting about that. I forgot that was how this ended, and otherwise I would have mentioned it. So that's why he wants to suggest it was Michael. Here's the thing. What's interesting to me, though, is that this dude says he doesn't know who created it. But then when he asks him, was it Michael Proctor, he says no. I don't know. That sits weird with me because if he doesn't know who created it, he can't say no to that question, right? So that was weird to me. He says, I don't know who created it. He said that several times, and then was it Michael Proctor? No. Yeah, who created it then? Yep. And correct, Fender, that was the part where it was about John O'Keefe. It was. Yeah, 100%. It was actually, it was really nice. It was really nice. I mean, despite that.
As I said, I was the only one that created any Cellebrite-related reports in this case.
Oh,
well,
I forgot. That's always interesting when they add more. I forgot that happened. Let me back it up again so that we can hear it back to back without me interrupting it, because that's interesting.
I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in law enforcement created that document, or no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Cellebrite version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Was it Michael Proctor?
No. As I said, I was the only one that created any Cellebrite-related reports in this case.
That's weird.
That's
weird.
I'd like to ask you some questions about.
That's weird. That's a red flag. You remember how Alex Murdaugh would always do that? Again, I'm not trying to compare this guy to Alex Murdaugh. It doesn't mean that everything Alex Murdaugh did means people are lying. But I'm just using him as an example because I know that a lot of us here have seen that, but we've seen this with other witnesses too in other trials. It's always odd whenever they answer a question really definitively and there's a long pause and then they keep talking with no question pending. And technically that was objectionable. Like Lolly could have objected and been like, no question pending. But I don't think he expected it. I didn't either. This dude was like, no. Long pause. And then he does look annoyed at the insinuation. Yeah, he does. Now, my guess on this whole thing about this report, I don't know. I don't know for sure. But it sounds like it's a PDF version of a report that he wrote. So it sounds like this could just be a technicality. Like it's a report that this guy did, but essentially it's not this witness is correct, that you can't just take something in court, like in law, right? You can't just take something and change it in some way and then be like, it's the same thing. That's not how it works. You can't take a PDF and turn it into a JPEG and be like, or you can't take a JPEG and turn it into a PNG, even though they're both image files. Like, you can't do it. It's not the original. You have to have it has to, all this is really specific. And so he's actually correct that if it's not the original form that he wrote it in and it's been converted into a PDF, which alters it, and he doesn't know if it's complete, he doesn't know if it's been filtered, he doesn't know if there's things missing, he didn't actually produce that document. So he can't testify that he did. He's correct about that. So it's not, so it could be one of those things where it's like semantics, right? Where maybe it is accurate. Maybe it is literally everything. Like, in other words, they could both be right. Like, the defense could have taken his original, whatever format he used, from Cellebrite, right? He could have taken that. They could have taken that and they could have put it into a PDF without losing any data, without changing anything, without altering anything, blah, 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 right? But they would, and they would know that when they show it to him, he's not going to be able to say that he wrote it because he didn't. Does that make sense? So the whole thing really could be, I'm just saying, just thinking about it, it really could be a setup just to try to be like, you don't know who wrote it. Could it have been Trooper Proctor? Maybe, right? Could be. I agree, Blackwater. It is honest of him. Yep. It is. He knows this dude, like I said, I think this dude is the most stand-up law enforcement witness that they have from the Commonwealth in terms of intelligent, honest. He really is he's the best dude they got, I think. So, and he makes decisions like this several times on direct and cross, where there's going to be something coming up on redirect where Lolly tries a couple times to get him to like budge. Like, in other words, he asks this witness a question that he thinks he's going to answer a certain way and the witness doesn't. And then Lolly tries again and the witness holds firm. And it's like, wow, yeah, you go, you know?
My client's cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when Mr. Lally was questioning you, he had you point out and read some text messages that were on her phone between John O'Keefe and her, correct?
Those messages were taken from John O'Keefe's phone.
Okay. Would you agree with me when he was pointing out those text messages to you, he skipped about 40 pages of messages at one point?
I don't know. I believe their text messages went back all the way to 2020 or something ridiculous in his phone.
He started reading them and he skipped ahead about 40 pages, did he not?
I have no idea.
Michael Proctor seized my client's phone on January 29th of 2022, did he not?
He did.
And you would agree with me that certainly as of 6 days later, your February 4th report, you had not yet been able to access the content of the phone, correct?
That's not true.
At some point, you were able to access the content of the phone, correct?
Yes, on January 31st.
Of 2022?
Yes.
All right.
He gets.
You later became aware that.
He doesn't really. I mean, here's the thing. Yanetti does make some good points in here, but there's times where he thinks the witness is gonna like. Yanetti must be asking questions he doesn't really know the answer to because the witness is correct on some of this stuff where it doesn't go in Yanetti's favor. But what I will say, again, back to Yanetti's credit, is that he recovers really well from it. I think that they're very evenly matched in terms of like, this dude knows his stuff. This dude's honest. He's, there you go, and like, they're both smart and clever. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I think it's a good cross for that reason. I like, in other words, when I say good, I mean, it's like, it's educational to watch, especially if you're trying to understand the strategy and make sense of some of the stuff, like the types of questions that you guys ask, and the stuff we talk about. It is a good mental exercise.
Michael Proctor was searching through my client's phone in August of 22, correct?
The actual device itself? Or the extraction report?
Either one, sir.
That's a fair question to ask.
I'm sorry, Miss Reed's phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we didn't.
Say John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, that's why I was confused.
I apologize. I'm not trying to confuse you. With regard to...
He's like, I don't know if I quite believe that, but it probably wasn't an honest mistake. But this is the second time that Yanetti's made a simple mistake. Like, the first time was about the time. He got the hour wrong or whatever. And then Jackson was like, hey, you got the time wrong. And then the witness was like, I knew what you meant. I got it. It's fine. And like, and this is another time where like, again, he could be a jackass about it and he's not. So.
My client's phone, which is where we started.
Yeah.
You're aware that Michael Proctor was searching through her phone in August of 2022.
Of the extraction report created, correct.
Were you
that's a reference
made
to
aware
pictures,
that on
guys.
January 1st of 2023, the defense requested a full forensic image of Karen Reed's phone, which was in your possession?
I don't know the date, but a request was made for the phone extraction, yes.
And have you seen a forensic image or Cellebrite report of the forensic image from Karen Reed's phone?
The redacted version that I received back from the AG's office, yes.
Okay. And would you please tell the jurors how many phone calls
No,
were
redacted,
deleted
the change.
from Karen Reed's phone from January 29th of 2022?
None.
Yeah, I agree.
And
Fender.
if you'd please
Yeah.
tell the jurors,
Yeah,
Other-
because Guarino, Guarino's made some good points. I mean, they just like this is maybe the first officer they've had really in a long time. Well, at least in this trial, right? Where it's like, oh, this guy actually knows his stuff. This guy actually wasn't a sleazeball. Like, we can't just like be like, yeah, you're biased and you knew it'll be like. This is like, oh, back to regular type of trial for a minute, where you have to like actually go take a different approach.
other than to John O'Keefe, to whom did Ms. Reed place phone calls between 12 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. on January 29th?
Oh, my guess is it had to do with the taint attorney process. That's got to be why, because that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing with the taint attorney and getting the redacted shit from the phone for attorney-client privilege. You're okay, Blackwater. You should be asleep, but we love you. Also, shout out to Andrew.
Her parents twice. There 2 or 3 times there's
Right.
calls to her parents, and that's it.
Right. Yes, Fender.
And how many Google searches did she do from?
Yeah, the taint attorney. That's I'm surprised you aren't familiar with that. The taint attorney is whenever they're going through to get a client's phone, or not client. Oh my god, a suspect's phone, and they come across privileged attorney-client privileged information, and then the way they have to handle that is they have to go through what they call a taint attorney. They talked about it in Murdaugh as well, because he's an attorney, right? So there's client shit on there. So oh boy, no shouting. I feel like I just talk loud all the time. They have to go through a taint attorney, and the taint attorney like goes through the phone, and like, it's all this is a whole process, right? Because they can't delete anything that would be important to the case, but they have to remove everything that's attorney-client privileged or redact it in certain ways. Yeah, so that's a whole thing.
12 a.m. until 5 a.m.
I don't believe there were any.
Okay. And how many Google searches were deleted by Ms. Reed at any point on January 29th
So the
of
reason
2022?
the reason he's asking this is he wants to show Karen is honest. Karen didn't Google Hosslong and delete it, and then look at her compared to Jack.
Can't speak to that because we got a redacted version of the report, so I don't know what was taken out by the AG's office. I don't know what files they went in to remove, so I only have what I was given.
Leaving that aside, sir, with regard to all of the data that was provided to you,
See that okay. See, again, he's correct in that he doesn't know, but yet he does know because it was related to the taint attorney. Like, that's how that goes. But yes, it's really called that for sure.
how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
No, that's so funny. This is why that makes sense now. The Commonwealth's stupid motion to try to get in that Google search, that's why that was timely, because they knew he was going to ask about the Google searches. That's why. And they knew he was going to ask about the Google searches because of Jen McCabe, which is really interesting. So they foresaw that coming, and that's how they were trying to get that in about her searching for that attorney. And apparently he didn't see that. Like, I guess because this dude, or I guess he's saying he didn't see anything deleted. So maybe she didn't delete it because she didn't see anything wrong with it, which would make sense. Interesting. So by the way, that part where they argue over that, Fender, is earlier. We already covered that. In case you want to watch that on replay crew, because there were some interesting things we were talking about there.
A few.
During what time period?
The afternoon, but again, there was artifacts that I found that weren't date timestamps, and there were some that were with corresponding timestamps, but
Fender, basically both of them, I would recommend you going back and watching both of them because I streamlined them. They state their name and then I basically go straight to their opinions, essentially. So, you know, it's like 5 minutes or less type thing. But yes, they say it wasn't deleted. It was, there's other explanations, but the timestamp is like, yeah, it's just, they explain it. It wasn't deleted. It says deletion, but the fact that it says deletion is misleading is essentially what it comes down to. And like, that's the Ian dude, the second one. He's the one that kind of explains that. And he says like, it's really misleading. Like it says deleted and people make this mistake all the time because it's not really deleted. And then of course, then there's issues because like, apparently they didn't use the same iPhone model that Jen McCabe had, but then it comes up that the defense's tech expert didn't have the same version of Cellebrite that they had, so it kind of cancels each other out. Like essentially, none of the parties were all using the same things as each other or the same things as Jen McCabe. So anyway, no one's throwing Cellebrite under the bus. They're not throwing Cellebrite under the bus. They're to protect Jen McCabe. I don't know what you mean. They're not throwing Cellebrite under the bus, though. They're really not. Like Cellebrite and Axiom work differently from each other, and Cellebrite does updates regularly. They may have mentioned that already earlier in this recap, but they do updates regularly, and that's good, right? But then in doing so, it's possible that when you go to test something, you might not have the same version as somebody else who runs the test. And that's like, it is what it is. So they're not saying Cellebrite is wrong. They're saying that that not everyone has learned how to read that. It's specific to the type of way that was stored, right? Like I think I get what you're saying, which is that in other cases where they say this shit was deleted, right? It's because of like from what I understand, right? The source file, like where the file came from, looking at all the data behind it, where it was stored, how it was stored, all the specific characteristics of it are different from what I can gather, right? Are different from when something is deleted out like overtly by a user. So that if you just look at in the category in the right, like if you just look on the column and it's like, there's a big column and it has deleted or not, right? You're just looking for deleted, you would see it there. But if you don't look deeper than that, you wouldn't see where it came from. And then you'd be like, oh, it's in the deleted column, but it wasn't overtly deleted. I don't know that I'm making any sense. Surely, I'm the last person you should be trying to explain tech stuff. Honestly, I'm trying, but like, I don't know all the fancy words, but I wouldn't say they're throwing Cellebrite under the bus. I think what they're saying is not everyone has learned, technology is always changing, right? And there's a lot to it, obviously, because the thing about these tech experts is they can all be right in a certain way. And they don't even always contradict each other. It's crazy. It's like, because there's so many little variables and so many little things. And it's a changing, fast-paced environment, right? And where people are still trying to figure it out. It's like the technology, even though it's developed by people, it's still like developing faster than people can figure it out, which is what's wild. And so I think what they're saying is like, not everyone's caught the memo on this, essentially, from what I can gather. Yeah, I mean, Fender, of course, I agree with you. Like, if Karen had made and deleted that search, of course. No, they wouldn't. I mean, it's bullshit. Of course it's bullshit. Yeah, like, I mean, for me, here's the thing. Like, my kind of overall opinion, again, I keep saying it, but like, I don't remember everything that happened in the defense cell expert testimony because I only like heard it the one time. We'll go back through it here very soon. But my impression at the time was like they kind of canceled each other out because again, he didn't have the same Cellebrite version that they had, and they didn't have the same iPhone version that he had and Jen had. So, you know, that was my overall impression was they kind of canceled each other out. However, really none of it matters anyway because it's not Jen McCabe's trial and they shouldn't have been bringing experts in to refute that anyway. Like that whole thing is stupid. And none of it matters because none of it proves Karen did anything. Like it's insane that was even happening in the first place. So I actually, while the Haas Long was like funny and shit, I just don't even think it's relevant. Honestly, I'm surprised it even ended up being a thing because it really, you know, again, it's almost it's really one of those things that's kind of annoying because in a way it's really distracting from the actual issues. And it's one of those things where I wish in a way the defense didn't even really make a deal out of it. Having said that, the Commonwealth is the one that brought in 2 witnesses dedicated to it. So, I mean, I guess maybe I'm blaming the wrong person. I should be blaming Wally. But like in my mind, it's like, well, initially it seemed like a good idea to like point out all these things, but I think it was just too confusing. Obviously, right? There was something. It was too many different people, maybe, you know? But beyond that, I think the biggest thing for me is it wasn't fucking necessary. This was a disaster of a case. They didn't need anything else. They could have just not even presented a case in chief. They could have just poked holes the way they did on cross and done that thing that defense sometimes does, not often, but they can, where they're like, the Commonwealth didn't prove their burden. We rest, you know? And they still should have gotten a non-guilty verdict. Just my opinion. So yeah, blame Wally for all of it. I know, right? Right. Green had the appropriate iPhone, but not the same Cellebrite. It comes up actually, I think, later on in this testimony. They don't need it. They don't need it. The Haas Long, again, the problem is that it's not just reasonable doubt about Karen, though. The problem is then it's the third party culprit. There's a reason nobody does it. It's really clear, you know, and Mark Eiglarsh was really lucky. I've been reflecting on this a lot and I'm not going to go through everything that I was thinking about it right now. I'll do that on the next live stream because I have a lot of thoughts, but Mark Eiglarsh, I think it was a blessing in disguise for him that he was not allowed to go into all the shit he wanted to about Sheriff Scott Israel because it might have ended up in a similar thing for him. It's only one trial, right? It's one trial. You can't say that it's a trial about this person, but then let's make it a trial about all these other people. It's just too much, I think, is what it is. And there's a reason why people don't go that route. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Exactly. Yeah. And it should have been. It really should have been, honestly. It should have just been forgotten. It was really a waste of time, I think. Again, it was funny when she was on the stand, but then bringing in 2 experts. And dude, they were on the stand for so long. Miss Hyde and Mr. Whiffen were on the stand for so fucking long. It was crazy. I mean, they were on the stand for longer than the medical examiner. Crazy. The multiple third parties. Yep. It's too much. It's too, I mean, it's taking on, it's just, yeah. And honestly, it almost gets worse the more evidence you have that points in that direction, because the more evidence you have that points in that direction, the more it's expected that you prove it. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, if you will.
I can't say for sure when that was done.
Okay. But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, with regard to that, as far as the location data post 6:15 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
There was some intermittent native locations that showed at the Canton PD. It's there for a handful of different points, and then it shows it back at our office when I put it into the digital evidence lab, powered on to plug in.
You received the phone from Trooper Proctor. Was that either in airplane mode or Faraday back?
I don't remember offhand.
But there were no locations or GPS locations that you observed from the phone from that approximately 11-something a.m. until you retrieved it or received it, excuse me, at 7:30 p.m. on the 29th?
There's, like I said, there was only the handful that showed it at Canton PD, and then when it's back at the office that night. And then if it wasn't in airplane mode, it would have been something I would have done. So I don't remember if Proctor did it before he gave it to me or if I did it after.
Now, the other troopers in
That's,
your
that's
unit,
one of those questions where Lolly tried to get an answer out of him, and this witness was like, here's the answer. And Lolly tried again, and it's like, nope, this is the answer.
in the detective unit with the Norfolk DA's office, are they as well versed on cell phone extractions and cell phone data as you are?
No.
And so again, how many people within your specific unit actually perform data extractions or forensic analysis of cell phone?
Myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and everyone has been trained in how to use Cellebrite and to do these extractions. They all just sort of dump them on my desk and say, do this phone for me. So.
Now, is there any way from the version or the extraction that you provide to the trooper, is there any way for that or any trooper to change or manipulate that data from what is initially contained on the phone?
Again, this is
Well, if you,
all what came
in
out.
essence, you could, but you'd have to go in.
Right.
So once I create like that UFED reader, encrypted extraction onto the server. So if anything ever messes up, we can go back
This
and
actually just
reload it,
broke it down.
and I can create whatever reports I need with it.
And so from your review of the data and the phones in this case, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to any manipulation of data or deletion of data or removal of data from what you observed?
From the encrypted files that we have, none. And then we didn't have passcodes for the phones for John O'Keefe's until the 31st, and then again for Miss Reed's until, like I said, August, once the program was able to open it.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Green's affidavit following your.
So he's saying like that. I think that kind of shuts down this idea that Trooper Proctor could have fucked with the phone. He's like, yeah, we saved the encrypted version, and there wasn't any difference.
Review of Mr. Green's affidavit. What, if any, steps did you take in relation to what was indicated in there?
So as I said, I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the case as the investigators do. So
That's part of why you're.
I got his report and I went through it and basically just went step by step. So he says
Just
this
does the
happened.
phone.
I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was
Just does the phone.
either incorrect or slightly off in either.
Oh, Fender, I'm gonna rewind it a second. This is the part I was saying was coming up that has to do with what you were saying or
I
asking.
didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the case as the investigators do. So I got his report and I went through it and basically just went step by step. So he says this happened. I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it.
Now,
Did you
with
guys
respect
hear
to the health data that you
He
were.
doesn't even throw. See, like I said, with tech experts, this is my point. With tech experts, it's a very different situation. He's not trying to say that dude's shady. He's not trying to throw him under the bus. He's just like, yeah, I just trying to see if he just misinterpreted it because it's a possibility. Let's back that up again because this is the heart of the issue when it comes to the tech stuff right here, right? Like, listen.
I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the case as the investigators do. So I got his report and I went through it and
Talking about the defense expert.
basically just went step by step. So he says this happened. I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it.
And that was it. See?
Now, with respect to the health data that you were asked about, again, if you could explain to the jury when something in there in the health data says steps, what exactly does steps mean?
As I said before, the phone is seeing movement. It doesn't necessarily mean you're taking steps. If you have the iWatch paired to it, you're going to get a greater level of accuracy, and I would be more apt to believe that steps are being taken because it's going to also bring your heart rate. So if you're taking a large amount of steps, it's going to correspond.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about just the health data and just the health data. Why is it that you would look beyond just the health data?
Well, you have the GPS points as well as the health data. We're trying to look at everything together as a whole. You take one artifact and say, well, this means this, but you could have 5 others that disclaim it. So that's why we look at all of this stuff.
I mean, that's exactly it.
Now, from that same information, as far as the GPS data, that indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived.
That's such an accurate way to view exactly what I was kind of trying to say about the technology, where it's like, yep, you can look at this thing and it looks like this, and then this other thing, and they all say something different. You know, and it's like everyone is like, that's again why all these tech experts, I think they're all just kind of have this mutual respect because everyone's just trying to figure it the fuck out, right? You know what I mean?
At 34 Fairview Road at 12:25 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the clocks or the 3 different clocks that was presented to you, that's now been marked for identification, you indicated that those were not accurate. Is that correct?
Well, the file that it's coming from is not accurate. So it came from a power log file that's the database it pulled from. So that it's telling you the power of the phone. So when I looked at that, that also shows the battery level. And that's how I was able to show that, or see, I should say, that John O'Keefe's phone never turned off. It dropped down to about 17% battery level. From being under his body, it was actually saved it from dying overnight. Then it also shows the timestamps of when it gets plugged in and as it goes up. That has 3 different timestamps. That's what that is from. That is not when Waze has started. That is.
Isn't that kind of interesting about the fact that he was lying on top of it, saved him from dying overnight? The way he says that too is poignant, right? Because it's like he died, but he saved his phone's life, right? You guys see what I mean? Like he died, but he saved his phone's life. But also, just from a practical standpoint, you know, if there was foul play, you know, well, maybe we'll never know. But if there was foul play, did someone know that and put it there on purpose so the phone would preserve some sort of data?
Not when the address is put in. That is strictly for the power log. There's nothing to do with anything else.
And so, again, just sort of to that point, what, if any, connection to those timestamps in the the document marked for identification Mr. Yanetti showed you, what, if any, relationship does that have to the timestamps contained within either the Waze or the GPS native locations or anything else that you were testifying about before?
It's literally showing that Waze has been opened and that it's pulling power from the phone, and that is it. That is nothing else.
Now, in regard to the Cellebrite extraction, in regard to Mr. Green's affidavit, Cellebrite has periodically updates the versions of their software, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could speak a bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this case and specifically Ms. McCabe's searches.
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Cellebrite that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61, so that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? The version that Mr. Green used, was that available at the time that you did the initial extraction?
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10 upgrades later.
It wasn't even.
Sorry, sir, continue.
There you go.
So again, he did the extraction, he looked at it, finds this.
It wasn't anything nefarious. It's just when one person did it, they used the latest version, which was whatever it was. And then when the next person did it, they also used the latest version, but it was something completely different because of the updates. And that's that.
Artifact that's parsed out. And then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time when that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53 version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
So, sir, with regard to those Google searches, what, if any, opinion do you have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
He explains it.
When Ms. McCabe told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24. And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that, again, if she reopened that browser window, it's going to reload the search. And then that was it. Those are the 3 times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
And why is it that it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27 in the morning?
Well, it's physically impossible to search two things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So I was told as the defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
Now, as far as wall files or write-ahead log, having things listed as deleted, if you could just speak a little bit more about that as far as why would something be listed as deleted in a wall file and what does that mean?
Again, the user has no input on how a wall file is deleted. It's an automated thing that the database does to clean up. It auto deletes after either programs are closed, it reaches a max data allotment for that page. That is it.
There you go, Fender.
And that would include any sort of call log history that was contained in the write-ahead log or the wall file as well?
That is correct.
And so what, if any, opinion do you have as to those phone calls that you were showing in relation to the contact listed in Ms. McCabe's phone as Coco, as far as whether or not they were user deleted?
Well, again, what the defense showed me was limited thing. I know should be two other locations that phone call was listed from looking at it myself. So I don't know why they gave me just the two deleted things, but there should be other spots in the database where that phone call was there. So I don't believe that it was user initiated. It was phone initiated.
And that's in reference to the write-ahead log, sort of first in, first out as far as data that comes in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, again, as far as your unit was concerned, you were the only one who created any Cellebrite reports in relation to any of the phones. In this case, with the exception of the defendant's phone that was created by the Attorney General's office following their extraction of privileged material, correct?
Objection.
So objection is sustained as to the form.
So with reference to this case, this investigation, who, if anyone besides you, created any Cellebrite reports or extractions from any of the phones involved in this case?
Other than the AG's office, it was just myself.
And now you had mentioned that there was some deleted material from the defendant's phone from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that was deleted?
There was some search items that were not there in the phone, but found cookies related to said searches and websites visited.
UI attorney thing.
So as far as search terms or web history, were those the areas that were deleted?
Yes, that's correct.
I have nothing further on.
Oh, okay.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, so we brought you back for that, Trooper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational and work history background, if that's all right.
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree, where did you go and what, if any, area did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology and Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree. After that, I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
Now, with regard to the totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So I'm going to back that up just a second. I'm trying to see that was, so first of all, that's a lot of board certifications. Yeah, Fender, I mean, I understand why these are rhetorical questions because there's like plenty of reasons why they should have investigated other people. And of course they didn't. So I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to ask the Commonwealth. What are you making for breakfast, Fender? So yeah, so this part, let me back this up just a second because A, it's really unusual to have that many board certifications. That's really impressive. But B, I want to hear, she goes to some crazy school. Hold on.
From a vessel. So it's like a bruise.
From the defendant's phone from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that was deleted?
There was some search items that were not there in the phone, but found cookies related to said searches and websites visited.
So as far as search terms or web history, were those the areas that were deleted?
Yes, that's correct.
I have nothing further.
Oh, okay.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, so we brought you back for that, Trooper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work now?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational and work history background, if that's all right?
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree, where did you go and what, if any, area did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology and Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree. After that, I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology.
So that is a medical school in Antigua and Barbuda. Like I don't even know if I'm saying that correctly, but like literally it's like near the Bahamas, I think. Like it's in that region, the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda. I'm butchering that, I'm sure. Not Barbados, just by the way. It's Antigua and Barbuda. Wow. It looks like all they do is medicine. It says it's like the internationally recognized medical education of the highest quality. Wow, interesting. That is really crazy. Like, who would have thought, right? Like, it's like surrounded by like palm trees and ocean. That's wild. It's like got ocean. Oh my God, you guys, you should Google the pictures. It's got ocean. It's oceanfront. It's like an oceanfront medical school with palm trees. That's wow, crazy. It's the countries has 2 names. Here, I'll put it in the chat. It's like this. It's a 1 country, but 2 names. It's like this. But it's the American University of Antigua is what it's called. Crazy. What is that, Fender? Can't tell if it's an ID or an LD. I guess it's an ID. Italy? Wow. I'll Google it.
And neuropathology.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
Now, with regard to the totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
If I could ask, as far as You have certain findings as far as the intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital horns of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
If you could, please explain to the jury what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So
you can tell Wally's
the
like, I don't know what the
ventricles
fuck-
are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through. So the cerebrospinal fluid serves as
Yeah, I was just researching this food, idli. Yes, thank you. I for India. It's a savory. Yeah, literally, that description is exactly what I just read online. That's so funny. Yep, the fermented batter. I read about that. Yes. Oh, I didn't know that it was black lentils. That's cool. Steaming a batter. So my thought, it looked like, am I correct that it's like a rice ball thing, but then you put it in and you dip it in a batter and then you cook it? Is that correct? Like, I was thinking the fermented part was like the outside batter, like a separate thing. Like there's like a rice thing and then a batter thing, or that could have just been a dipping sauce, but like that's what it seemed like from what I saw online. But, you know.
a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then
That's funny. So basically, what I saw online is pictures, and what the description was not matching the picture. Like, it gave maybe an accurate description, but then the picture might have been the final product. But given that the picture was lined up with the description, it looked like they were describing what's in the picture, because, you know, that would make sense, right? Describing what's in the picture. Anyway.
goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back.
Okay.
And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So the occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
Sounds good.
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard to your findings,
Sounds
that required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures.
some type of
I
force?
can't say
Okay.
what type of force or how much force,
Right. Well, that's
but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
incredible.
and the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
I mean,
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions.
the thing is that however he died is really crazy, because it's not that easy to stump this many. Like, okay, the two medical examiners, sorry, three, because they had the defense one also, they all say pretty much the same thing as each other, right? Like, they can't say for sure what fucking happened. That's what it comes down to. Like, it's really hard these days to kill somebody and like not leave evidence behind, right? Like, so it's really crazy, right? Like, whatever happened, like, if there was foul play from anybody, they did a pretty good job. Although they did get lucky with the investigation. Let me stop myself and put it that way. They got really lucky, but you can't plan ahead for that. I guess you can if you're in law enforcement, maybe. Anyway, but you usually can't plan ahead for that, right? You don't want to assume you're going to get lucky. But they did a really good job of going undetected, right? And or having someone else that could get blamed for it. But what, I still just like, man, I just wonder if it was just some sort of freak accident, you know? But I think that, again, the point being that it's hard. It's got to be hard to stump, you know, three medical examiners where they all say the same thing and agree with each other, right? Like, and really, it's right in line even with the ARCA dudes. Like, they're saying they don't know, and then the ARCA dudes are the ones that can look at it and be like, yeah, it wasn't a car. So I don't know, man.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination.
No questions, thank you. You're welcome.
Doctor, thank you very much. You are all set.
Thank you.
Scordi-Bello.
Jurors, I gave you a similar instruction before about photographs. So the Commonwealth intends to introduce into evidence through the next witness certain photographs showing Mr. O'Keefe post-mortem. You'll have those photographs with you in connection with this case. I understand that they will be, some of them will be shown up on the screen, and that's why I want to sort of give you a warning that that will happen. When they come to you as exhibits, they'll be placed in an envelope. You can, look at them briefly. They'll be covered, is what I'm saying to you. So the photographs are not pleasant. They can be described as graphic, and I instruct.
The point of that, in case anyone's wondering, is so that it's not a situation where they're just all of a sudden surprised, like, not expecting to see one of those pictures, and that's what they see. So that's, appropriate.
That your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs will be photographs.
I wonder, like, this instruction, and then when else did she read that? She read it. It was during Yuri Buchanan's testimony. She read it. I don't know if that was the defense asked for it. I've never heard of anyone ever read these types of instructions, and I don't think anyone else on LawTube had either. In my opinion, I know that typically that's supposed to be an instruction that would benefit the defense. To me, I don't see it that way. It sounds like something you would only say if it's like, yeah, well, the suspect's definitely guilty, but let's pretend they're not. I know that's not how it works. I know it's not how it's supposed to work. That's just what it sounds like to me, because it's like, again, they've been in this position where Karen has barely been mentioned all that much. There's like nothing, and it's almost like it's not a bad thing for the defense if people just forget about her and start thinking this case is about, you know what I mean? Like, but this is one of those things where it's like, all of a sudden it's like, oh, this really portrays her as a suspect, which obviously she was, but I don't know if that makes any sense, but like, in my mind, hearing this, I'm like, oh, this paints her in a bad light. That's how I interpret it. So
only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injury or to the nature of the incident itself. Okay.
Like,
all right. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
They should be able to pity him. Like, she's saying they shouldn't give you pity, but they should be able to pity him and still find her not guilty because they're not mutually exclusive.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Right. Exactly.
My name is Irini Scordi-Bello. My last name is spelled Scordi-Bello.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed as a medical examiner.
And for whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And how long has it been that you've been medical examiner for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts?
I have been with OCME in Massachusetts since December of 2016.
Now, turning your attention to January 31st, 2022, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy in regard to a patient or a body of John O'Keefe?
I did.
Now, during the course of the autopsy that you performed in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during the course of the external examination, what, if anything, did you note in reference to that external examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
First, I noted that there was evidence of medical intervention. Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to our facility from the hospital, and he had evidence of attempted resuscitation. After I documented that, I proceeded to document some injuries that I saw on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And before we turn to that, if I could just ask you a couple more general questions. You've made some mention earlier in your testimony as far as the cause and manner of death in general. That's two things that you're trying to determine during any sort of forensic pathological examination, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask you first is just in reference to manner of death. Can you describe for the jury sort of what are the different types of manner of death and how are they sort of classified from a perspective from your office?
Okay. Yes. So the manner of death are the circumstances that led to the cause of death. The cause of death being the disease or the injury
I'm doing a stupid joke. Let me know if you guys want to hear it. It's stupid.
that initiated the sequence that led to the fatal events. So the manner of death is circumstance dependent. There are 5 general manners of death, or 5 umbrellas. The first one is natural. When we determine a manner of death to be natural, it means that the death was caused exclusively by natural disease. That would be heart disease, liver disease, cancer, aging, Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. The second manner of death is accident. That means that the cause of death was due to an injury or due to an intoxication, either a physical injury or a chemical injury. But the circumstances show little or no evidence that intoxication or that injury was intentional. So most motor vehicle accidents, most drug overdoses, most elderly falls are classified as accidents. The fatal outcome was not intentional. Homicide is a manner of death when there is injury inflicted by another person, but there is evidence that there was intent to cause fear, harm, or death to the other individual. And suicide is due to either an injury or an intoxication.
Fear, harm, or death. So is she saying it's homicide if they just scare a person? I don't know. I have not heard that before. Intent to cause fear, harm, or death? So intending to cause fear would be enough? Like if you intend to cause fear and then somebody dies, like, I don't know.
And again, the circumstances and the evidence.
Hear my stupid joke. Okay. My stupid joke. So it's because when she was saying manner of death, and I was thinking like, oh, is this like manners of death? Like if you're going to be polite, like, may I kill you, please? Or like taking your shoes off when you're in the house. That was my stupid. It was really stupid, actually. Yeah, but like intimidation's not, I don't know. Like technically that sounds more like assault, like a verbal threat. You know what I mean? Like causing fear or intimidation sounds more like assault to me than homicide.
Suggest or point strongly to the fact that that was a self-inflicted, intentional act on behalf of the person with the intent to cause harm to themselves or cause
similar languaging, but this time it's self-directed. But the other thing is like you don't even have to cause the fear; it's just an intent to cause fear.
Death to themselves. So most hangings, intentional overdoses by prescription medications are classified as suicides. And then we have, one more manner that we call undetermined. Some jurisdictions, they call it could not be determined. That means that evidence pointing towards one set of circumstances or one manner is no more compelling than evidence pointing towards another manner of death. So if we don't have enough information to know whether something, or to be able to determine the circumstances, then we are left with an undetermined manner of death.
Now, am I correct in stating that the cause of death is something that's more like a medical determination? Is that correct?
Yes, the cause.
So watch the leading questions, Mr. Elliott. Sustained.
How would you characterize the determination that you make in regard to a?
I know this is a joke. When she says by saying watch the leading questions, does that mean watch Lolly lead? Ha ha ha.
Cause of death.
The cause of death is based on my findings at the time of autopsy, along with any medical information that I may have on that deceased individual.
Now, as far as the manner of death, how are you making that?
Yay!
The manner of death, as I mentioned, is circumstance dependent. I make that determination based on investigative information that is provided to me by law enforcement, by the people who did the investigation.
And what, if any, legal determination are you making as far as when you classify something as either of those 5 categories in a manner of death?
Yeah, okay, that's objectionable. Why? He just said, what type of legal determination are you making? Calls for legal conclusions.
I am not making a legal determination. I'm making a medical determination.
Okay, is that why they're not
And so as far as the medical determination is manner of death, specifically when I'm talking about something that could be ruled or listed as manner of death as accident, is that, what if anything, what if any determination are you making as far as that is concerned?
I'm making the determination that the information that I have either shows no evidence or very little evidence that the injury that led to the cause of death was intentional. So I don't have any information to suggest that that was an intentional act.
And am I correct in saying that routinely people charged with, say, motor vehicle homicides, it gets classified as a manner of death as accident, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There it is.
And as far as the listing related to cause of death, what did you list as cause of death on Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his death certificate?
Cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
And with reference to manner of death, what, if anything, did you list on Mr. O'Keefe's death certificate in relation to manner of death?
I listed could not be determined.
And as far as that listing for could not be determined, if you could explain to the jury why it was that you have that listed as a manner of death with relation to Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, the cause of death is something that I can determine by the autopsy. I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe and determined that he had injuries to his head as well as signs of hypothermia. So the combination of those two was the cause of death. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances under which Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries. And I did not have enough information to be able to determine whether those injuries were accidental or not. And so my manner of death was undetermined or could not be determined.
And just from the spectrum that you had just talked about, sort of the 5 different manners of death, fair to say that you did not determine that this was either suicides or natural causes, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as your determination of the manner of death being could not be determined, which of the 2 were you sort of in between?
The 2 manners of death that remain are accident and homicide.
Now, Dr. Scordi-Bello, you had made reference as far as cause of death being a blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
At least one of the contributing causes. If you could explain to the jury sort of what you understand that to mean as far as what is a blunt force injury.
Blunt force injuries are caused by any blunt object. That is a very big category of objects.
I'll say.
A microphone could be a blunt object. This
A screaming goat could be a blunt object.
bottle, if heavy enough, could be a blunt object. Right? The ground can be a blunt object. So anything that doesn't have a sharp edge or a razor edge, not a knife, not a scalpel, is a blunt object.
What about a machete?
Blunt impact injuries are categorized into contusions, which are bruises, abrasions, which are scratches, fractures, which are a break in the bone, and lacerations, which are tears in the skin. So when we say blunt impact injuries, we could be referring to any of those or a combination of those 4 types. And all those are the result of impact of the body with a blunt object.
Now, we'll get more into specifics in a moment, just in general terms as far as from your external examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, whereabouts sort of geographically on the body did you observe these blunt force injuries?
The majority of the blunt force injuries were to the face and the head, as well as to the upper extremities, the arms.
Now, starting with Mr. O'Keefe's head, what was it specifically, or where was it that you observed blunt force injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Okay. I observed a number of different injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's head, starting with his eyes. He had hemorrhage or bleeding on the upper eyelids of both eyes, as well as swelling of the eyes. He had a small laceration, a small tear in the skin on the right eyelid, again associated with the bleeding. He had some abrasions. Abrasions are superficial scratches on the skin on the left side of his nose, I believe. And when I looked at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, he had a laceration. It's a tear in the skin that was surrounded, or it was associated with an abrasion, a scrape.
In terms of the extremities, and I'll start with upper extremities as far as his arms, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to blunt impact injuries to his arms?
He had, on the right upper extremity, he had a number of somewhat linear, somewhat patterned abrasions, scrapes, varying sizes, ranging from small 2 to 3 millimeters to, I believe, 5 or 6 centimeters, both on the upper arm and part of his forearm. He had some contusions or some bruising on the dorsal aspect of the right hand that I measured and documented. He had he had a very small abrasion, I believe, on the lower extremities near the right knee, but I would have to look at my notes to be absolutely sure.
You can go ahead and look at your notes anytime you need to, Doctor. Okay?
I can go into my notes?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as his extremities, I noted a 3-centimeter superficial abrasion to his right medial upper arm. That would be the medial aspect, would be the inner aspect of the right arm. I noted the abrasions on his posterior right arm and forearm. Those ranged from 3 millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. I noted 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand. Again, that's the back of the hand. A faint abrasion, a faint scratch on the dorsal aspect of the left hand, and a small 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee, on the side of his knee, on the right side.
Now, I think you've defined it fairly well so far, but I'm just going to ask you, just for delineation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the difference between an abrasion versus a contusion versus a laceration.
Okay. An abrasion is a scrape. It's a scrape of the superficial layers of the skin. A contusion is a bruise. So if I hit myself hard enough on my nightstand, I break blood vessels in under the skin, then I can end up with a bruise or a contusion. A laceration is a tear, not necessarily a cut. There's a distinction between a cut and a tear. A tear in the skin is due to a blunt object, maybe the corner of the nightstand that's sharp enough to tear my skin, but not so sharp as a blade that would actually cut the skin smoothly. So we differentiate between lacerations and cuts because cuts are due to sharp objects, lacerations are due to blunt objects. And fractures are basically a break in the bone, again, due to blunt trauma.
Are you familiar with what is termed as an incised wound?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Incised, I-N-C-I.
Incised, yes.
If you could explain the difference between sort of the mechanism and sort of what you observe between a laceration and an incised wound.
Yes, so an incised wound is what I previously called a cut. So the analogy I like to give is if you have a loaf of bread and you're trying to cut the bread. If you take a very good bread knife, sharp knife, you will be able to smoothly cut the bread. If you take a hammer, which is a blunt object, and you try to cut the bread, you're going to shred it up. So an incised
Yeah, I mean, I agree. If you try to cut bread with a hammer, it's not going to go well for you.
wound is a smooth cut. Knives, razors will cause incised wounds on the skin.
Shout out to Julie
A
Fruit
blunt object.
joining us from Julie Fruit. Remind you're in the UK, right? I know Joel says UK, so I don't know anything more specific than that. Are you specifically, well, if you want to share where specifically you're from. By the way, we've got an international crew here because Fender is in India and Black Widow was here earlier and I think she might have fallen asleep. So
Object will cause a laceration. It will break the skin and the edges will not be uniform and there might even be some bruising around it.
Now, with respect to the injuries that you talked about as far as the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, how was that located in reference to sort of the circumference of the arm? And what I'm asking there is, was it on top, on the bottom, or everywhere?
I described them as being on the posterior right arm and forearm. So when we examine a body, we examine the body in what's known as the anatomic position, which is the body on the table with the palms upwards. And so the posterior right arm and forearm would be what would be facing the table as the body is laying on the table, the backside of the arm and the forearm.
and y'all, we're about to get into her diagrams here in a sec too.
So the opposite of posterior would be what?
Would be anterior, and it would be this area right here that points up.
And as far
or
as
forward.
the interior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries there?
I noted in my diagrams and my charts that they were mostly on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Now, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could turn your attention to the internal examination as far as the injuries that you observed there.
Her face right there looked like belabored, if that's a good way to put it. Like, here, let me rewind it to show you guys. Like, she doesn't want to talk about that arm injury or something.
In my diagrams and my charts that they were mostly on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Right here.
Now, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could turn your attention to the internal
What the heck is that?
examination as far as the injuries that you
cool,
observed
Julie.
there. What, if
That's
anything, did
awesome.
you observe
I'm not
during
sure
the
I
course
even
of
knew
your
that you
internal
were-
examination of
Got
Mr.
it.
O'Keefe?
That's awesome.
Okay, the internal examination, I will start with the head. Once the skull was open and the head was examined, I noted that there were skull fractures, in Mr. O'Keefe's skull, both in the back and the front aspect of his skull. I noted that there was recent subdural hemorrhage. That is blood that is under the dura, and the dura is a very tough protective cover that sits over the brain. I noted that there was subarachnoid hemorrhage. That's hemorrhage that is directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges, which is a very thin membrane that covers the brain. And at that point, I removed the brain, and I, instead of examining it right then and there, I saved it in a special solution, and I...
Kitsbits, in case you're wondering, Julie Frew is one of our ST. In case it cuts out like that, we're having thunderstorms, so just don't worry, though. I'm here.
Sent it to our office in Boston for a neuropathologist to fully examine.
And is it your understanding that a neuropathologist ultimately conducted a fuller examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
Yes.
And who was that neuropathologist within your office?
Dr. Stonebridge.
Now, with reference to the head, as far as the skull, you indicated that there were fractures as in plural, correct?
Yes.
And I believe Julie, you're a mod too now, right? I think.
With reference to the fractures, what, if any, relationship did you know between the fractures that you observed and the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that you spoke about in your external examination?
So the laceration on the scalp that I observed was overlying the area of the skull that appeared to be fractured, or at least appeared that the fractures were originating from that point of impact and extending into the rest of the skull.
Yeah. So the thing is that, like, I didn't plan on covering this trial until I heard Yanetti's opening statements. And the thing is that when you're covering a trial, it makes it so I totally miss being there for the lives. I've been able to catch like a lot of the shows, but just not always in the chat. Or I'm like, I think I've kind of popped in and out, but definitely not like regularly. But it's just so hard. Like when it's like what I've learned is like when you're covering shit on your own channel, you don't have as much time to watch shit on other channels. Like, you know, like this has been like a daily project for me to work on. You know, I've been doing the live trial footage and the recap. So it's you know, and still covering all the documents from that have come out from Chad Daybell, and then I'm also covering everything that happens in Coburger. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff. But I love you guys. I love everyone at STS, and I love you, Julie Frew. And now that the trial is over, maybe I will have more time to pop in, especially once I finish with these recaps, because we've got one more week left. So well, one more week of trial testimony, in other words, week 9. So
now, one of anything as far as your observations of the skull on that point in the, I'm sorry, which part of the skull was the originating fracture?
This would be on the back of the skull, slightly right of midline.
Is that the medical term that's referred to as?
I'm sorry?
Is there a medical term that's referred to as far as the right rear sort of?
It's the right occipital.
And what, if anything, led you to that opinion that that was sort of the originating source of the multiple fractures in the skull that you observed?
Again, observing or...
So the point of this is that she's getting to the point about the black eyes were not because he was beat up in the face, like on the eyes. It's the blood from the brain, basically.
Looking at the skull fractures and their pattern, there appeared to be a central point with fractures radiating or originating from that central point and going into other parts of the skull.
Now, in reference to that laceration in the area of the originating fracture in the back of the skull, what, if anything, did you determine in regard to impact in regard to that area of the head?
Well, the laceration along with, so the tear in the skin along with the scrape, because they were adjacent, are both evidence of blunt impact. So I knew at that point that Mr. O'Keefe's head had come in contact with a blunt object.
And would that be sort of the point of impact between the blunt object and Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Right.
Now, with reference to the fractures that you would observed, how extensive were the fractures that you observed, the multiple ones?
Well, there were multiple fractures. So by definition, multiple fractures in multiple chambers or parts of the skull. So I would say they were extensive.
Now, doctor, as far as the internal examination was concerned with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting with his stomach, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in that area?
I observed that there were some small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach.
And are those described in medical literature as?
I mean, we don't know much, except we know it was snowing, and we know he was not hit by a car. So
specific type of spot.
They are they have a name. They're called Wisniewski spots. Wishnewski, and they have been associated with cases of hypothermia.
And how so? How have they been associated with cases of hypothermia?
They have been seen in cases of hypothermia. It's one of the findings that supports the diagnosis of hypothermia. They are not always there, and their presence doesn't definitively diagnose hypothermia, but they are one of the findings that, if present, suggest the diagnosis of hypothermia.
And based on your training and experience, and based on other types of literature that you've reviewed in regard to hypothermia, what is, as far as these Wisniewski spots, and thank you very much for saving me from saying that until after you had said it. With regard to that, what if anything does it say as far as the causality of that, or how that occurs or is related to hypothermia?
We don't really know the pathophysiology of these spots. There have been various hypotheses. People have suggested that they are a response to stress. Some people have suggested that hypothermia increases secretion of acid in the stomach, and that leads to these spots, but their exact pathophysiology is still under investigation.
Now, in addition to these areas of small hemorrhage in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, what, if anything, did you observe in the pancreas?
In the pancreas, I again observed some more diffuse hemorrhage of the pancreas and the tissues around it.
And same question with regard to the spots or the hemorrhages you observed in the stomach. What, if any, relationship do the hemorrhages or the bleeding in the pancreas have in relation to hypothermia?
Again, it's one of the findings that, if present, should alert the medical examiner to consider the possibility of hypothermia.
And as far as the observations that you made, as far as the hemorrhages in the stomach area of Mr. O'Keefe and the hemorrhages in the pancreatic area of Mr. O'Keefe, the sort of juxtaposition of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your hypothermic diagnosis?
When the case was called into our office and when we accepted the case, it was reported to us that this was an individual that was found in the snow, covered with snow, and it appeared that he may have been there for a period of time. So one of the questions for me as a medical examiner is to determine whether there are any signs of hypothermia in addition to what I had already observed, which was the blunt impact injuries. And the combination of the gastric, the stomach, and the pancreatic hemorrhages strongly suggested, given the circumstances and how the body was found, that hypothermia did in fact play a role in his death.
Probably should have asked this first as a precursor, but when you use the term hypothermia, what do you understand, what does hypothermia mean from a medical diagnostic perspective?
Right, hypothermia is a term used to describe low body temperature, by definition, 35 degrees centigrade or below. And there are levels of hypothermia from mild hypothermia to severe
I don't know what centigrade means.
hypothermia. It just basically means the body is losing heat faster than it can generate it.
And typically, what would be the sort of core body temperature that
There you
would
go.
determine
Fahrenheit.
someone is hypothermic versus not?
We're usually at 98 degrees or 37 degrees centigrade. So anything higher than that is considered a fever or hyperthermia. Anything lower than 35 degrees centigrade or 95 degrees Fahrenheit is considered hypothermia.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of a little bit about the type of diagnosis that is involved in hypothermia and sort of what other sort of types of information you...
You know, it's stupid because Trooper Proctor and his crew were talking shit about her too. Stupid.
would be looking at in order to make that diagnosis?
Hypothermia is a difficult diagnosis to make.
Bender's bringing the knowledge. Centigrade is the old name for Celsius. Had no idea. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think there's, I wouldn't be surprised if there were multiple people that were happier on cross, to be honest.
And sometimes it's a diagnosis of exclusion, meaning that all other possible causes of death have been ruled out and you're left with hypothermia. So a body that is found in the snow or in a cold environment and has a core body temperature of 85 degrees and is unresponsive or asystolic, meaning that there is no heart activity, could be.
Y'all ever hear that story about that dude who like was trapped? This is from a long time ago, but he was trapped like in a railroad car or something like that, and it was not refrigerated, right? It was just like regular, but he was so convinced that it was like a freezer or something that he was like sure he was going to die of hypothermia, and like sure enough he did. Did you guys ever hear about that?
A hypothermic death, or it could not be a hypothermic death, and it's up to us to determine
That is weird.
by doing the autopsy what other factors are at play. So the example I like to give is a person with
we use, I mean, it's weird that she did use centigrade. It might be because she's not from America, right? Like, because in my experience, you use Fahrenheit for everything. So
severe coronary artery disease, goes out to shovel their driveway, suffers a heart attack. And
yeah, I mean, now that she's going pro se, I'm going to have to definitely do that. Like, for sure. I know that there's going to be everyone else covering it too, but like, just like with Karen Reed, right? There's some train wrecks you just can't not cover.
drops to the ground and is dead within seconds. And no one discovers their body for a few hours during the storm. When they're found, they're asystolic, their core body temperature is 80 degrees. But the autopsy shows another reason for their death. It shows a massive heart attack, which is what killed them.
Because I know we've got, so just so for anyone who's listening on Replay Crew and for anyone else who hasn't heard this yet, my plan once I finish these recaps which again, we're getting pretty close to the end of it, is to go back and do the pretrial hearings and pretrial motions and all of that for the Karen Reed trial. Of course, I'll continue to cover any updates with what's going on here as well. But going back and looking at all the pretrial shit that we didn't do beforehand. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to remember what it was. There was something in her most recent letter to the judge that made me there. I don't remember what it was. There was something specifically though that I was like, made me think that he actually would do better than her, but I can't remember what it was. If I think of it, I'll make sure I say something. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it does bring out the crazy, but you know what? We don't have any of that here, so it's great. Everybody here is how to say, smart, funny. I mean, these are all understatements. Everybody that's here is awesome, and in all kinds of different ways. Like we had Dr. Bob was here earlier, and he's a retired physics teacher and retired school principal who lives in Massachusetts and served as a jury foreperson in Massachusetts twice. So, and he's been to the house on 34 Fairview. So he's like an invaluable resource. I mean, everybody here. Fender's a psychologist. DSN, Julie. He's, computer expert, right? Then we've got Abby, who's a veterinarian, but so she has some, medical knowledge and stuff like that. Kit Smits is also a music teacher like me. We've got like all different kinds of bases covered. We don't have someone who's like a human doctor, but we've got all kinds of, and everybody's great. Just, this is, if you want to, rational, open-minded, informed conversation without misinformation, this is a good place. So, yep, Abby's a vet. Yes, yes. Absolutely, I'm going to stream that. Yeah, 100%. I mean, assuming it's open to the public, right? But I think it's going to be. Absolutely, I'll be covering that for sure.
They just happened to be outside after they died, and they lost heat and their body temperature dropped.
Yeah, I think
doesn't mean they died from hypothermia.
Abby was here earlier. I think you might have missed her, Fender. Right. Yeah, you moderate on STS. Yeah. Copper Horse jumps in here every now and again too, Julie. Copper, and then sometimes the COE pops in, sometimes, and Spacey's popped in before too. So yeah, she missed it. You just missed her. Yeah, she was actually like, "Hey, Chelsea, I need you to help me say no to taking another shift for someone for covering a shift." And I was like, "You can do it. Just say no." Yeah, I know it is. It's great. It's great. And by the way, Julie, have you joined the Discord? Because we have a really great Discord. It's awesome. So it's all the same folks, and it's the Squirrel crew. So I'll put it in the chat. Halv Nightbot put it in the chat just in case, and for anyone else too who's watching and hasn't joined and is interested.
Hypothermia. However, if you take a person, an elderly person, or any person, an intoxicated person, a person who is intoxicated with drugs,
okay, awesome.
That goes out into bad weather, gets
right now, by the way, DSN is catching up on the Depp v. Heard trial for the first time, and he's posting like regular updates in the Discord, like what witness he's watching and what's going on. It's really funny.
Confused, loses their direction, isn't able to get to shelter.
This actually, I think, is important. Let me back it up just a second to get to the beginning of this answer.
The reason for their death. It shows a massive heart attack, which is what killed them. They just happened to be outside after they died, and they lost heat and their body temperature dropped. Doesn't mean they died from hypothermia. However, if you take a person, an elderly person, or any person, an intoxicated person, a person who is intoxicated with drugs, that goes out into
one thing that's interesting, I don't know that this ever comes up in this trial, but I kind of thought it would. I'm pretty sure, I don't know this for a fact. Honestly, Abby would probably know again. That I think that when you're intoxicated, like especially if you're really intoxicated, I'm pretty sure it raises your temperature. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly.
Bad weather, gets confused, loses their direction, isn't able to get to shelter, and they die.
You mean, why does no one take it seriously that he didn't die from a car? If that's what you're asking, that's, you know, I mean, everybody here does, but like, I don't know. As far as other people, I don't know. I can't speak. I don't understand. I don't understand it. I compared it actually kind of to, I just covered the Paul O'Keefe interview. Like I covered it, I listened to it or watched it for the first time on the previous live stream, but then I just did a separate video where I had all kinds of, I had different ideas than I did on the live stream. But I think actually on there, I'm trying to remember if I left that in. I did reference flat earthers, where you can present them with evidence of like, see, this is the earth, it's not flat. And they're just gonna be like, nope, it's flat. And it's like, okay, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know what you do with that. I don't know if there's any way to fix that. I don't think there is.
Their body temperature starts to drop. They get more disoriented. They get more confused. You know, their organ systems start to shut down, and eventually they die from hypothermia. So that person will.
It does seem like Joel started to come around a little bit, though, from what I can tell. Again, I wasn't able to watch all of it, but from just the bits and pieces I caught, and just from hearing from other people in the chat here, you know, it seems like initially he was, you know, thinking that Karen Reed did it, and then he sort of started to change his tune. I will say I did catch part of it with like Dave Ehrenberg on. And actually it's funny because Super Planner Girl was like, hey, by the way, do not watch this episode, whenever it was. She was like, when Dave Ehrenberg was on, she was like, don't watch it, you will lose your mind. And then like on YouTube, you know how it'll like autoplay or whatever, like it automatically started playing. And I didn't know which one it was because I was listening to it. I wasn't watching it. And I was just like, oh, yes, you know, and then I started hearing, and I was like, oh my God, is this the one? And then I was like, oh, this is the one. And I was like, and I got so mad, and I was like, no wonder Super Planner Girl said not to watch this one. Like I was losing. I was like, holy shit, he is a current prosecutor in Florida. In, I forget which county he's in. Is he in Pinellas? He's in a major county where they do a lot of trials. And like, in my mind, I'm like, how is he coming out and even giving these types of comments? Like he should be fired. Like if I were his boss, I would fire him. I'd be like, you're not fit to be an attorney. Like how? You mean Joel got hate for like seeing the evidence? I mean, in my mind, I don't even know that he saw it as much as maybe he should have, but it seems like kind of, I don't know. I don't really know where he ended up standing at the end of the trial or if he even stated an opinion. But if you're saying he got hate for like moving in the direction of truth and evidence, then that's a shame. I freaking love Tim. People better leave Tim alone. I'll come for them. Like literally, Tim is my freaking. I love him so much. He's my hero. He's one of my favorite people. I love. And you know what? It's like I already know. I can already imagine what Tim said about this. Like every attorney except for that Dave Ehrenberg dude. Like Dave Ehrenberg. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how. Literally, the only attorney that I've heard of so far that seems to be still thinking that she did it, which is insane. Like every attorney and a lot of law enforcement too even have come out and like been like, yeah. So
also be found in the snow with a core body temperature of 80, 85 degrees. But when we do the autopsy, if we see those
like another example, like Duty Ron and Ed Wallace, who I love them, like they're, you know, retired NYPD, you know, Ed Wallace is the GOAT when it comes to crime scene investigation and evidence. And, you know, and obviously they're pro law enforcement. Now, NYPD is very different than other law enforcement, you know, departments here in the US. They're very they're a unique group, I would say, from everything I've learned. But you know, they're pro law enforcement and stuff, and they are just like, it wasn't even a question. They're like, what is going on? How I can just, you know, do your own. I was like, how is this even coming to trial? And I'm like, oh my God, see, this is why I love them. JC. Who's JC? JC. I'm not sure I know who JC is. Oh, weird. I don't know. Was this an STS show? CPFF. I don't know what that is. You're gonna have to spell it out for me, literally and figuratively, Julie. Cough. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I've heard rumblings of that. I forgot about that. That's the other one. That's the other one that just boggles the mind. Honestly, it's. I'm like, fuck. This whole time I've been like thinking this is a credible person with knowledge because of their background, and it's like, well, I was wrong. Ugh. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know who you're talking about when you say cough. Yeah. I forgot about that. God damn it. Sucks.
Hemorrhages, if we see that bleeding in the stomach, if we see the bleeding in the pancreas, if we look at their toxicology and we see that they were intoxicated with multiple substances, then we can determine, or we can opine that the cause of death was at least partly due to the hypothermia, because they were still alive when they started losing heat, as opposed to some.
I mean, the thing about the conspiracy theories too is I kind of really wish that wasn't even brought into this case, because that's one of the ways that a lot of people will discredit this whole thing about, like, I feel like that's one of the things, right? Like, people that are thinking Karen Reed did it, which again, I don't understand how you get there, but they're all going to be, I mean, I pointed it out when I did the Paul O'Keefe interview about how even for him, he's like, people are mad at us because we're not believing in a crazy conspiracy theory. It's like a straw man argument, right? It's like, well, and this is what I said in my video. I was like, no, I don't know that that's it so much as like, you're not accepting plain evidence before your eyes, right? But unfortunately, because of the whole conspiracy theory stuff, it gives people an excuse to be like, yeah, isn't that crazy? Like, there's no way, blah, 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 right? And it's like, well, there you go. And then they use that as a reason to not actually examine all of the evidence, right? Which is the shame that can happen. Oh, you mean people talking about them having, yeah, that's not good. I know. I mean, I agree. It really, yeah, it didn't do them. It didn't help them clearly, right? I mean, especially when it's like multiple people and then the burden shifting. Right. I know. Exactly. That's all they needed. That's it. Yep. Like I said this earlier tonight, I was like, they really could have just done the cross exams that they did. And then when it got to their case in chief, they could have just said, they could have pulled, like what we saw this in the Lori Vallow trial, and obviously there didn't work, and for obvious reasons, right? But that thing, we don't see it very often, but they could have done the thing where they're just like, it's their case in chief, but then they're like, yep, the Commonwealth didn't prove their burden, and we rest, and that's it, right? They could have not put on a case in chief, and this still should have been not guilty, you know?
Someone who had the heart attack and was already dead when they started losing heat from the body.
And the other thing too, and I haven't framed it in this way, but the other thing too is by working so hard to try to blame one or more, in this case, more third-party culprits, it's almost giving some sort of credibility to the Commonwealth in a way. Like, it could have a reverse effect, right? Like, if you're working so hard to try to prove that there's 80 million other people that could have done it, it's like, well, are you really just trying to distract from the truth? You know, I'm saying, like, people could go that route, right? Again, if you just stick with the burden and the burden wasn't met, you're done.
Doctor, when coming to your opinion in relation to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe, In addition to your autopsy, your internal, your external examination, what, if any, other materials were you provided, and what, if any, other materials did you review in relation?
I was provided with a police report, an investigative report. I was provided with some of his prior medical records. I was provided with records from the hospital where he was first taken by emergency medical personnel. And during the course of the autopsy, of course, I forgot, I didn't mention this, we also, during the autopsy, collect fluids from the body that are sent to the lab for toxicologic analysis. And after a few weeks after the autopsy, we get a report from the toxicology lab. And in this case, I looked at the toxicology report. As I mentioned, all the information from the investigators, the autopsy findings, the neuropathology findings, and came to a conclusion as to the cause.
Now, as part of the documentation that you received from the investigators, did that include photographs of the scene as well?
Yes, it did, some photographs.
It's really interesting because, like, if you guys remember from Murdaugh, like Dr. Ellen Reamer was such a breath of fresh air. You know, and she said, like, she on purpose doesn't look, just for anyone who doesn't remember or hasn't seen the trial, if anyone exists like that, but like she on purpose doesn't look at anything from the crime scene because she says she lets the body tell her the story, right? Which makes sense. It makes sense. She's like, nope, I don't want any information. I don't want any details. I don't want any crime scene pictures. I don't want any of this. I don't want to meet with investigators. I don't want to meet with law enforcement. Just give me the body and let me at the body, you know? And she's done like 50 gazillion autopsies, which is only a slight exaggeration. Oh, do you mean until, do you mean modding or what? You weren't on the Karen Reed case until last week? Right. Yeah. I mean, I came into it knowing nothing about it and had no opinion at all. And I was not planning on watching it or covering it, right? But even watching it just because of the divisiveness and all that. And like people were all crazy. And so I had no, but then I heard Yanetti's opening statements and I was like, okay, now I have to watch this. But it was great because I didn't do any outside research during the trial. Like, I guess now at this point I could do that, but like I didn't do any, and I'm not on social media. So I don't, like, literally I've been covering this whole thing with just what comes in at trial. And which has been great because it's like, I only know what the jury knows. I mean, pretty much, right? Like, of course they have more access to the autopsy pictures and shit like that. But like, in terms of like I have like no outside information from it for the most part. And like, I had no opinion. So, so just literally watching everything came in, but you know, of course I've watched the whole thing, and then covered the whole thing, but, yeah, Coroner Armpits. We have a funny video of Coroner Armpits. Should we watch that real quick? Right. I remember you modding for Chad. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you had to mod. Wow. That sucks that you had to mod for that. I remember thinking that. I think I did see that at one point, but I didn't know that you only jumped in towards the end. That's wild. Wow. Should we do the Coroner Armpits just because it came up? I feel like we have to. I love it so much. It's my favorite. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Let me add this to the thing. Do, 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 do. Yay. If you haven't seen my thumbnail, by the way, for Chad stuff, Julie, it's pretty fucking funny. You'll like it. All right, here we go.
Put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try.
This, by the way, Julie, since you haven't seen this is a little thing I put together of like EDB covering it, and then me when I was covering it live, and we go back and forth. Pretty funny.
Try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check for is
why
what
the
they call
prosecution called
Riger.
the pathologist.
And Riger is basically
Dr. Reamer.
when a person dies, the body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up.
Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so how?
Most people call it Rigger.
That's fine.
I've never said Riger.
If Githmans is still listening. This is
Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Show me what you did, and you did it both with Paul.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, please don't stick
Funny
your
everything.
hands in Dick's armpits.
He's going to.
Oh, no.
Could you step down here, please? Sure.
No. Please.
Paul,
I'm dying.
where
I'm
did you
dying.
put
I'm
your
dying.
hand?
But you know what's
They were
coming.
covered with the sheet
You know what's
initially
coming.
when I got.
You know what's coming. You can't stop it. You can't. There's nothing we can do to stop this from happening right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Which way Paul was.
Uh,
Okay. Basically, what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part. So, a new character. Who is this guy? Literally, who are you? Who are you?
Who is that?
Like,
Mr. Harvey.
this conversation between these two, it's like they walked into, it's like Creighton and Pooh walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless, and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up, and literally bring them in. I mean, this
Who is this?
And you did not use Runkle or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think of ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by
Yes,
a
sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that
it.
could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were
right.
heads of hair were dry.
Bingo.
But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your-
Riger had not started.
After, I'm going to pause it.
and
Hold on.
that usually
After this, they're going to get taken back to their home, and they're going to have Jello and bingo.
begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3 hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that,
frame that
Riger.
I was looking at.
Okay. And you
doesn't
walk
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes, sir.
We can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions. Sir.
Mic drop, you guys. He's like, no further. I can't.
2 questions. Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I do have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, if you only knew how much.
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Could you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like? Because I can.
I did not see sled
Okay,
on here.
I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is like sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise, or people are talking, or like there's papers shuffling, or there's something happening. Literally, the whole courtroom is not even. It's like everyone takes a nap, and they have time. Kidsmith, were your ears ringing? Because I was actually saying right before you shut up, I was like, if Kidsmith hears this, she's gonna come on by. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, we do have something for him. Hold on. It's a poop surprise. Road trip crew. He wasn't invited. Okay, you did hear it? Okay, cool. Cool. What game are you playing? How many times is Lolly gonna guess the number of times Lolly says with regards to? That's right. Hold on. It's every time. It's funny every time. It's I can't. I'm already. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Gang's all here, and Lolly. By the way, Julie Frew, that's his actual tie he wore during closing arguments. Hold on, let's get a better view. That's the actual tie he wore during closing arguments. I put on. It's the Lolly bird. There he is. See, but he wasn't invited. But he's hold on, here we go. He's annoying them, trailing. I love the way Super Planner Girl described it. He's trailing along like a pile of garbage or something like that. He's just like squat, and he's just like harassing them. Oh my god. So yeah, so there's the road trip crew with the shrimp weasel, which is a representation of Alex Murdaugh also. Oh my god, I just love it. And by the way, I have a goat now too. Yay! So we've already heard from the goat a couple times tonight in appropriate moments. So okay, back to
Turning back to the toxicological findings that you received, what, if any, indication did those findings have, or did they indicate in regard to blood alcohol concentration with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yep.
Mr. O'Keefe had alcohol in his system, and
yeah, I don't know.
I do believe, I don't have the toxicology in front of me, but in his blood at the time of autopsy, the level was 0.21 grams per deciliter.
Now, contained within those toxicology findings, there's also something listed as a vitreous humor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is, where that?
No, Julie, if you jumped in on Kieran Reed towards the end, were you watching it before you were modding it, or did you not? Because did you miss the whole thing with the soul? Like there was so much shit that you might have missed if you weren't watching it, like with the solo cups, for example. Like that's just one example, but like there's just a lot. I don't know. I'm curious. Were you watching it? Yeah, I did. I did find it odd. I did. That was weird. That was very weird. Very weird. Yep.
Taken from and why?
Yeah, that sample, the vitreous humor, is taken from the back chamber of the eye. It's one of the routine samples that we take in addition to blood from the body and urine. And it's, again, used to look for the presence of different drugs. In cases of alcohol intoxication, sometimes we will get a value for the vitreous, and sometimes that value might not be exactly the same as the value that we get for the blood. It gives us an idea of where in the curve of alcohol metabolism, the individual is.
And so based on sort of the disparity between the vitreous humor level and the, I'm sorry, I may not have asked, what was the level in the vitreous humor? Oh, yeah, the copy of the toxicology report.
Yes. It was 0.28.
Thank you. Now, I believe you alluded to it earlier in your testimony, but with respect to hypothermia, what are some of the manifestations?
I made my own. You may have missed it because I was early on. That was actually the first thing I did. Like before I decided to cover it myself, the first thing I did was I did like LawTube React videos, like how I've done. I put clips of with the solo cups and shit. But I was like playing those. What were we doing? We were covering, I guess we were doing the Gloria Satterfield deep dive. And I think that's how it started, was like, I found that like, it would be like a Gloria Satterfield deep dive episode, but then we all ended up talking about Karen Reed the whole time. And that's when I was like, well, I guess I'm just better cover it, But yeah, we can watch, do you want to see the ones I did? Because we can totally watch those. I forgot that you jumped in later and you would have missed all that. Yeah, we can watch them. Oh, you remember seeing it with... No, I made my own. Haven't watched the Aussie Insiders one. I made mine before they made theirs, I'm pretty sure. Not that it's a contest, but okay, we can watch them. Do you want to finish with her testimony first, or do you want to watch them now? We have probably, I don't know, 10 minutes left of her, probably. Yeah, I love Laurie, he's awesome. Awesome is an understatement. I really love him. Okay, so then okay, cool. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool. So you maybe thought I was playing Aussie. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we'll finish. Yeah, so Cross actually isn't until the next recap because that starts week 9. So this is actually going to finish out week 8. So week 8 finishes like in the middle of her direct testimony. Basically, what happens is they go to a sidebar, and then Judge Bev is like, "Let's just go home for the weekend," and it's a Thursday, right? So they don't have court Friday. And then, so week 9 is when we start with her. I guess they actually finish her direct and then they do Cross. So, oh, I know. But luckily he handles it really well, man. I love it. He's really got a great attitude of like, he actually encourages, not hate, but he encourages differing opinions. It's really unique, right? The way he handles it. I think it's really a great approach. He doesn't take offense to things. He doesn't get worked up. He just does a great job. And it's really important, right? Because it's like, he's like, hey, we can all have different opinions, but we can talk about it politely and be grownups, So yeah, we'll finish this and then we'll watch the solo cups for sure. Yep. You guys got it. Oh, just on X. Okay. I don't have a Twitter, but like, I just see sometimes people will post like super chats and shit on his show that are like rude towards him, but he handles it really well. So
Stations of that type of onset as it progresses.
We'll finish this and then we'll go to the solo cup.
Well, the first evidence of hypothermia, which we have no problem in this room, is shivering.
Julie, I know you said you heard about the solo cups. Have you seen? Well, you haven't seen what I'm going to show you, I'm sure. So be excited.
When someone starts to get cold, they start to shiver to conserve heat. But then as the body loses more and more heat, there are neurologic consequences. People can get confused. We see this in the elderly all the time. They can get disoriented. And eventually at very low temperatures, below 90 degrees, everything ceases to function. The heart stops.
And would physical weakness or lack of strength be one of those manifestations as well?
Yes.
And how many different sort of stages of hypothermia are there from the beginning of or onset of progression to the end?
There is mild hypothermia to extreme severe hypothermia.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And on this, as far as the examination that you conducted, that also included certain measurements as far as height, weight, things like that you did with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And if you could, what did you record as your measurements for both the height and the weight of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was weighed by our staff.
Did y'all appreciate Lolly defining physical weakness for us? He goes, physical weakness, lack of strength. Oh my God, I cannot. Y'all, Lolly is just, I don't even know, man. He's a trip. What is F1? Is that F1 like the race cars? Race cars? Car races? I don't know what that is, clearly. Are you talking about with Karen Reed? Just get off the Twitter sphere, as somebody calls it. I think Guarino calls it that, actually. Yeah, it's so much nicer not having the social media.
Staff is 216 pounds and measuring 73 inches, which is 6 feet 1 inch.
Wow, interesting.
Now, doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer before you,
it's like sports ball, but sports cars.
direct the jury's attention to starting with the front or the facial area and then to the back of the head, but just with reference to the head area.
That is an interesting looking individual here, right? Like, look at that. I hope nobody looks like that in real life.
Directing their attention to what, if anything, you observed in the area of the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
What, if anything? She's already told us what she observed. You don't need to. I don't think he can help it. I wonder if, like, when he comes home from work and he's like, honey, what, if anything, are we having for dinner? And she's like, you silly head, you know we're going to have dinner. You can just ask me what it is. You don't have to say if any. He's like, sorry, honey, I can't help it. It's an automatic. What's even the saying? It's automatic. I don't even know, man.
In terms of injuries, you'd like me to point out the injuries. So as I mentioned, there were ecchymosis. That's another word for collection of blood under the upper eyelids. On Mr. O'Keefe, the ecchymosis on the right eyelid was also associated with a very small laceration. Then there was an abrasion on.
By the way, this one, shout out to McSpanky Pants. Haven't seen him in a while. I give him credit for this when I was covering Deputy Heard. This is a combo platter, right? Of like Elaine plus Daryl Brooks. And now it just happens to be a combo platter with Lolly too, because who would have known that anyone could have said, what if any, more than Elaine? But yes, it has happened. So now everything that applies to Elaine is applicable for Lolly.
On the left side of the nose. And then on the back of the head, there was a 3 centimeter laceration. So this is the right side. It would be towards, the back lower side on the right side of the head.
And that laceration on the black lower side, right side of the head, is that in the same area that you observed what you described as sort of the originating skull fracture?
Yes, when the scalp was reflected, there was bleeding under the scalp in that particular area. And then when the skull was opened, that's the area that appeared fractured and appeared to have other fractures originating or radiating from it.
And Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could again, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you noted in this sort of middle torso or upper extremity portion of Mr. O'Keefe.
So on the right upper extremity, and again, this is the back of the body. We have this collection of linear abrasions. I think the battery is dead. That measured up to 7 centimeters and extended from the upper arm down to the middle of the forearm.
And Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could, again, using laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you observed on the lower extremities in regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
The lower extremities didn't have a lot of injuries. There was a small abrasion on his.
I did the sidebars. That's how I got started on doing law stuff, because my channel used to just be music. But yeah, I was doing the sidebars.
Right knee area.
Let me know. Think of something, whatever you want. People have all kinds of stuff. Like DSNs is Murdaugh. Like here, let's do that real quick. Show you. So when he pops in, we can do boop, 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 boop.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
There's a chicken.
It's a guinea.
So it can be whatever you want. So just let me know. And Black Widow actually changed hers tonight. It used to be something about her being like the ambassador of Ireland, and she just changed it to this.
Yeah, on the side. And if you don't mind pushing the diagram just a little bit more up to see the hands, there were some contusions or some bruises on the dorsal aspects of the right hand, and some very faint bruise on the left.
Thank you, Doc. Now again, Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed or noted of significance in these particular diagrams.
So the upper eyelids, the areas of the upper eyelids on both sides had...
Fender, we always read each other's mind. I was literally just going to pause this and say to you, if you want me to change yours, let me know. And then I saw that you said this, because I know I made that, like, I just made that without getting your input. So you can totally think as long as you guys want. And Marlboro Red, is that a color? That, I think that's exactly what Black Widow was thinking too, which is really funny. So yeah, whatever you guys want, just let me know.
Ecchymosis or blood under them. On the right side, there was a very small laceration or a small tear associated with that. Both eyes had some swelling to them. And then on the nose, there were two abrasions, two scrapes. One was...
that is really funny, because Marlboros, I didn't even know they still made those anymore. That's really funny. They're like the original. I picture like, you know, the OG cowboys in Texas or something. Really funny. Oh, Holly. Huh. I don't know that he's like, I just think of like that stereotypical cowboy, like out on the, you know, dirt under the fingernails. And I just don't know that Wally's ever gotten his hands dirty.
Small at 0.5 centimeters. The other one was 1 centimeter, and it was linear.
Oh,
and I noted.
Are you saying lolly is the word, is a slang word? Is that what you're saying? Like lolly is a slang word from Marlboro? I don't know.
Them right there.
And again, from the bottom right diagram for you, Doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries of significance you noted in that portion of the diagram.
This is the area where I noted the laceration to the scalp. I noted something called tissue bridging, which is a morphologic feature of a laceration. Is what makes it different from an incised wound or from a cut, because again, the skin is crushed, and now it's more irregular. The edges are.
Yanetti's like a cigar, maybe, or something. I don't know. If we're picking smoking devices for people or whatever you want to call it, like, yeah, I could see Yanetti. You know, like thinking like a mob boss. You know, kind of. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, hold on. Let's hear what I mean by that with his lovely voice. Hold on.
We're done here.
Yeah, cigar. I think for him.
More irregular, and then above that laceration, I noted that there was a scrape as well associated with it. So that was one injury. And in terms of the effect that all these injuries have, the subdural and the subarachnoid and the skull fractures, anytime the brain is injured, it responds by swelling. And The skull is a closed space without the ability to expand, unlike the skin, where you can have a bruise or a significant amount of blood accumulate under the skin. In the skull, once the brain starts to react to the injury and it starts to swell, there's nowhere to go except for down. And that's the foramen magnum. That is the area where the brainstem and the spinal cord will run out. Spinal cord connects, obviously, the brain to the rest of the body. And this is one of the few spaces that the brain can try and squeeze into because he has nowhere else to go. So herniation, brain swelling and herniation are a general response that the brain has to any sort of trauma.
Now, doctor, with respect to the head injury, specifically the fracture, what, if any, opinion can you give or can you say in regard to the type of force or amount of force necessary to cause the fracture to the skull that you observed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I can't really give you a number. I'm not a physicist. I can tell you that the skull is a pretty thick bone. It takes considerable amount of force to fracture the skull. So that was a pretty considerable impact.
Now, with respect to the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head and the onset of hypothermia, what, if any, opinion do you have with regard to the timing of those respective to each other?
Well, I do believe the injuries, the blunt impact injuries were sustained first. These are not injuries that are immediately lethal. This is not something that would cause death in seconds. And therefore, Mr. O'Keefe may have been incapacitated by the injuries or knocked out, if you will, and was not able to get himself into a warmer environment, and therefore hypothermia set in, given the environmental conditions and given the clothing on the body, or the lack of clothing, I should say, no big jacket or anything like that.
Now, when you say something as far as
Remember, everybody, the weather was a weapon.
some type of injury being immediately lethal, can you give an example of that?
The one that forensic pathologists
What is wrong with him?
like to use is a gunshot wound to the head. That goes from one side to the other, disrupting the neural systems of the brain and causing the person to immediately drop and die within seconds or milliseconds. This is not that kind of injury. This is an injury that took a little bit of time to develop, as is manifested by the fact that we have some bleeding, which means that the heart is still pumping and blood is still coming out of the vessels.
And so I guess to that point, as far as what was it from your examination and your findings and your review of sort of the overall materials that leads you to believe that the head injuries happened prior to hypothermia setting in?
Again, the findings of hypothermia, the blunt impact injuries, if someone is, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that someone becomes hypothermic and then falls as a result. But the hypothermia would continue along with the brain injuries that took some time to develop. So in my opinion, I believe the impact, the injury to the head came first. Mr. O'Keefe was most likely incapacitated or unable to move into a warmer environment, and then the hypothermia set in.
And if you can, what, if anything, can you say as to the sort of, contrast to sort of the bullet to the head or the instantaneous death, what, if anything, can you say as to the time that this would take to manifest itself as far as the injury to the head and the hypothermic state?
Again, I can't give you specifics. I would say this was definitely in the matter of minutes, many minutes, or hours.
Yeah.
Now, Doctor, you had mentioned that at some point you had reviewed some photographs from the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, I was shown some photographs.
And from the photographs that you were shown, what, if anything, of significance did you observe or lack thereof in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered?
Well, based on those photographs, limited number of photographs that I saw and I was shown, there didn't appear to be a lot of disruption around the area where I was told that Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And that lack of sort of disruption in the snow around where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, what, if any, significance would that have to you as far as from a diagnostic perspective?
Well, it suggests that he really didn't travel a very long distance once the injury was inflicted.
Huh.
And as far as anything related,
That's interesting that that's how she determined. Like, okay, just to contrast her versus the defense dude, the Irish dude, like she's saying the ways you can tell he didn't really go very far is because there wasn't a lot of disruption in the snow, versus like the Irish dude who's like, yeah, that head injury would have made him go unconscious immediately.
related to footprints, drag marks, anything like that. Did you observe anything like that in that area?
On the pictures that I saw, no.
It is a sham. It's horrifying.
Now, from your extent of your examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body,
We just finished.
what, if anything, that you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that Mr. O'Keefe was in?
I didn't see any major signs of what I would.
Now, before you on the screen, at the bottom of the screen, I have just a handful of some of my favorite Trooper Paul quotes. By
call
the
a
way.
significant altercation.
And with regard to that, as far as signs, what are some of the signs, and what would you be expecting to see, and what was lacking as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
I looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands. As you saw on the diagrams, I did document that there were some contusions on the dorsal aspect, very vague and faint contusion on the left, and contusion on the right hand. That particular contusion has a central little pinpoint mark that may suggest that it was due to attempts to get IV access on his hand. That's a very common place. But I didn't see any bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's knuckles. His nails were intact. I didn't see any break.
You mean he didn't fall and brace himself with his knuckles the way Colin Albert did?
On his nails, and I didn't see any fractures or feel any fractures on any of his hands.
Right. So good.
Now, with respect to the diagrams that were up on the screen before, as well as your observations from internal examination, you observed some fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, is that correct?
Yes, he did have some fractures, I believe, to the 4th and 5th ribs near the sternum. It's a very common location for CPR-associated fractures.
And so I believe you just alluded to it right there, but as far as any fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the origination or causality of those rib fractures?
As I mentioned, those are very consistent with the resuscitation. We see those quite often. Given the history that I was provided, that extensive resuscitation was attempted, I documented those as most likely due to resuscitation.
Now, Doctor, with regard to the, just by way of contrast, you talked a bit about the significant impact or the thickness of the skull. How does that relate to the area of the ribs that you're talking about as far as can be fractured in resuscitative efforts?
Yeah, what I'm asking.
I don't understand the question.
Let
Yeah,
me
me
rephrase.
neither.
What is the difference sort of between the thickness of the bone in the skull
Oh,
versus the
Wally.
thickness of the bone in the ribs?
The skull in general is a thicker bone. It requires more force.
Now, doctor, if I could, are you familiar with a medical term known as vasodilation?
Yes.
And can you explain what that term is and how it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's condition?
I can explain what the term is. Vasodilation means opening up. Vaso refers to blood vessels. So vasodilation is the opening up of blood vessels to bring more blood to the extremities or any part of the body.
And again, that's a bit of an unfair question as far as the relations. But so how does that manifest itself as far as someone who's in
He was trying to say that ribs are easier to break than a head. I don't even know what he thinks that proves or why it's relevant, but
colder conditions or has that sort of onset of hypothermia, what, if any, relation does the vasodilation have to that?
Well, you can see vasodilation. You can see vasoconstriction and vasodilation in hypothermia. Initially, the blood vessels will constrict in an attempt to reduce blood flow to the extremities so there's no heat loss. Anyone who has Raynaud's knows what that feels like. But then ultimately the blood vessels will dilate, bringing more blood to the extremities. Again, the normal regulatory mechanisms that the brain has to maintain our body temperature are disrupted when you get into those very low temperatures. And therefore, sometimes in hypothermia, you can see very, very red extremities due to vasodilation.
And with regard to the redness due to vasodilation, is there also a whiteness, sort of discoloration to the extremities that can be observed in hypothermic patients as well?
That's been described as well, yes.
Now, with reference to when you make your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, why is it that, well, let me ask you this. You didn't see any signs of vasodilation or white fingertips or anything like that, is that correct?
Correct. I rarely see signs of vasodilation, especially if someone has died in the hospital.
And can you explain to the jury sort of why that is?
That's why.
So for two reasons. In this particular reason, Mr. O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and attempts were made at rewarming the body. So he was given warm intravenous fluids and attempts were made to bring the body temperature up with the hope that the heart would start working once that happened. Also, I did not physically see the body until Monday morning. And therefore, I can't really comment on vasodilation or any effects that hypothermia may or may not have had acutely on the body, because I'm seeing the body hours after death, and already the body has been transferred from the scene to the hospital, stored at the hospital, and then transferred from the hospital to our facility. So there's just too much time between when the body was discovered to when I looked at the body to make any reasonable comments on whether there was vasodilation or not.
All right, that's the end of it. That's where they end the week. So here's the question I have for y'all, though. Why the fuck did Lolly ask that question? Like, why? Because the thing is that, like, she can't comment on whether there was vasodilation or not. Okay, great. The hypothermia is not in dispute. It's not in dispute. No one's disputing it. So, like, why the fuck are you asking this question where she can't even comment on it? It's just... like, I mean, really, it's classic Wally, right? Like, just, I don't even understand though. Like, you're supposed to ask questions anyway. It sounds like it's not even all that relevant in the first place. So anyway, good job, Lolly. All right, guys, it is time for the solo cups. Get excited, you guys. Okay, let me pull it up. So by the way, again, when I made the solo cups video, this was, again, before I was thought I was going to be covering it or anything like that. And I was still covering, I think it was again, the Gloria Satterfield deep dive, but like we were all talking about Karen Reed, and I just made these little clips of, LawTubers because I just thought it was funny, but this is before, it was like right after these two clips that we're going to watch that I was like, I'm just going to cover it myself. Oh, we have a request. Vendor's back. It's going to do the thing, and then we'll do the thing. And then we'll do the other thing. All the things. Where is it?
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
It's so good. It is so good. Okay, let me pull this up. All right, here's the first one. Guys, ready? Oh, what the truck. I missed that.
Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
I mean, there's video.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
Why? You have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th.
Not myself, no.
You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
You reported to the chief of police.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that
writing reports is an
it's one
essential
thing to
function of your fucking
respond
job.
to a scene. It's another thing to actually gather evidence.
That was a rat
That's
hearing.
correct.
Especially a
No, he
scene
didn't know what to do
where
with
it's a
her.
potential, at that time, a potential
Thank God I have
homicide
donuts.
of a police officer.
That's correct.
And yet you did nothing.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
I showed them. Yes.
You were actively involved in this
You never saw
investigation.
John O'Keefe's body, did you?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's
Oh my God.
over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
He's like, I don't know.
If Mr. Lally told me,
so glad
I would
I
have.
haven't
I would take it as fact.
That's so fucked, man. I cannot.
If the prosecution told me I'd believe them, I don't
Here it is.
believe you.
Psychic tender.
Oh, he's. I'm just going to let the roast
That's
happen.
correct.
Good luck.
So
Good luck,
you were
sir.
giving them, and the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Surely. do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide
I love that.
investigation, correct?
Correct.
Because he keeps
You
saying,
did
yes,
find
yes,
some
yes.
blood droplets.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Oh,
You're
dear.
aware of what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Look at his face.
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
You don't
So you would
measure.
employ a process where you could
You don't
measure
measure.
something from a
Incredible.
known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure from
Yeah, you
another
don't-
known
you don't
item
measure.
and have an
Cool.
exact cross point of where
We
that's-
don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you've been trained on how to.
No, we don't. We just eyeball it. Sir, you're finding yourself right up there with Coroner Armpits right now.
It's worse. It's so much worse.
Yes.
But you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found,
No
It's
idea.
Sort of an estimate.
Sure, yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was, yes.
Okay.
It's a
You
guess.
just used the word guess.
It's a guess.
Right. In terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used
I agree.
temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I
No.
said, yes.
No, bad.
He did say plastic cups.
Before responding
As-
to 34
as
Fairview,
temporary
you
evidence
indicated that
containers.
you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
Chat,
It was
I,
Sergeant Good who contacted you.
I see all the motions for code red in the chat. I will not deny you. Chat, we are going to go to code red. For those of you that are new, code red in Law Nerd World is
We have a request for the goat, and we also do have. Hold on. All right, here we go. Goat time. Can you guys hear the goat? Hopefully you can.
DEFCON what the fuck? And I think we've definitely reached for this witness DEFCON WTF. We're going to DEFCON red in 3, 2, 1.
I'm adding the goat to it. Goat remix.
Let's return to the fuckery in court.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Kelleher, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also
neighbor,
the man who lived directly across the street
neighbor
from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Kelleher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. But you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
What is he like? This or something?
Not only did you respond to the scene, but you were either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't write a report?
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
But you didn't write a report?
You indicated that you're
the ranking
never
officer.
preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
And you never wrote a report?
30 years plus.
Stupid.
And your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
I'm sure I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lane, make sure he has initial statements from everybody
We had much discussion about this earlier. There's the moving of the cars. So we were right. They did move.
present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved
What about the dude that gave
from
you
the
guys
prior
the
night's
lollipop,
incident.
man?
Outing, I would call it.
at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility, did you
Yeah, that's what I said, Emily.
know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lank had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Oh my God.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all, Sergeant Lake. No issue at all.
Not in your mind.
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location,
I know,
Sergeant
right?
Lank had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
He did what?
Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
Huh.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I apologize.
I understand.
So
One
the
of
defense
things
is
you talked about was the preservation of
the
crime.
defense is clear that Lank went into the house to take initial statements before they went back in together.
Scene.
That's a
and the
lie.
lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Lower time.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Oh my God, I just
Yes.
realized Julie also.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground,
Oh my
about
God,
4
we
inches,
did
you
that
said.
also.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Who was it that told you
Oh my God.
specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
So it's a game of telephone.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
It's a game of telephone.
When some of the officers arrived.
So if that
So the officers that told you where the victim was
Accurate.
didn't see the victim there? So we're going with like multiple levels of telephone
I know, I
as to
need
where
to
the
leave.
victim was.
I don't have a command for that, Fender.
then
What do
they
I
wouldn't
need?
have
I
any
don't even
personal
know.
knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was.
Oh gosh.
I agree.
Not to your precise
He doesn't
locations,
understand.
yes.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a
Oh my
crime
God.
scene preservation
Oh my God.
effort?
First time.
First time. And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers
Here we go.
to collect that
guys.
blood, correct?
That's what he said.
Utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Wally,
I'll allow it.
it's
There's
not
nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor. He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he.
You went to the neighbor's house. No one came out. You went to the neighbor's house and were like, "Hey, Lieutenant Keller, so there's a DB in the lawn across the street. He's been transported. It seems that there may be some blood in the snow. That's not going to unfreeze because we're in the middle of a blizzard. But you know what would be great? If you could hand me some red Solo cups to collect that evidence in. That would be fantastic. Go to the neighbor's house and ask for red Solo cups.
It's right here.
Had any
No.
plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Canton PD? From 34 Fairview to Canton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
Incredible.
So even in really bad weather,
A mile.
4 minutes, 5 minutes. Is that right? To drive?
Sure.
And you don't go back?
You didn't go back to Canton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for.
I know, Fender, I agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not.
Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one, well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it.
Oh my
pretty
God.
quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No,
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did. I did not.
You did not
That's
see any black
man.
plastic material?
I will say this much. As much as I'm so annoyed at the third party and the conspiracy and all that, it is weird that there wasn't any taillight found, because it was searched, as we know from the CERT team, really well. It's weird that it wasn't found and the way it showed up. But I'm just going to end it there.
No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces.
No
of
brains
plastic.
accurate.
I did not.
There it is.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
It gets worse.
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that?
He's not
let me
gonna
ask you
ask.
this. Did you ever go inside the
I don't know
house
if the
to
prosecutor
search
will.
for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
That's a fair question.
No.
Did you search the house for any other
I
matching
don't know.
glasses?
No, no.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Of course not.
That house belongs to the police.
Of course not. Oh, roast incoming. You never searched the house for any evidence when there is a dead human on the lawn.
Is that because
I
that
had
house
that
belongs to a
burn thing
Boston
there.
police
That's
officer?
cool.
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time.
I know.
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
Oh God.
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable
I highly doubt
cause
that.
warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right.
It's worth it. Okay. Wait, there's a part 2. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get to part 2. Part 2 is the worst one. Dramatic ending. All right. Let's go. Let's go. It gets worse.
That's correct.
Have you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time. And you indicated
He's using a leaf blower. First time for that. There's a lot more firsts coming here.
the testimony was.
Hey, the truck thing, Fender, that was a Murdaugh inside joke. And I know you weren't there for that. What the truck was a whole series we had trying to figure out what the truck was going on with the trucks. That's where that came from. So that was a little shout out to our little Murdaugh. I say little, our huge Murdaugh deep dive. That was epic as fuck.
Temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could. Objection, Your Honor. That's right.
Y'all, Peter, I love Peter coming up here in a second.
I love it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic,
The
nothing
way that he gets disappointed here in a second is so cute.
special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got
So they're using a leaf blower and red Solo cups to find and gather evidence. Just imagine that. I mean, we've seen trials where now there's a couple things. We've seen trials where the chain of custody has been such a big deal, and they have tried to say things are contaminated or not real. I mean, think about the Brian Koberger case and all the hearings we're seeing there, over the DNA evidence, over the testing, over the preservation, everything. And then we have red solo cups here with no caps on them, and he's going to be getting to it. This is embarrassing. This is horrible. This is not how it's supposed to be.
You couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct, yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size, no.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough.
I love him so much.
Really? Really?
To use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor. He had some solo cups in his house.
And we asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far?
They went like door to the neighbors and were like, anybody got a plastic container? Like, if I told another lawyer that this is what my file looked like, they would tell me bullshit. Like, no. And they'd be like, the Crown's withdrawing this, right? Once they believed it. So, yeah.
We didn't go back to Canton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking
This is the part where Peter gets really disappointed and it's really cute.
to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have, I know for a fact we did not have those. We needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature. We're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Canton PD does not have utilized evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
So we improvised, but it's like, so never in the history of this department have they ever wanted to gather anything like this? It makes no sense. I mean, I can't believe that this is true. It makes absolutely no sense. What are we doing if that is the case? And then to go to red solo cups is like the worst option you could go to, I feel like.
PD does not have utilized evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers.
Wait, you have blood containers?
Thunder, no, don't go. You're missing.
I'm just like, how do you get to, we have blood containers, better use the solo cup? Because
Hey, me too. We have the same goat.
one of them is literally a blood container.
That was amazing.
Literally
Oh
a blood container.
I want to do that again.
Did he just go like blood?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Oh my god, we have the same goat.
Because
Hold on.
one of them is literally a blood container.
Oh my god.
Literally a blood container.
I think there's another goat. I think Emily gets her goat.
Did he just go like blood container, clear plastic, solo cup, red? The red thing's got to be for blood, right? We've got these containers for blood, but I didn't want to use the blood container.
But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is certainly Canton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is.
So we improvised has got to be the most terrifying phrase for crime scene investigation, right?
Did you go to Canton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you
the blood was frozen. What do you think they do with the samples? They refrigerate. Oh my God.
PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection.
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
Is he a scientist? Like, the answer should have been, we took it back, we tried to swab it, it didn't work. It wasn't viable.
The swab to cold blood. You think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
You didn't what think you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor,
I'm
unsterilized,
glad you're getting to see this, Julie.
and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was.
Wait till you see the
and
cups.
just carried them back to the truck?
Nope, we took 6 samples, individual samples. Samples were bagged and then transported back to Canton Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if you sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
Swing right up.
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag.
They were not
At that
sealed.
time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
A brown evidence bag. I can tell you, I've seen a lot of evidence bags. Not one of them has been brown.
Oh my God.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right.
Of course not. Nothing about this scene was standard.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Yeah, because that house.
Of course not? Why of course not? Why of course not?
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
I'll wait for you, Fender.
Is that because that house?
Absolutely not, he said. They didn't go in the house. And then, of course not.
Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that was my question. No.
We wouldn't do consent in a death investigation? I wasn't following that. They don't just ask. They try to pressure people
Yes, they do.
to let them search. They try to make people feel like they have to let them search or they're going to go to jail later. And they didn't even ask.
That face.
Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't.
Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause. It's like, when has that ever stopped you before?
Right?
It's like, yeah, actually, we didn't chase the guy because I knew he was faster than me. And if I chase him and I don't catch him, I still don't get to arrest him. He's still faster than me. So I didn't even try to chase him.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling under the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
Just. Fender.
Wild.
Fender, you missed the part where Runkle and I had goats going at the same time. We have to back it up so you can see that. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. This is so good. We goated together. It was amazing.
Go to red Solo cups is like the worst.
Hold on.
We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers.
Show you this.
Wait, you have blood containers? I'm just like, how do you get to, we have blood containers, better use the Solo cup? Because.
Oh, you heard it. We have the exact same goat, you guys. It's amazing.
One of them is literally a blood container.
Okay, let me jump
Still
forward.
in it?
Hold on. Wait, no spoilers. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
let's go here.
So I didn't even stop you before.
Okay, let's go here.
It's like, yeah, actually, we didn't chase the guy because I knew he was faster than me. And if I chase him and I don't catch him, I still don't get to arrest him. He's still faster than me. So I didn't even try to chase him.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling under the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
You just said that.
No.
Wild.
Yep. Here we go.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph? Yes. Can you read what's on that bag?
Oh my God.
Stop and shop.
I cannot.
That does not
Julie, I
look
hope
like an
you're
evidence
watching.
bag, does it, sir?
No.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Correct.
All right?
Yes.
So, not a forensically stable item, correct?
Correct.
Certainly not sterile.
Correct.
Right? You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes.
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and shop.
That does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Are you going to tell me that the red Solo
They're in
cups
there. They're in
were
there.
transported in the Stop and Shop bag? Is that what's going to happen next?
She's broken.
That can't,
She'll be okay.
that can't be so. This is not the this cannot be happening right now. This is not what's happening.
Correct.
All right?
Yes.
So, not a forensically stable item, correct?
Correct.
Certainly not sterile.
What?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Know where that bag came from?
I do not.
What?
Probably Stop and
Is that a
Shop.
bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Sergeant Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please.
I'm sorry, if the Stop and Shop bag is sitting in the Sally Port next to the defendant's vehicle, are the red Solo cups still in it?
Of course they are.
Did it ever get marked into F?
No, of course not.
Did it get refrigerated? What?
The Lolliport.
I. Oh my God! You've got to be joking me, Emily. Keep watching. That.
Get your goat. You can do it. Goat time. I'm dying.
You have got to be kidding me.
This is both the best and worst picture in the history of time, because here we've got this picture of them handling the evidence. And
I love this. This is great.
it's in Solo cups that they got from some dude, and then they stuff it into a used grocery bag. And then the officer is holding this open with gloves. The gloves are what makes it. The gloves are the best part, because it's like, we have every source of contamination possible, but we're wearing gloves.
You laugh the maniacal
Why
laugh.
bother? Why?
Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God.
This is so stupid.
Stupid.
This calls for some gallon jug vodka, in which is of better quality than the police work in this case.
Meanwhile,
Take a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39. You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
Those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
insane.
And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag.
Yes.
And you see the same evidence bag. Stop and shop bag, correct? Correct. And you see on the top of the photograph, the same rag?
I do.
With the same markings.
Yes.
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV. In this photograph?
They are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40.
This
is see the same white rag.
Yes.
And you see the same evidence bag.
This is not a trial.
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups.
Correct.
With what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Right next to the vehicle.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay.
Well, when the defense attorneys get up and start to argue that the reason the defendant's blood was found on the rear of the vehicles cannot be excluded, that it's because this bag of the victim's blood, the victim's blood is sitting next to the vehicle on February 1st. I don't think, how do you get beyond a reasonable doubt that this isn't what caused cross-contamination on the defendant's vehicle? Like how do you get past this? It's just been sitting there.
It's insane.
For days?
Did the jury forget about it, maybe? I mean, maybe they forgot because it was such a long time ago. Maybe?
Let's go back to
Oh my God.
evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph.
Oh.
How is this
See the
even
rag in that
real?
photograph?
Yes, I do.
Now you see the map, and it's, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes.
Unreal.
A golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
It's a Kubota, yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes.
All right. So the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear.
Sir?
If you look at the top, I can use the marker here.
Sir, is the victim's blood that you so carefully recovered from the snow in red Solo cups still sitting in the Sally port 3 days later?
Of course it is. Why wouldn't
In
it?
a Stop and Shop bag? Is that?
This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood.
But you kind of estimate the distances because your department doesn't measure, right? So,
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
I agree.
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question.
No, it's a yes or no question. So what you're going to need to do is answer yes or no. And then maybe Mr. Lawley will give you the chance to explain yourself. But that was a yes or no question.
Do you think
Okay, it's not yes or no, but
But it is yes or no. This is how cross-examination works, sir. It is yes or no. Because you know what all of us can fucking see in that picture is a grocery bag of red Solo cups that seem to have some red substance in them that may or may not be blood, because the chain of custody here has broken. Like, we are at a full like break the chain situation in this.
Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to speak to, if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay, it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
and in fact,
So he just agreed that it's a recipe for cross-contamination. Cool. Great.
I mean, absolutely fender.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah.
and in fact,
He didn't contaminate anything. He just did
could
the
even be
harm.
worse. For instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection. Sustained.
Good point, Fender.
She's sustaining it because it calls for speculation. However, I think the point has been made.
I got another little one here.
Yeah, right. Even that. So
funny because we just
at 12:24, he immediately gets out. She immediately hits him and immediately leaves. Is that the state's theory? Because they didn't say that she hit him at 12:24 or 12:25 or 12:30, but 12:45. So even their own evidence doesn't go in their timeline. It's very, very interesting.
I love how he puts it. It's very, very interesting. Yes, very so polite, right, Peter? Oh my God. Let me see if I have any other ones on here. I don't know if I have any other ones. I don't think I do. Wow. Yeah, I'm sure we would, Fender. I have an idea.
Do 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 do. 339 Canton time. Jackson, Yanetti, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. They'll crump and act and meet. Friends will be resting, they have too much drink in their minds. Everything's fine, they've been active already together about 50 damn times. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. The bartender's last call. At the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn, goddamn. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. Do, 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 do.
Yes. Any other requests? Let me look and see what I got here.
The paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills.
Let me do this one. It's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your
DUI or pretended crime.
It's a house.
Oh, it's so good. So good. Oh, yeah. We got that one. Ba-doop, doop, doop, ba-doop.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
Ugh.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
I love that so much. That is so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it a night, guys, because I've got some stuff to do for my students, and I am actually kind of tired for once. I might have a little sleep. So we finally, though, we've just finished week 8, right? It ends there. They're in the middle of direct, and then they go for a sidebar, and then they never come back until Monday. So we will be starting week 9, final week of the trial next time, and we'll pick up with Dr. Scordi-Bello, and then after that, the Commonwealth rests, and then the defense begins their case in chief. So we're in the final home stretch here of the recaps, finishing everything here. So yeah, there you have it. Well, I'm sure you'll find something to do. Do you need to call your mom back still? Let me pull back up my Oh yeah, we're gonna break down closing arguments. Yeah, because when we watched those live, I didn't want to interject a whole lot, so I didn't get to say all of my thoughts. We didn't get to talk about it, so we'll do the closing arguments. Yeah, I'm not going to do the jury instructions again because we did watch those live, and then we broke down the charges for 4 hours. A couple live streams ago. So I won't do the jury instructions again, but we'll do the closing arguments. What the hell is this marriage alliance? Is this like arranged marriage? Is that still going on over there? Okay. Wow. Crazy. Wow. Well, I hope everything's okay. I hope they're not going to marry you to some random crazy dude or just random dude, period. And Monday is that Trooper Proctor hearing. I know it's not going to be televised, but I'm sure we'll find out what happens afterwards to him. So, wow, that is so crazy. Arranged marriages are still the norm. Wow. Well, I would hope so. Wild. I mean, I guess I knew that, but that still seems so crazy and hard to believe. Wow. Wow. I would not do well over there. That's for sure. I only mean because of the arranged marriage thing. I think I would love India, but the arranged, not getting it, okay, being told what to do, shit like that. Anyway, peace.
I can't believe that they have to. Well, we don't know yet for sure, but anyway, I can't believe it was that there was not a not guilty verdict. It's just, oh, God. Alrighty, my friends, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night or a morning or a day or for wherever you guys are in the world and in life. Shout out to the replay crew. And actually, it's perfect timing because my little slideshow thing has just finished, because that's why the white is like the snow, by the way, in case anyone's confused. It's supposed to represent the snow. But because it might look to some people like maybe there's something wrong and like it's frozen, I'll just go back to this so that it's not confusing. Oh, Thunder says the whole process with the marriage thing is 10 times more thorough than this investigation. Well, yeah, I would hope so. And I'm also not surprised by that because, you know. Thanks, Fender. I hope you have a great Sunday. Good luck with the marriage alliance thing. Yeah, let us know what's going on with that in Discord. I will, I don't think I'll have another recap ready for tomorrow, but probably by Monday. And then we'll talk about True Proctor too. So I will see you guys soon. Love y'all. Thanks for being a squirrel. And I'm going to roll the outro.